Check 1, 2, 3.
As per the union.
Check in. Hurry.
Check, check.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 42nd Mustangs Trophy, the one-day match between Royal College First 11 and the St. Thomas College First 11 cricket teams. Right now, St. Thomas College is batting after Royal College won the toss and elected to field first. And we see the opening bowler, Himesh Ramanayaka, for Royal College, is bowling from the media box in.
A very good morning to our viewers. The opening batsman for St. Thomas's College is Dulit Gunratna and Ravind Kodituaku.
Hello, texting one. Check one, check one, check one. Check one.
Check.
Check.
Check, 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 check. And there is a brilliant 4 by Kodituaku just to start off the St. Thomas College batting innings. Lifted it over the top through the 30-yard circle. One bounce and a boundary. That's the first over done by Himesh Ramanayaka. It was pretty decent bowling, considering. And Kodituaku just the one loose ball which Kodituaku put away.
Yes, indeed, Shalom. As we know, in every first over, there are always a couple of loose balls just for the bowlers to get into the rhythm. In terms of you see that Ramanayaka achieved some swing, got Kodituak to play on the outside. So Be interesting to see because he'll be always looking to tempt Kodituaku into making those cuts and eventually hoping that one edges to slip.
And definitely, we saw Ramanayaka gain a lot of extra bounce, and Kodituaku just reaching outside the off stump. And here we see Heath Vitanage, the second opening bowler, bowling from the Maitland Place end. Just the one slip for Vitanage. Two men in the deep, between fine leg and third man, so both of them behind the batsman.
Indeed, both these batsmen very good players of the cover drive. Gunaratna and Kodituaku, as you saw, Gunaratna in the big match was the more stable. He paced his innings, whereas Kodituaku was more free-flowing in his stroke play. So they'll be hoping to have a solid partnership and hopefully build this Thomian innings up.
See, 4 men on the offside apart from third man. 3 men in the covers and the mid-off as well. It's a wide ball by Vitanage.
Yeah, indeed, recognition from Royal College that these two batsmen do like to play a lot on the onside, so it'll be interesting to see. I beg your pardon, on the offside.
It's just 2 men in the offside, just the square leg and the deep fine leg. Of course, they have mid-on as well, so that makes it 3. But if either batsman decides to play through that mid-wicket area, they'll be getting an easy run. Confusion in the middle of the pitch. Obviously, look, and he's bowling from over the wicket to the left-hand batsman. I guess he's just bowling across the face of the batsman here. Again, we see just ball straight towards the offside, going a little bit outside the off stump. Obviously, tempting Gunaratna with a shot. Maybe on the front foot, if Gunaratna decides to play towards the offside, he might get an edge. I guess that's what Ramanayaka is looking for as of now.
Indeed, Shalom. Ramanayaka bowling to that off stump, beg your pardon, on stump.
Ramanayaka continuing. Oh, and there's a big appeal by the slip cord in there. Ramanayaka just bowling outside the off stump here, trying to make the batsman fish. And Ramanayaka, same ball again and again by Ramanayaka. Just outside the off stump, bowling across the face of the batsman. batsman like Koditwaka, should he be playing more aggressively, will probably be looking to pull that ball through the leg side. But I guess he's just looking to be a bit more comfortable with his shots up until that point.
Yeah, Koditwaku is looking to measure his innings, but 3 overs with only 4 runs.
Vitanage continuing. It's another wide by Heritu Vitanage here. He'll be struggling with his line a bit, Heritu Vitanage. Be wanting to bowl towards the offside, which is what he's doing right now, but obviously not too much. We haven't seen much variation from Itanagi. He might be looking to bowl that leg cutter, off cutter towards the batsman, just to contain him. St. Thomas College scoring at a fairly slow rate as of now. Just 7 runs after 3.1 overs.
Yeah, indeed, Shalom. It's interesting to see because St. Thomas College were probably happy getting the opportunity to bat with these two openers, but the moment they're struggling a bit dealing with the line and length of the likes of Ramanayak and Vitanage. But as we both know, you don't always start off guns blazing, like guys like David Warner do. So they'll be hoping to hopefully increase the pace as the innings move along. Great shot there by Gunaratna.
And looks like that's going to be another boundary. Second one of the innings so far. And that's the shot that I was talking about. Just playing the ball through the mid-wicket, off the pads.
Yeah, and he recognized that there was a gap in the field and he penetrated that gap.
Bisected the field beautifully.
Indeed.
Looks like the batsmen are just looking to pick their shots right now. They're waiting for the loose balls. But you can see maybe the lack of communication or the few run-outs. And again, it's an edge. It's going to run down to the fine leg boundary. And it's not going to be stopped by the fine leg fielder. 4 more runs for Gunaratna here. Sorry, Koditwaku rather. And there's a few extra runs that Royal College will not be willing to give up. Or should not be willing to give up. There's another loose ball by Vitanagi. It was straight down leg side. Could have even been a wide.
Indeed, we mentioned before that Vitanage is going to has to bowl towards his field because if he set his field up like this, he can't be staying on that line. Koditwaku is a good batsman. He's going to recognize the line and then pretty early, and he's going to play some good shots as we've seen.
And it looks like St. Thomas College following the same formula as the big match. Koditwaku is going to play much more freely than Gunaratna here. Gunaratna probably going to be the more conservative batsman.
Yeah, but in terms of his game, I think he'd like to be the more dynamic of the two. But I think that in part that plays with maturing throughout the innings. That was his first big match innings. I think he was looking to play a bit more on the conservative side, and even here today,
He'll probably pick up the pace anyway later on in the innings. Or maybe even after Koditwaku, if he gets out, it'll be Gunaratna who is the remaining opening batsman. So the dynamic between the chemistry between the two batsmen might change. Gunaratna becoming the more free playing batsman. The one down batsman decided to just settle into the crease.
yeah, indeed, you saw the Vitanage is staying on that leg side, but also trying to pitch it straight. But the line is looking to be bowling is outside that off stump, but he's not been able to achieve it so far.
That's 4 overs gone for our college. And very consistent so far by both sides. If you notice though that Kodituaku, all the runs he's been scoring is off boundaries so far. Neither batsmen have really looked for they've looked for very fast, ambitious singles, but they're not decided to keep in. They're not keeping the scoreboard ticking just by the singles, which is what you see a lot of batsmen do during ODIs. Get a lot of singles and doubles just to keep the scoreboard ticking until the loose ball. That's a great shot. Bites right through the covers, and that looks like it's going to run down the boundary for one more boundary to St. Thomas's College.
Yeah, lovely shot there by Gunaratne. And Gunaratne has said before that he likes to play in the mold of the likes of Sangakkar, and we see Sangakkar as one of those batsmen who has a very elegant cover drive. We saw glimpses of that there. Saw the glimpses of the potential that Gunaratne possesses. But as you mentioned, Shalam, they'll be looking to pace their innings quite well, so singles are part of that.
And that was a perfectly timed shot by Gunaratne. Not a lot of power behind it, but the timing was exquisite and just managed to take it all the way to the boundary line without slowing down. Ramanayaka is known for bowling a few bouncers here and there. It might be that he might opt for one now just as an intimidatory tactic. Doesn't look like he's going for it. In fact, that we saw that as the go-to ball for Ramanayaka in the big match. Every time he was hit for a boundary, he would respond by bowling a bouncer straight to the head of the batsman.
Indeed, Sean, but as we both know, both these teams would have done their research, recognize that there are certain strengths and weaknesses within each other's bowling attacks. Ramanayaka obviously was brilliant at last year's big match as well. Crucial part of that Royal College victory. Solid defense there by Gunaratne.
I think the difference between test matches and one-day matches, especially when you're trying to bowl balls like the bouncer, is that you never know if the batsman's going to go for it. Whereas in a test match, it might be just duck, and then you can get away with it. In a one-day limited over match, you might not be so lucky. The batsman will go for the shot. He might get an edge and go over the keeper. He might get solid contact and hit it over square leg. But either way, you're offering up runs, which I feel Ramanayaka knows, and that's why he's not bowling the same way that he normally does.
Yeah, indeed. So, I mean, you see guys like Brendan McCullum, they just swing at pretty much everything. And, batsmen these days have these big bats, extremely strong. So even the slightest bit of contact might take it over the ropes.
There's a short pitch ball, but not quite a bouncer, but definitely around chest height.
Interesting he's bowling that line because he'll be looking to encourage them to play on the offside, and also get those nicks. The end of the over by Ramanayaka.
Vidhanagi continuing. Very straight line and length there, just going towards the middle and off stumps.
Risky bowling because if they play to the offside, it's gonna run away for boundary because two fielders are positioned where there's a gap, and as we saw before, recognition of that gap is very important.
They changed the field slightly. They have put a mid wicket, and it's a massive shot And that's going to go over the square leg and towards the boundary for 4.
Yeah, hooked away there, and indeed another. It wasn't a very good ball because, as we mentioned before, there is nobody on the offside to cover that boundary, and it'll be interesting to see how Royal College adjusts to this. Because if they don't bowl to the field that they have, it's going to batsmen like Gunaratna and Kodithaku are going to have a field day.
Like you saw right there. A bit of a short pitch ball. It looked like the batsman knew that they put up a mid wicket, so he couldn't really pick that gap anymore or exploit that gap like he did before. And so he just went on the back foot there and hammered. And once again, a strong shot running down to point position. And looks like Kodithaku is really going for the shots here.
Strong cut there by Kodithaku. Went straight to the man though.
It looks like he's really stepped up the accelerator. Is going for every single ball as opposed to just picking his shots right now.
Yeah, they let those first 3 overs go, so Thomas College will be looking to make up for that.
And once again, a strong cover drive, misfielded very slightly. That's going to allow them to get another single. Kodithaku on 17 runs now. With having not been extremely consistent with his line and length, he's led one ball a bit short pitch to the leg, next one short pitch to the offside, and then that final ball was a bit better. It was a bit fuller and maybe a bit straighter.
Of that ball, it was a bit of a quicker ball by Vithanike there, and Gunaratna exploited the gap on the offside.
So now College is picking up the pace a little bit here. See a lot more boundaries than in the first few overs. And it's going to be Kodithaku on strike against Ramanayaka. Solid defense by Kodithaku. You can very clearly see that Kodithaku is looking for the loose ball. Even that last defensive shot he played it very late. You see the ball running towards the point position. You know it's because the shot was played extremely late. So obviously he's looking to see where the ball is. It's a loose ball where he can play an aggressive shot before he plays any defensive shot.
Indeed, Shalom, Kodithaku is a very offensive batsman, and but you do see batsmen kind of like Rahul Dravid who are very defensive in their stroke play, and they pace the innings quite slowly. But certainly these two batsmen aren't that type. If they see a loose ball, they're going to go for it. Kodithaku, of course, as we both know, was unfortunate to lose his wicket for 98 runs. And I think it was 2 consecutive big matches he's missed out on a century. So he'll be looking to definitely atone for that loss.
Definitely, it's quite sad when you get 95 in one big match and the next one you come in, play another great innings, get 98 and then get out again. And that's another massive appeal by Ramanayaka, but turned down by the umpire. Looks like the ball was just pitching outside leg there.
Yeah, you could see Kodithaku's frustration there because he knew that ball was there for the taking.
It's straight on the leg side a little bit, obviously. If you had opened up a little bit of room, you can see even there he's just practicing the shot. stepping outside of the leg stump a little bit and maybe driving that ball uh, a bit more forward than square leg.
Indeed, Shalom, as we mentioned before, it'd be interesting to see once the spinners come into play, because I think the spinners will be crucial to this game, especially for our college.
Definitely, they'll be relying a lot on Gautam Ranasinghe, especially the new man that they brought in for this first turn match. And that's another aggressive shot by Koditwaku, not timed as well as anything else, but enough to get them a quick double. It looked like Koditwaku just kind of saw that ball rise a little bit and he went on the back foot and tried to pull it through the leg side. Didn't quite get the contact nor the timing that he desired, but it was placed well enough for that double to be.
Yeah, again, example of aggressive stroke play by Koditwaku. That's more of the line and length that Ramanaka will be looking to bowl, don't you think?
Yeah, that was a pretty standard ball for this kind of field setting. And the standard balls are probably the balls that you really want to bowl because the standard balls for a reason. It's because you don't really get runs out of them. And we were thinking earlier on as well that Rock should be looking to contain the batsman quite a bit as opposed to just getting wickets. Koditwaku put a lot of power into his shots here. He went forward on the front foot and tried to knock it through the covers. That one he put a lot of power, a lot of effort into that shot as he played on the back foot, but neither ball going past the 30-yard circle.
What do you think about the players that Royal College have brought in for this one-day encounter?
Well, obviously the big match, not their best performance. Saw a few failures by some of their key players like Ronak Jayawardene or even Herat as batsmen. It looks like they're trying to compensate by bringing in 4 new players, being Lakith Nanyakara, Ravindranath, Gautam Ranasinghe and Chamak Edrisinghe. All of them replacing respective people. So Lakith Nanyakara will be replacing Herat, Ravindranath will be replacing Jayawardene, Ranasinghe will be replacing Manla Pereira, and Edrisinghe will be replacing Abhishek Pereira.
The two, Manla Pereira, one of the youngsters that Royal College brought into this team. I thought his performance was quite satisfactory at the big match.
Well, definitely he had some pretty decent bowling, good leg, left arm orthodox bowler. But I feel like his batting was what kind of let them down a lot. He got out for 0 in the first innings. He didn't actually see the end of the second innings, obviously. And even his bowling, I feel, while he was a consistent bowler, he didn't generate enough excitement or in the batsman or even enough even turn to be considered as a legitimate threat to the St. Thomas College batsman. Whereas Gautam Ranasinghe is known for his batting skills as well, and he's known as a pretty consistent left-arm bowler with a lot of pace as well. I see the ball just kind of going past the outside edge of
It's much better line there by Vithanage there.
And here we see the new bowler in Chamak Edrisinghe for our college. Gunratna face in. And it's a pretty good bowling by Edrisinghe.
He's bowling a good line. I think that's more of the line that the two frontline seamers were looking to bowl.
And you can see a lot of pace by Edrisinghe as well.
Yeah, if you watched him in the warm-up, he was quite persistent on bowling on practice wickets as well.
They do say practice makes perfect, and it looks like that's very much true for Edrisinghe.
again, so far so good by Edrisinghe. And Shalom, don't you think that the likes of Vahan Wickramasinghe and Tevendra Senaratne, another two freshers that Royal College brought in, they performed extremely well at big match?
Definitely in the second innings, they are the ones who brought Royal College from the brink of an almost innings defeat. Great partnership by them, especially Tevendra Senaratne getting that 50 run, while Wickramasinghe on the other side blocking every single ball, trying to emulate Jeffrey Boycott. They performed when they were needed to perform to save their team. I feel like that's commendable. And a great shot by Gunaratne, but stopped in the covers. Good field in there at point. Just the one run for St. Thomas's College.
Yeah, excellent fielding, definitely boundary there. The field hadn't gotten that one. Again, some elegant stroke play by Gunaratne.
There we see the first shot where he goes down on one knee and tries to whip it through the offside. Didn't quite succeed, but got contact on it, which I feel is commendable enough. And the first even loose ball we've seen from Edrisinghe, just straight down offside a little bit, maybe a bit too full. And here he goes back to his usual line and length. Late shot there by Kodituaku. That'll be the end of the over. St. Thomas College now 32 runs for no loss. Ramanayaka continuing his spell. It looked like after Vithanage let loose a few boundaries, few wides, few loose balls here and there, decided to take himself out of the attack. Responsible captaincy by Vithanage there. He recognized that even though he's the captain, recognized that if he's not bowling well, might as well give it to someone who can hold the line length better and maybe contain the batsman better as well.
Yeah, and we saw from that first over from Edrisinghe that hopefully it's looking so far so good.
Ramanayaka on the other hand, the key player for Royal College right now. They'll be looking to him to cause that collapse that they need.
Yeah, once they get that first wicket, Royal College will be extremely confident that the rest will come. But it's about breaking that mental barrier that is within the team at the moment.
And there we see Gurunath just leading the ball towards third man for the single. And here we see the batsmen have got a little bit more comfortable. They can take the few. It's not just the loose balls that they're knocking away for boundaries anymore. It's any ball that they can see a run, they're getting the single. They're playing into not just the gaps but towards the men in the deep as well. So it's smart batting by them now.
Indeed.
Better at least than it was.
The crowd story starting to come in now. The Mustangs Trophy obviously not as popular as the big match, but still see, as we saw in last year's encounter, that a big crowd came, especially as it was a day-night game. Unfortunately, this year cannot happen because they're playing at SSC grounds.
A full ball by Ramanayaka put away by Kodituaku, and that was a mistake by Ramanayaka. It looked like even a slow ball as well, just dipping towards the base of the wicket. Kodituaku stepping out a little bit and just knocking it straight back towards Ramanayaka, as you can see here. Yes, definitely a slow ball, back of the hand.
Back of the hand, yeah.
But didn't work out. Kodituaku picked up on it very early.
Yeah, I think that was the first slow ball that Ramanayaka bowled, so it was very good that Kodituaku picked it up. I think part of being a batsman is to see the delivery that comes out of the bowler's hand, and I think Kodituaku recognized that was what he was going for.
And definitely, and even Ramanayaka couldn't get his hand down in time to stop that boundary. And there we go back to his usual pace, and maybe not line, but definitely the length is more typical of Ramanayaka there.
Yeah, Royal College were hoping their seamers find their consistency, because as soon as the Thomians will be looking to go after the spinners certainly, but I think that this pitch is much more built for a good spinning attack.
Yeah, we saw a very grassy pitch, a lot of grip being offered up. So spin bowlers will definitely be looking to get a lot of turn on the pitch, make full use of it. But as of now, Royal College is not really doing the worst job. It's a fairly standard job that they're doing with the two fast bowlers, Ramanaka and this thing. I feel like they're doing enough, if not the best job. Of course, any match between Royal College and St. Thomas College draws attention some way or another. We see any other sport even, but the big match, obviously the biggest of them all, the one day over just a token.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, but if you could see last year's big match and last year's limited over encounter, both teams made a lot of changes, and I think that the likes of Hapuin, who played the big match this year, he came to prominence through the course of the limited over game. So I think in that sense, it gives a great opportunity for maybe some of the reserve players to really get in on it and show what they're capable of.
Definitely, especially that perfect example, being Hapuhin, as you said, played a fantastic game last limited overs match, and I mean even last year limited overs match was very popular, as you said, day-night match at Premnath Stadium. There was a lot of a massive crowd, entire tiers being filled with people.
Had the atmosphere of a one-day international game.
Definitely.
Again, a very elegant drive there by Kodituaku. So, but we see both batsmen looking to play, but now Royal College is bowling more towards their field. So, you can see that they can't find those gaps that they were finding earlier.
Definitely, and I feel Eddie Singh is really doing his job here. He's bowled 1 over and just given 1 run away so far. So very economic bowling by Eddie Singh. It looks like as long as he keeps that line and length, he will be successful.
Yeah, again, the solid line by Eddie Singh, giving anything away to the batsman.
Looked like it was a good move rather, by Royal College to bring in Chamak Eddie Singh. Maybe it could have even benefited them during the big match.
Yes, indeed. St. Thomas College has made the one change to the lineup with Tevin Iriagama being replaced by Shannon Fernando.
Kodituaku on strike. Eddie Singh bowled for the Maitland Place end. And Royal College brought up short fine leg as well. Maybe to stop that boundary or even the double. A massive shot by Kodituaku going through the mid wicket. A lot of power put into it, and looks like it's going to run down to the boundary for 4 runs. So 4 more for Kodituaku. Camping out on that back foot and trying to hit the ball over the top through the 30-yard circle. Not quite getting it as far as he might have liked, but definitely choosing the gap well and getting 4 runs for it. And here we see a short ball towards the offside. Kodituaku swinging at it wildly. The ball bounces almost in the 30-yard circle, but the fielder couldn't get it fast enough to prevent the boundary. As the first boundary that Eddie Singh is given up so far. Bit too short.
First ball, yeah, from Eddie Singh.
It's much better by Chamak Eddie Singh. Kodituaku once again swinging at the ball but not getting the placement for the boundary.
Indeed, Kodituaku more in the mold of the likes of a guy like Chris Gale. So he's looking to play that swashbuckling innings, especially in a limited over encounter. He'll be looking to be the more aggressive batsman.
There's another beautiful shot by Kodituaku, well placed and beautifully timed, right through mid on and mid off, just bisected the field there. And a lovely straight drive will get him 4 more runs. So not the best over by Edri Singh. It was a decent line and length, but just the 2 loose balls Kodituaku put away. So aggressive and smart batting, efficient batting by Kodituaku here.
Indeed, a hallmark of good batsmen is they pick up bad balls and they put them away, and Kodituaku certainly did so in this over. Showed the full face of the bat to the ball and gets his reward in terms of boundary. Interesting combination because it's very rare that you find a left-hand opening partnership. Usually, a lot of teams like to employ the right-hand left-hand combination.
Yeah, definitely. Right and left hand combination, especially 2 batsmen who like to rotate the strike a lot, because that means if the bowler gets confused with his line and length, it enough up a chance for each other batsman to get a boundary.
And also constant field changes that
As well,
take
yes.
place, yeah.
Just to slow down the innings maybe and maybe tire out the fielders as well. Little by little, of course. But then again, cricket is all about endurance as well. And every little bit takes a little bit of stamina as well. Well, in this case, St. Thomas College, I feel, just put up their 2 best batsmen and 2 batsmen who can do the job together as well. And these 2 batsmen have proved with that 127 opening partnership in the big match as well that they can do their job pretty well. Of course, later on we'll see other right-handed batsmen. So having 2 left-handed batsmen is not the worst thing in the world, because even later down the line, if you have a left-handed batsman at the crease as well as a right-handed batsman, then you get the benefits of the left-right combination as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's a duty of opening batsman, is to build that foundation and that base for the middle
And
order.
here we see Ganit Sandeepa being brought into the attack, right arm off spinner, and wide ball.
Starts off with wide, but I think he'll be okay with that because he got a bit of turn. He got a bit of purchase off the pitch, so, and that's what we'll be looking to do as we see spin come into play in the first time in this limited over encounter.
Probably looking to pitch the ball a little bit more middle and leg.
That's more of the line he'll be looking to bowl Sandeep.
Even middle stump is okay as long as it turns away from the off stump. Here we see Gurunathan being a very cautious batsman in this against the first spinner of the day.
Yeah. He'll be looking to read the spin a lot, and he's reluctant to play because Sandeep is disguising his bowling quite well.
Definitely playing for turn, just leaving the ball. Should it be an arm ball or even a carom ball, Gurunathan might not be so lucky. That ball was pitched a little bit full. But Sandeep again, decent amount of bounce and turn as you saw from the ball just previously. Just kicking up with a lot of sharp turn. And even there again we see some sharp turn, but Gurunathan reading the spin pretty well now. Looks like he's got used to it.
In the right arm off spinner bowling to the left hand batsman. He's got to he'll be looking to get it pitch away from the batsman and try and edge it to that slip that they have.
As you can see, just the one slip.
Oh, cut away, lovely shot there by Gunaratna. I don't think it'll quite get to the boundary. He gets a run as a reward for this shot. But again, Sandeep will be cautious because Gunaratna, as we saw before, is looking to cut the ball, and as he did that in that situation.
Again, not the best ball by Sandeep. The ball looped up a little bit and then straightened out as opposed to just turning away. Anyway, it was pretty wide, giving Gunaratna enough room to just cut the ball. A very square shot that, not as fine as you'd expect. But just the one run. Kodituaku on strike now. A great shot by Kodituaku. Just picking a shot there towards long off the man in the deep.
Yeah, fuller
Again,
ball
single.
there by Sandeep. That brings the end of his over.
Kodituaku getting single from the last ball leads to him being on strike in the next over as well. Looks like Idris Singh will be continuing his spell.
Mm.
And it's Kodithu Akku on strike.
So combination of pace and spin. Idris Singh probably the most consistent bowler so far. So Royal College certainly looking to get that crucial wicket that they need. And they're probably more satisfied with getting Kodithu Akku because he's looking like the danger man.
Definitely, Kodithu Akku is playing very freely. As you can see, St. Thomas College now 49 runs. It's one run rather, short of the 50-run milestone. And it's 11 overs, 11.1 now rather. So
Yeah, and 50 runs in 11.1 overs is pretty good for the Thomians.
it's a decent run rate so far. They can pick it up again, maybe a bit later stages. And as soon as his batsmen get really comfortable, as you can see, Gunaratna still on 12 runs. So maybe if he gets a bit more comfortable, gets his eye in, can play as freely as Kodithu Akku, then maybe they'll get that all ever so desired 6 run rate, six runs and over run rate.
Yeah, 6 runs an over is always ideal for any batting team. But Royal College, pressure will be on them certainly when they're chasing this total down, whatever it is for Thomians. They're looking to the likes of Surya Bandara, who, in my opinion, disappointed at the big match after his heroic efforts last year. But he'll be looking to make up for that certainly, don't you think, Shala?
Definitely. Surya Bandara anyway being more of a test kind of batsman. Very conservative, picks his shots carefully. Very stylish batsman. But of course, he can play faster should he need to. He's known for his stylish cover drives, leg glances, so on and so forth. Of course, as you said, in the big match, he didn't quite perform as one expected him to perform. He was a bit unlucky in the second innings, especially getting out to the LBW. First innings, a beautiful cap laid up in Allaperumal, putting a short leg and then going a short pitch ball to the leg side.
It was Vijay Ratnam, until Vijay Ratnam that short leg who got him out.
And Idris Singh was still doing his job pretty well, contained in the batsman. And there we see a great shot by Kodithu Akku, going through the 30-yard circle and getting just the 1 run.
Yeah, as you can see the benefits of bowling towards your field because they had the cover there.
And we see the one man in the deep now for Royal College, just the off sweeper, saving them a few runs. And we can see the entire field scene has changed a little bit. And for this field setting with so many men in the deep, especially on the offside, the off sweeper, third man and long off, if they get it, if they pick the place well enough, it's pretty easy for them to get just a single or the double. They don't even need to time the ball that well because they're not looking for the boundary.
And now they'll be looking to rotate, strike a bit, balance out the innings.
As 50 up for St. Thomas College.
Kodithu Akku obviously taking the role of the aggressor here. And if you look at the batting to come, St. Thomas, the likes of Ishan Pereira and Allaperumal, they'll all be looking to build on this innings. But Royal College, it'll be crucial for them to take that first wicket. And as we see Sandeep about back into the attack, he'll be looking to confuse the two Thomians with his spin.
You don't see a lot of variation by Sandeep, but
He maintains that consistent line outside the off stump.
But it'll be very interesting and quite intriguing probably to see maybe a bit of variation. Not in terms of the ball he's bowling, because I mean, an off spinner, if he doesn't have variation, he can't really do anything about it. He has to learn everything else. But maybe just a variation in the degree of turn. See Graham Swan, for example, he had no variation at all, but just by the variation of the turn, by the bounce, the length, the line, all good, but all just a little bit different every time. That's what really made him a successful bowler.
Yeah, and Graham Swan had that slightly unusual action as Gunaratna there cuts it away. Graham Swan had the unusual action of being quite fast in terms of being a spinner.
He even varied his speed a little bit as well. So just the variations that you have an easy amount of control over. That's the kind of variation that you might want to have. Field setting has changed slightly for the spinner Sandeepa.
Yeah.
So no deep third man. Once
Still,
again,
still showing the attacking intent by having that slip. And Sandeep will be hoping that Gunaratna Koditwaku makes a mistake of edging the ball.
of course, he'll be looking to maybe loop the ball a little bit more, get a little bit extra bounce, just for that outside edge.
Change of gloves, I think, here for Gunaratna. It's a bit of an interesting decision to change your gloves in the middle of an innings.
Obviously, he's feeling that his original gloves not giving him the comfort and the grip that he wants. And I mean, it's the batsman who's the one who's all padded up, pads, helmet, gloves, as opposed to the fielders or the bowlers. So it's their decision. It's ultimately their safety, which is the main cause of concern. I mean, back in the old days, you had no grill, you had no helmet, just wearing the cap, and maybe a few shin pads.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you had guys like Dennis Lilly who'd absolutely try to rip your head off with their bowling.
Lilly and Thompson, famous for causing injuries.
Then you had the initial body line bowling that, the likes of
Bill Voss, Harold Larwood, that infamous Ashes series, the Boyline series in 1933-1934.
Don Bradman, one of the greatest batsmen ever to ever play the game. Even he found that type of bowling extremely difficult to play.
Definitely. His average, for that series was brought down to actually 56 as opposed to his 99 average just for that series. So for him, quite tame. It really worked out for the English and actually won the series by a massive margin.
And you can see, like in the Thomian attack, guys like Haruna Pereira looking to certainly get under the batsman's skin and bowl that type of line and length.
Yeah, you see a few bowlers being very mentally strong as opposed to physically strong. Of course, they are physically strong as well, but that mental ability to get into the batsman's head, try and challenge them, try and make them make a few mistakes, get them out of their comfort zone. That's equally important sometimes to get in wickets as good and consistent bowling.
Yeah, all part and parcel of the game. And something noticeable I saw in last year's big match was when the Thomian batting lineup was collapsing.
Oh, beautiful shot by Koditwaku going on the front foot, just shifting his entire weight on the front foot, coming forward and lifting that ball over.
Lofted shot there by Koditwaku. Brilliant boundary there. Not Eddie Singer wouldn't be satisfied by that ball. He's about 2 or 3 of those balls now, and they've all been picked by Koditwaku. So he'll be looking to be a bit more consistent because Koditwaku is showing a great eye for picking up those loose balls.
And you can see a lot of shots by Koditwaku just been lofted, maybe above. Like in this shot was a mid wicket. You saw a shot going through pass point. A lot of lofted shots. He's obviously looking to play a pass at 30-yard circle.
And yeah, as we were saying, when Thomian batting lineup was collapsing, I think the Royal College bowlers saw that there was a mental weakness within that Thomian team, and they exploited it a lot. So, Royal College, at this moment of time, the Thomian batsmen have found a certain level of comfort, wouldn't you agree? And they'll be
Definitely.
looking to be a bit more aggressive and try and get them out of that comfort zone.
Kodithoku now on 40 runs. Just nearing his half century. Another aggressive shot. And confusion in the middle of the pitch. It looks like it's going to be a wicket for Royal College. Run out. Gunaratna running all the way down the pitch. Almost 3/4 way down before realizing Kodithoku is not up for the run.
Yeah, frustration there, as you can see by Gunaratna. He's a bit very disappointed that his partner Kodithoku didn't respond to that. But brilliant fielding there by Royal College, recognized and was quick onto the ball.
And some good response by Chamak Edri Singh as well, running quickly back to his wicket to get that run out. And the umpire put his hand up immediately. He knew that Gunaratna was way out of his ground. Frustration and disappointment for Gunaratna. It's not that he would want to get out. Just 15 runs in.
Yeah, as a batsman, you never want to get run out because half the time it isn't your fault. If you want to get out, you probably want to make it out of your own doing. But in this situation, I think it was the initial piece of fielding by the Royal College fielder because that was a certain boundary, and they stopped the ball from going to the boundary. So that type of situation, quick reaction there. So that's why we place such a huge importance on fielding because it's those boundaries that are being stopped. Because I'm sure Kodithoku thought that ball was going past the fielder.
Definitely, he barely left his crease, whereas Gunaratna decided to run down as usual. And it's the man Sitara Hapuhin for St. Thomas's College.
Yeah, Royal College knows all too well about this man.
It looks like now they'll be looking at two danger men in the middle of the pitch. They'll be wanting to get either of these batsmen out. It'll be a great reward for them.
Yeah. Kodithoku still on strike.
Kodithoku continues innings, nearing his 50. Good cut shot. Off sweeper is there. Just a single for Kodithoku.
And that was the shot he was looking to play in the previous ball, but the field at point covered it up, and that's what led to the run out. This brings the new batsman Sitar Hapuin on strike. I beg your pardon, it's the end of the over, so the strike will be rotated. Kodithoku is going to be back at the crease.
It's going to be Sandeepa once again, bowling from the media box end, as usual. Royal College, you can see, just rotating between the fast ball and spin ball, maybe trying to make the batsman step out of his comfort zone a little bit, get a bit uncomfortable with the variation in the amount of turn and the amount of pace that Royal College are throwing at them. Kodithoku on strike.
Solid defensive shot there by Kodithoku. Thomian will be disappointed because, as he saw in the big match, there was a great understanding developing between those two batsmen, but as we saw in the initial stages, a bit of a reluctance to run by both players.
And he's put that one up. The ball just popped up a little bit. Played a bit too early there by Kodithoku.
Didn't read that ball quite as well. Kodithoku lofted it. Dangerous to try and play at those balls.
It's going to be Hapuhin on strike now. It'll be interesting to see how his initial batting tactic will be.
Another
Especially
left-hander brought to the crease. So Royal College have yet to bowl towards the right-hander.
The man at long off. 2 men in the deep on the leg side. And the first ball itself, they get small edge and again confusion. Kodizoku once again unwilling to run. Oh.
Kodituako obviously a veteran of quite a few big matches and these type of games, so Hapuina will have to trust his batting partner quite a lot.
That one again popped up by Hapuhinna, run down to mid-on. Sandeep, had he been a foot taller, would have got to that, but as it is, went past his fingers.
Yeah, good effort though by Sandeep to try and stop the ball. Couple of risky shots by the Thomian so far.
Definitely. And that's well placed shot by Kodituaku. Run down to off sweeper for 1 run.
Man on the boundary there doing his bit. Troll College will be hoping that, as you saw in the run out, if they don't let it go past the 30-yard circle, there's a misunderstanding between the Thomian batsmen, so they'll be looking to obviously keep it within that 30-yard circle.
Send off Sandeep was over. St. Thomas College 62 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. Well, that's 15 overs finished, so the mandatory power play is now over, and more than 3 men are allowed in the deep.
Royal College will be looking to turn on the screws now because they have this advantage.
15 overs means 90 balls, and St. Thomas College have scored 60 runs on the board, put 60 runs on the board. That's around 4 runs per over. Not a terrible run rate, but definitely not the kind of free flow that they were expecting.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, a bit of a lobster shot again by Kodituaku. Edri Singer brought back into the attack.
No slip this time, just the keeper behind the batsman. So obviously not going to look for that edge. Rather, they have taken full advantage of the use of 3 men outside the 30-yard circle in the offside, and they put 3 men long off sweep and 3rd man. And of course, there's deep square leg as well.
Interesting that they have a deep square leg because you haven't seen the Thomian batsman playing in that direction quite often.
In fact, you've only seen 1 shot so far, which I feel has been directed there. Otherwise, it's been offside or mid-wicket, really. But I feel like the 3 men in the deep on the offside is going to contain the runs, and they have the man at mid-wicket as well as the man at deep square leg just in case the batsman decides to flick it that way. So I feel like this kind of fielding setting is just to contain the runs and just the 1 or 2 men looking for that catch. Hapuhinna facing Edri Singh for the first time now.
Yeah, Hapuhinna, aggressive batsman as we know.
And they put the 1 slip up for him. And the man, they put a deep fine leg as well. So actually a massive change in the field setting for Hapuhinna. They put the slip up, they got rid of the short fine leg and put a deep fine leg. They're taken off the man at mid wicket.
Certainly interesting field setting by Royal College.
I guess they're looking a little bit more, they're a bit more cautious on the leg side, putting more men in the deep on the leg side.
Yeah, because they've seen a couple of boundaries go in that direction.
Good placement by Hapuhinna, and again confusion in the middle of the pitch. This time Kodituaku has to scamper back to his crease in case he gets run out.
Yeah, and you
So
can
no
see
run there.
you could see the frustration by Hapuin showing there. Is very important to establish that communication with your batting partner. Lacking there in that ball.
Good ball by Idris Singer. This limiting Happa Hinna to that grounded shot towards mid-on.
And so out at the end of this over, we have a small drinks break.
We're back in after the drinks break. St. Thomas College now 64 runs for the loss of 1 wicket with Happa Hinna and Kodituakku at the crease.
Yes, definitely. That was a absolutely stunning opening partnership by Dulit Gunratna and Ravindu Kodituakku. It was rather unfortunate that Dulit Gunratna ended up getting run out. And in the way he got run out, it was unnecessary but very unfortunate that it happened. But Sitara Hapuin is definitely the man for this moment because he's a big hitter like we saw in the big match also, and he's really the one who can step in and with this good partnership with Ravindu Kodituakku and will take this game forward.
And Sandeep being brought back into the attack from the media box end. First ball extremely wide. Kodituakku looking for that powerful cut shot, but ball too wide for him to play there.
Yeah, Sandeep is definitely. I think he needs to maintain his line a lot better. Maybe get the ball a bit straighter. I think at this point of the match, giving wide balls to Kodituakku is not the way to go.
And that one just bounced in a little bit short of the man at cover. So we see Kodituakku play a lot of lofted shots in this innings. Not all of them going to the boundary. And that was just another example of that.
Yeah, Kodituakku is definitely seems to be the risk taker here. But I guess he has enough experience to know when to take the risks and to take well calculated risks. Good shot there, but fielded at by the man in the deep. he really is able to get it through that infield, and that's what really makes him a spectacular batsman. Because a lot of batsmen these days find it difficult to get through a good infield. That's what makes Kodituaku special.
We saw Kodituaku gain a lot of boundaries early on when there were just 2 men in the deep. Now we see Rock College has put up a lot of men in the deep, probably because Hapohidna as well as Kodituaku are both known as aggressive batsmen. So I feel like even though Kodituaku is getting it through the deep through the 30-yard circle quite a bit, Rock College is still doing a decent job at limiting him, especially by Chamak Edrisinghe. He's bowled 3 overs and given me just 8 runs so far. And the sweep shot there by Hapohidna, not even bothering to take the run. He knows it's going to go down to the boundary for 4 runs. Bad ball by Sandeep. He was full into the leg side. Easy sweep for Hapohidna.
Yeah, definitely. That ball had 4 runs written all over it the moment it left the bat. And that found the boundary distance. Hapohidna knew it, Kodituaku knew it. The keeper had no chance. Hapohidna just stood there and watched that ball race to the boundary. Good shot by him. And that's exactly the kind of thing that will ease the pressure off the Thomians. Right, Sandeep continues from the media box end.
And they brought in one slip for Hapohidna. Obviously looking for that outside edge. And that'll be the end of the over by Ganit Sandeep. Just one spinner that Rock College has opted to play so far.
So end of the over, St. Thomas's 69 for the loss of 1 wicket. Chamak Edrisinghe will continue from the Maitland place, from the Maitland end. Sorry, that's Hale Vitanage.
First ball being full. Kodituaku not being able to put it away, just knocking it towards mid-on.
So it's interesting to see Hale Vitanage coming into bowl here, especially at this stage of the match. But let's see if the captain can actually make a difference and change the fate, change the luck for Royal College.
He was brought in the very beginning. He used the opening spell with Himesh Ramanayaka with Vitanage. Vitanage not really getting his proper line and length, and even that first ball, not quite the ball that you want. That's a bit better by Vitanage.
Yeah, it was definitely a better ball. And we look at the scoreboard actually. Ravindra Kodituaku is almost at his half century here. He's on 44. And I think it will be a massive leap for St. Thomas's if he can actually score that half century, because that will definitely ease a lot of pressure from the Thomians.
And Vitanage, the ball keeping low there for Vitanage. Kodituaku just fishing outside the off stump there, nearly got the outside edge. As you can see here. See a lot of shots like that by Kodituaku, trying to go on the back foot and play through the covers. Wide ball there by Vitanage.
Yeah, it was definitely a relatively wide one by Hale Vitanage. Ravindra Kodituaku looking confident there when he left that one. So good stuff by him. You can really see his experience in the way he plays his shots and in the way he's able to decide what to leave as the wide ball. You see by Hale Vitanage.
But even that ball, Kodituaku looked like he was looking for a shot there. He was, as soon as he saw the ball leave Vidanage's hand and different towards the offside, he was looking for that, give himself a little bit of room for the cut shot. But as soon as he realized it was too wide, he kind of just left it. Better ball there, Vitanage, better line and length. Kodituaku respecting the ball.
Yeah, definitely that ball was a lot better. I think Hale Vitanage is starting to get his line and length back up actually. That's important for the royalists at this point. Helithu Vitanage once again. Again, slightly wide this time, just struck away, but can't clear the 30-yard circle. I really know. I'm really not seeing why Helithu Vitanage is bowling wide for Ravindra Kodithuakku, because he's a man who can just get under that ball and plummet it away for the boundary, as we have seen him doing in the course of this match and in previous matches. So I think we need to maintain a straighter line when dealing with Ravindra Kodithuakku, because he's a big hitter, so you don't want to give him too much room.
Right now, Vitanage is usually bowling a lot towards the offside. As you can see, there are 3 men in the deep in the offside. So even if Kodithuakku gets under the ball and hits it through the 30-yard circle, I feel Vitanage, as long as he bowls towards the offside, doesn't need to fear too much in terms of the boundary.
Yeah, that's definitely that is quite true. So
18 overs.
end of the over, St. Thomas's College 70 for the loss of 1 wicket. Ravindra Kodithuakku is currently on 45. Spectacular innings by him, and he is definitely a man who is looking to go all the way to his half century.
Definitely a great innings by Kodithuakku, but you saw a bit of miscommunication in the field by him 3 or 4 times, and even that unfortunate run out for Gunaratna, partly Kodithuakku's fault. And even with Hapuhin, as soon as he came in, he looked for a run. Kodithuakku said no, not interested. So we see a little bit of unenthusiasm in terms of just rotating the strike by Kodithuakku. Sandeep being brought into the attack once again.
Yeah, Ganit Sandeep will continue. Oh, that's a pretty good delivery there by Ganit Sandeep.
You can see a lot of loop and dip from Sandeep. And you can see a lot of sharp turn, bounce and turn as well in this kind of grassy pitch. Definitely favors the spin bowlers.
Yeah, definitely the pitch has been instrumental.
And a massive appeal by the Royal keeper there.
But umpire doesn't look too interested in giving that one out.
And you see
That's the replay you see. Good delivery.
a lot of turn.
He tried to sweep it, but I think that's pitching a bit outside the stumps.
Definitely missing the off stump.
Another good delivery by Ganit Sandeep. Sandeep has been extremely consistent with his line and length, and that's exactly what's made the difference for him.
Bit short there by Sandeep, but just the 1 run for Hapuhin.
The fielder did well to get onto that one, so prevented too many runs. So just a single there. Thomas has come up to 71, loss of 1 wicket.
Kodithuakku on strike. And again the same shot, guiding it down towards the off sweeper. Just rotating the strike here, St. Thomas College. Picking their shots carefully, not going for a big shot really, as far as we've seen recently at least.
I think it's important that St. Thomas's keeps rotating the strike, because the more they rotate the strike, the more they can keep the scoreboard ticking and the pressure off them. This time down the leg side, that'll go, that'll make a boundary. And it does. 4 runs by Ravindra Kodithuakku.
It's a bad ball by Sandeep. Again, strained down the leg side way too much. I'm not sure if Kodithuakku got a bat onto that. It definitely missed by the keeper and even by the slip.
Yeah, definitely you could see that race down to the boundary. Probably using the pace of the ball and the pace of the fast outfield as well. So, good stuff. That'll definitely ease some pressure on St. Thomas's.
Hapuhin yet to really get off his mark, to 6 runs in so far. He hasn't gone for any big shots yet, as far as we can see. And so Vitanage from the Maitland Place end. And it's Vitanage to Kodituaku. Good first ball by Vitanage. Three men in the deep square and behind the batsman, the deep square leg, and then you get third man and fine leg. And then you get the off sweep as well. Saw a lot of balls, short pitch by Vitanage, straight outside the off stump. So off sweep obviously did that to contain the runs. And once again we see him coming into use once again. Just a single there for Kodituaku.
I think the Royals are looking to drive up as many runs as possible. It's a limited over game, and the more they save, the more they'll have to work hard for when they come back to the pitch with the bat. So Shalom, how much do you think the Thomians are looking at this point of the game?
Well, I feel that St. Thomas College around 20 overs in, just 80 runs. If they continue with the kind of pace that they're going at right now, they'll end up with around 200 to 250, I feel. But they have wickets in hand, and if they can get through the first 30 overs without losing any more wickets, I feel they have more than enough license to just go after the ball, every single ball, and really accelerate. So they'll be looking to put up 300 to 350 runs on the board. But right now I feel like they need to accelerate or at least keep their wickets if they want to get 300 to 350 runs on the board.
To me, 275 looks like a reasonable score for a Mustangs trophy. 250 is an average score here at a Mustangs trophy. So if 275 the Thomians can get, I think they'll be pretty happy with that.
Kodituaku on strike and around 47 runs, just 3 runs short of his half century. He'll be looking for that boundary. That'll get him there.
He's not been the luckiest man this season.
Not really. Edged there by Kodituaku. Thick enough to get towards point position. Ball is rising a little bit to the offside. Great shot there by Kodituaku. So guiding the ball towards third man, using the pace of the ball. It's going to be the one single and the end of the over for Vitanage. So Kodituaku will be on strike for the next over as well after getting just the one run.
They were looking for 2, but Kodituaku turned down Hapu Inner's call. The running between the wickets has been very dangerous, especially among the openers earlier today. Tulit Gunaratne was dismissed in a very, very unfortunate manner. Huge confusion there.
So Sandeep was going to be bowling to Kodituaku. Haven't seen anyone step out of his crease yet. Obviously, it's very risky with this many men in the deep. But I feel like if Kodituaku is, or even Hapu Hinno is confident enough, they can just step out of the crease and hammer the ball over the top.
Sandeep has looked very good today. Got a lot of turn. In the morning too, we said that it was a very spin-friendly pitch. And just there, we just witnessed that once again.
Kodituaku is to be a bit cautious of the amount of turn that Sandeep is getting. Given a healthy amount of respect and a healthy distance from the ball. That one was a bit straighter towards the off stump. Kodituaku decided to just split down towards the man and mid wicket.
Kodituaku moves to 49. He was dismissed in a very unfortunate manner at the 130th bat of the Blues. He was on 98. It was very disappointing for the Thomian fans. to see him get out in such fashion, it was very disappointing.
Just a rush of blood to the head, really. Went for a shot that he shouldn't have. Ramanayaka knew what was going on in his head, kind of read his mind, bowled a short pitch ball to the offside. Full ball to the offside. Kodithuakku just slashing at it
Full toss there.
by
Hapuhina
Sandeepa.
thinks he's missed out. I believe Hapuhina likes to go after the ball, finds that long boundary.
Opinion has been comparatively silent to what he usually is. Right now, he's just 7 runs in his usual form or his usual batting kind of mentality. He might be even 30 right now.
Absolutely, he's taken it very slow and very.
And there
calm.
we go. It's a good shot once again and a good stop by Senaratna at mid-on.
Great piece of fielding. The Royalists have been very good with their fielding. I think they've done a bit of homework after the 130th Battle of the Blues. Their fielding was not at its best during the big match.
Definitely, we saw a lot of sloppy fielding there. Here we see much sharper, much better. Even the run out was very due to very quick fielding as well. Kodithuakku getting his 50 runs with that single down to mid wicket. A great innings by Ravindu Kodithuakku and St. Thomas College, who 50 runs out of their 83 to just this man. So great innings, and here we see a few men entering the pitch to congratulate St. Thomas's opener.
Prefects from St. Thomas's College coming to congratulate Kodithuakku on his achievement. He'll be looking to make that 15 to triple figures. He missed out on it at 2 Battle of the Blues. Yeah, in 2015, he was dismissed on 95 and this year on 98. So he's not been the luckiest man against the Royalists. He'll be looking for something good today.
He looks like in good enough form to be able to continue it all the way to 100 runs. But of course, in cricket, anything can happen. It's very unpredictable. Just one misplaced shot can mean the end of his entire innings. Vitanage, Royal captain. Bowling much better than he did in the very beginning of the game. Beginning of the game, he was a lot of stray balls, a lot of wides. He has been a bit better, more consistent line and length.
Thomian run rate seems to be drying up a bit now. During the power play, they were going at an incredible run rate. Now it's just seeming to drop a bit. Kodithuakku cuts that to the third man region for an easy single. Once again, a brilliant piece of fielding. He had to cover quite a bit of ground there. Just managed to get a hand on that ball to stop that single.
Apuhina not getting the power that he would like, not getting the solid contact that he wants. The last ball, it's a beauty of a ball by Hayes Vitanage. Apuhina just playing a half-hearted shot there, and Vitanage bowls him here in the leg stump. Apuhina didn't quite read the line of that ball. Vitanage just caught between the bat and the pad.
That was a rather slow ball by Vitanage, a slow Yorker. Hapuhina was looking to just defend that, but that just goes through his bat. He'll be very disappointed. He was not playing his natural game today. He would have been looking to settle in a bit more and towards the end of the innings wave his bat at a few balls.
Definitely he would be He would have. I mean, Hapoin is one of the batsmen who enjoys 50 over limited over games much more than test matches because here you have much more license to play the big shots. But he didn't do that today, and as it is, he's leaving the ground without playing any of his favourite shots. So the dangerous man gone for St Thomas's College and Royal College now 2 wickets up. And Vitanage picks up his first.
Romesh Nalaperuma, the skipper, walks in now. So the Royalists have managed to dismiss last year's Mustangs trophy hero for the Thomians. A brilliant knock of 60 odd runs, 50 something runs, I believe. Hapoin got at the day-night encounter at the Premadasa Stadium last year.
And what was important was the speed at which he hit as well. Absolutely hammered a few balls into the top tiers. But now it's Nalaperuma with Kodituvaku. And Nalaperuma, of course, one of the better batsmen in the St Thomas's College side. We saw even this big match a great 92 knock by the captain. And it remains to be seen now whether he's going to keep up that captain's innings that he played at the big match.
Absolutely, Nalla has the ability to hit the ball to the long boundary as well as just hold on when necessary. So I think he'll probably hold on for a few overs, maybe about 10 to 15 overs. And then I think he'll get going because there's quite a bit more batting to come in the Thomian lineup. Dendra Gunawardena can bat very well. Ishan Pereira is a reputed batsman.
And it's a quick single, and that one hits Kodituvaku in the left shoulder. And here you can see the fielders coming in, see whether Kodituvaku is injured. Seems like he's okay. Ambitious single from the first ball for Nalaperuma. He's going to get off the mark with that, but very risky. If he'll be indirect, it might have been the end for Kodituvaku. As it is, the ball thrown at full speed at the wicket, end up hitting Kodituvaku. Looks like he's okay though, but he's going to be on strike for the next ball. Might have shaken him up a little bit.
Once again, the running between the Thomians has not been the greatest today. They've been taking some very risky singles, and a couple of times we've seen batsmen being sent back to their own crease halfway down the pitch.
Definitely not the best running between the wickets that we've seen from the Thomian side. But it's Nalaperuma the captain, so I'm assuming he can instill some discipline into the running as well. And it's going to be the new bowler Gautam Ranasinghe for Royal College. The second spinner that they're going to bring in today. The left arm Chinaman. But of course, Gautam is known for the fact that he can vary his spin a little bit with the usual orthodox spin action as well. Nalaperuma on strike to the new bowler. And it's a good start for Gautam Ranasinghe.
Nalaperuma looks to be in a bit of a rush. I don't know why, but
maybe he just wants to get that 100-run mark on the board. So now the score is yet to reach that mark. It's still 85, 15 runs short of it. And after 22 overs, that's not the best place you want to be in during ODI.
the run rate at about 4 and over, which is fairly okay. Thomians will be looking to save their wickets right now. When it comes to the 35th over, they'll be looking to accelerate their innings a bit more.
The usual tactic of any ODI. But of course they have to keep their wickets as well for that.
Because once the wickets start falling and when they don't have, say they are maybe 4 or 5 wickets down by the 35th over, they can't risk their wickets and go for the long boundary, go over the top, sweep, do any of those things because their wickets will be very important when there are only 2 or 3 reputed batsmen to come into the crease.
It's Kodituakku, the danger man, facing Ranasinghe, cuts the ball into him, and so he can't get away with that cut shot that he was trying to pull off. So hits it right back at Ranasinghe. That was a bit too wide. It's going to be an easy single for St. Thomas's College, but good fielding at the point.
So the Thomians just looking to rotate the strike, not going for the boundaries, not going for the big shots, which is, I believe, the wise thing to do here.
And his skipper, Nalaperuma. Have a man at long off and off sweeper, but no man in the deep on the leg side. Short ball by Ranasinghe, pulled by Nalaperuma, but couldn't get through the 30-yard circle. Ball seemed to be attracted like a magnet towards the management wicket. If it had been hit a bit square, I would have gone to the boundary. And here we see a man being put a deep mid wicket as well as deep square leg. So obviously wary of Nalaperuma's pull shots. That's the end of Ranasinghe's first over. So Thomian College 87 runs for the loss of 2 wickets.
Vithanage will continue.
Vithanage picking up a wicket last over. We would have boosted his confidence quite a bit. We saw him struggle a little bit early on in the innings, but then get a little bit better towards the middle, and then at the last over picking up that vital wicket.
We'll be looking to dismiss Kodituakku. Kodituakku has been a very dangerous man. He's on
They've allowed
50
him
runs
to
now.
get into his groove, and another great shot by Kodituakku through the covers towards the off sweeper just to gain that 1 run. Kodituakku is playing some aggressive shots but failing to get to the boundary line. We haven't seen a boundary by him in the last few overs. And here we see this left-right combination that we talked about coming into play. Nalaperuma and Kodituakku, the right and the left-hand batsman respectively.
The umpire is getting some exercise today.
Vithanage.
Nice looking drive. Just finds the mid-off fielder though.
You see a lot of these textbook drives from the Thomian batsman. Just trying to punch the ball through the covers, through straight drives. And that one going down the leg side. It looks like it was a drop catch by Kavinda Madarasinghe. Vithanage can't believe it.
Vithanage looks very, very disappointed with that.
Nalaperuma just flicking in at the ball, trying to get it through that square leg position. Gain an edge. Madarasinghe couldn't quite get his hands underneath it to stop it. As it is, it's going to be just the 1 run for Nalaperuma.
Kodituakku on strike. Getting back to our conversation about Kodituakku, he's been looking to go over the top and he's been playing some hard
And
shots.
there we go. He's managed to pick that one well, but still just 2 runs this time for Kodituakku. It was a slow ball, bit full.
He has played some risky shots, but I think they've all landed safely and he has taken calculated risks today.
Definitely Kodituakku plays a few risky shots, but as you said, in the gaps. Especially in the beginning of the innings, he was really going after the ball. That was a great straight drive. but it's going to be just single.
Bit of hesitation by Kodituaku for the single. Trusts his partner Alla Peruman, just takes it though. It was an easy single.
Interesting to see that Rakal has taken Ramanayaka out of the attack as the fast bowler. They're playing a spinner from one end and a fast bowler from the other, which is understandable, but Vitanage being the choice for the fast bowler here. Of course, they've got Chamangedri Singh who had a really good spell. And Himesh Ramanayaka, one of the most dangerous bowlers on the pitch today.
Ramanayaka has already used up 5 of his allowed 10 overs. So I think he'll be saved up for maybe from the 40th over to the end, he will probably bowl another spell.
Definitely, you can see Ramanayaka and Chamangedri Singh both used up 5 overs of the 10 over quota. Or not quota, but limitation of 10 overs. So probably the last 10 overs will be allocated to them, or maybe in the middle, maybe around 30 odd overs, they might be brought in for a brief spell.
Vitanage has 3 more overs left, so I think he will probably finish it off in this spell itself.
Gautam Ranasinghe continuing his spell. So it looks like that's some strategy that Rakals are going with. 3 fast bowlers being Edhir Singh, Vitanage and Ramanayaka, and then the 2 spin bowlers, Ranasinghe and Sandeep, being the 5 main go-to bowlers. And misfield there by Rakal is the first one we've seen.
Very, very rare occasion. We've
So
seen today that Royal is making a little mistake in the field there.
It's going to run down to the off sweeper. Allow Kodituaku the single. Nalaberma still just 3 runs in. But we saw that he was in a bit of a rush, especially at the beginning of his innings. Field change for Nalaberma. Some very consistent bowling by Ranasinghe here. As you can see, he's bowling quite fast as well. A little bit of pace on the spin bowler.
But I think the Thomian batsman will be happy the way it's going. If they can manage to get 4 to 6 runs and over, they'll be pretty happy. They will not be looking to do anything dangerous. But just to take that single or whenever the occasion is given to them, that 2 runs.
And a massive shot by Kodituaku is going to go flying. And the first 6, or when it's given as a 4. Looks like he was just one bouncing over the ropes for Kodituaku. Massive hit by him, just going on that back foot. A bit too short by Gautam Ranasinghe. He could read the turn easily. The ball was slow enough and knocked away by Ravindra Kodituaku. It's going to get into 60s because of it.
Another occasion where we see Kodituaku take calculated risk.
And there we see a slash by Kodituaku trying to guide the ball towards third man because there's no third man. It's the man at short. Sorry, at backward point rather. There are 3 men in the region. Backward point and a kind of square cover. And then you get the man at the deep off sweeper, the man at the cover and mid off. So a lot of men on the offside. So good bowling by Ranasinghe, a good comeback to that boundary. 2 swings and misses for Kodituaku is going to end the over. And it's going to be 25 overs gone. So it's half of the Thomian batting opportunity gone. And right now 98 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. And the new bowler for Royal College, Ravindranath, being brought in from the middle place end. Left arm orthodox spinner, Nalla Peruma face in. Short ball there, but stopped at the covers. Ravindranath not the specialist bowler, but part-time bowler. Obviously looking to fill in a few gaps while Royal tries to figure out how they're going to structure this bowling attack. And again, a bit of confused run between the wickets. Could have gone for an easy double there, but St. Thomas College decided stay for the single, give Kodituaku on strike.
That was a misfield again there. That would have definitely allowed the second run, but Kodituaku just wanted to be on the safer side and say no. He would have been very disappointed to lose his opening partner, Dulit Gunaratne, to a run out.
You can see all the men in the offside 30-yard circle, just a 3 minute. Oh, it's a massive shot, and it's gonna go all the way. 6 runs for Ravindra Kodituaku. An absolutely brutal shot for Ravindranath. Too short pitched and just went on the back foot and knocked that one right over mid wicket. There's a man at deep mid wicket. Kodituaku didn't care, just lifted it over his head for 6 runs. And that's going to be the first maximum of the innings.
I was lost for words. That was a very, very, very risky shot. But then again, Kodituaku has been taking some calculated risks today. Another one just there. He must be having a tremendous amount of confidence to play such a shot.
Or maybe just that he saw his chance and he took it in that instance. Ravindranath, not the best ball. It kind of asking to be hit. But of course, Kodituaku knows that there are 3 men in the deep on the leg side, being deep mid wicket, deep square leg, and long on. So it's either all or nothing for him. He doesn't want that kind of ball to go to waste. So he decides, I'm going to go for the big shot, and he did. He paid off.
Kodituaku is not the hardest of hitters, but now we've seen him go over the top twice in the last 2 overs.
Nalla on strike for Gautam Ranasinghe. White ball given by the umpire. Ranasinghe not very happy with that decision. Obviously thought that he was just keeping it within the line.
That's 11th extra by the Royalists.
It's a great shot by Nalla Peruma. Couldn't get stopped by the man at cover. It's going to be fielded at long off. It's just a single.
Extras are gifts to batsmen, and
the
the
team.
Royalists have been giving gifts like it's been Christmas. The Thomians.
Definitely, Vitanage did give a few wides. And we have seen quite a few wides, but at limited overs match, you expect much more extras than even in a test match. The wide line is much shorter. No balls. So on and so forth, you get the extra run.
We did see one ball go for 5 runs.
Yes, that's that one ball going past the keeper on the leg side. 4 byes. Kodituaku can't get it quite past the in-yard circle on the offside here. And no surprise, look at the amount of men there. 5 men in the 30-yard circle and 1 man outside of it, all on the offside. No surprise that Kodituaku is struggling to get the ball through there.
That's what's forcing him to go over the top.
Exactly.
Kodituaku's been looking to cut the ball quite a lot. There are 3 men to stop him from doing that.
Once again went for a big shot. It's going to go straight up, but been dropped short of the fielder at deep mid-wicket. That one, Kodituaku just rolled is just a little bit more.
I think Kodituaku needs to take a deep breath
Few deep breaths.
and just keep his cool, because there's quite a lot to go in this Thomian innings, and he's a key batsman for the Thomians. Shouldn't be thinking of doing anything stupid.
Yes, Kodituaku now 68 runs, well on his way to getting that century. Looks to be, good enough form to do so. So it's unwise of him to waste it on an attempted boundary. Quick single for Nalla Peruma. That ball is pitched up a little too much by Gautam Ranasinghe.
The Thomians have been rotating the strike pretty well.
As of now, yes. At the beginning of the innings, hardly any run in from the Thomian batsman, just putting away the loose balls, nothing else. But now, after the field setting has changed drastically, you
So
can
again,
see.
there's 3 men coming for Kodituaku.
And there he pops one up to the leg side. No one in the 30-yard circle to stop it. Just the man in the deep to collect it. And looks like the field setting is doing a very good job of containing this batsman. They either can't get past the 30-yard circle on the offside. If they can, it'll be stopped at off sweeper. Or they play the ball to the leg side. And are stopped by 1 or 3 men in the deep. Spread out on the leg side.
But like I said earlier, for the next 8 to 10 overs, I think the Thomians will be happy with the way things are going. And then they'll look to accelerate the innings, go for the boundaries, go over the top, hit a couple of sixes, maybe go at like 8 to 10 and over. If they can keep their wickets to do that, I think they should at least get 275 to 300 on the board.
It's actually quite conceivable for them to be able to get run a ball, considering the field sitting on the leg side especially. As long as they just work it to the leg side. It's quite easy. And an attempted big shot there by Ravindra Kodituaku. It's a thick edge. And just drop shot of the man at point. Looks like he was trying to go over the bowler's head there. Trying to hit it straight down the ground. But mistimed the shot, miscalculated the shot from Ravindranath. Well, another big shot by him is going to run down. Man, a deep mid wicket once again. Take him off the strike and Allaperuma on the strike.
Kodithuaku likes to cut the ball, but he has realized that there's absolutely no point in doing that any longer. There's a backward point, a point at a cover fielder to stop him from cutting that ball. So he's looking for alternate shots to get a single at least and hand over the strike to Nalla Peruma.
That's a good shot by Allaperuma. Well placed. Not a lot of power on it, but nicely timed. Sweet shot.
Nalla Peruma's keeping his cool and playing a very calm innings. Kodithuaku on the other end is playing some huge shots.
And it looks like Rockall is now working on the tactic of bowling two spinners from both ends. One of them being Ravindranath. And that one's just going to run down to leg side boundary towards fine leg. And it's going to get 2 runs for Thomian batsman. Kodithuaku onto 3, but he's not going to get it.
A good selection of shot there.
Yeah, it was not the best ball by Ravindranath. He was just straight down leg side a little bit. Kodithuaku on strike. Went for a massive shot. And he's going to get it past the man at mid-off. And it's going to be 4 runs for St. Thomas's College and Ravindranath Kodithuaku. Just gave himself a lot of room there. Opened himself up and powered the ball past the man at mid-off. Just hit over his head.
He had nothing to lose there.
Nothing to lose, yes.
It was a free hit. So he just decided to go over the top and ultimately is rewarded with a boundary.
Ravindranath being expensive here. Kodithuaku still on strike. A loop shot. And a massive hit by Ravindranath Kodithuaku. That one dropping short of the boundary for 4 runs.
1 bounce to the boundary.
And that was a risky shot by Kodithuaku. He didn't get enough power on it to clear the boundary line. There was a man in the deep. He couldn't get to it fast enough. If he had, it would have been an easy catch against Ravindranath Kodithuaku. But as it is, 4 more runs going to get him to 80 as a total. And a drinks break for St. Thomas College. Full toss by Ravindranath is going to cost him that. So St. Thomas College now 124 runs for the loss of 2 wickets.
Good over for the Thomians. Ravindranath may not get to bowl the next over. The captain might reconsider bowling him.
Allaperuma 8 runs, Kodithuaku 80 runs, and Ramanayaka being brought back into the attack from media box end.
Kodithuaku's last 30 runs have come in no time, have they?
Well, his run did dry up a little bit as soon as he got his 50. He was 51 to 55 very slowly, and after that, he kind of accelerated. A great ball by Ramanayaka there to start off with. Allaperuma couldn't quite read the bounce.
Nalla was left in 2 minds there in what to do. Last minute just getting some bat onto that.
And again, confusion in the middle. And it's not a direct hit. If it had been, it would be the end of Kodituaku once again. This confusion in the middle of the wicket is really costly for St. Thomas's College. Few missed chances by Royal College already. Just the only chance that they've taken has been the wicket of Gunaratna.
Direct hit and he would have been out by a mile.
He knew it as well. Just crossing the pitch there to have a word with the skipper. Probably about the communication. There's Nalaperma on strike once again for Himesh Ramanayaka. And it's going to be a quick run for St. Thomas's College. Another ambitious effort by Royal College. Couldn't quite get it. Royal College feels it in. It's varied very slightly. Still the off sweeper, but just 3 men on the offside boundary within the 30-yard circle. You got the third man as well, and fine leg once again. And deep square leg, of course, but there's no man at long on. There's no man at long off compared to before. And that one, back foot and punched straight towards mid-off by Kodituaku.
A bit of a short delivery there.
But the ball, the length being tight enough to limit Kodituaku's options.
Ramanayaka's variations today have been absolutely amazing.
A short ball by Ramanayaka and put away by Ravindu Kodituaku. What a hit. Been on the back foot as fast as light and just swung at the ball, knocking it over mid-wicket. It looks like he was looking for that opportunity since the beginning of the over just to hit that ball over deep mid-wicket. And he saw the chance, he saw the opening, and he took it with no hesitation.
That was a huge shot.
Ramanayaka, let's see his response here. Response with a good line and length. Kodituaku getting the single after that massive hit.
End
to
of
the
the
leg side.
over. Kodituaku will keep strike. The Thomian score now moves on to 132 for the loss of 2 wickets. Kodituaku is on 87 and the skipper Nalla Perumal's still only on 9.
Looks like the plan here is Nalaperuma just get the single, rotate the strike, give it to Kodituaku, let him do his stuff. And that's exactly what's been happening. And I mean, it seems to be working for St. Thomas's College. Run rate has increased a little bit since the 25 over mark.
I've seen Kodituaku bat for 3 years now and I've never seen him this aggressive.
Definitely deciding that he's got nothing to lose, going for every single shot that he can. Let's go to Ranasinghe switching his ends. It's going from the mateless place end now. And it's Kodituaku on strike, and it looks like it might be looking for that big shot once again. It's looking towards the leg side boundary a little bit. Same kind of field setting as before. 3 men in the deep on the, rather sorry, 2 men in the deep on the leg, and that's the mid on. Kodituaku just deciding to play the ball towards the offside. Nalaperuma wanted the single there, but Kodituaku said no. I want a big shot. I want a big hit here. Seems to be the mindset of Kodituaku.
Kodituaku has looked to take on the spinner Ranasinghe. In the previous overs, we did see him going over the top, getting a couple of ones over the rope, getting a couple of bounces before crossing the rope.
Naldaperum obviously won't single. Even the last ball kind of stepped out of his crease a little bit. Big shot by Kodituaku. And you can see Ranasinghe wasn't very happy. He obviously thought that Naldaperum kind of interfered in his field in there. Went through Naldaperuma's legs. So nice Naldaperum on strike. He wanted the strike from Kodituaku very clearly at the beginning of the over. So it might be that he just wants to keep on rotating the strike instead of going for big shots. Or he wants to go for a few big shots himself. It looks like it's going to be a double here. A well-placed shot from Ramesh Naldaperuma. He knew exactly what the field was like, picked his placement, picked his power as well. He's exquisitely placed by Naldaperuma, just enough to get 2 runs as opposed to just 1 run.
He was going for 2 before he even left the crease. He knew. He had a very clear mind that he was definitely going to get that 2 runs, and he ultimately did. It was safe running between the wickets as well. Nothing risky.
And
Another easy single on that occasion, just driven away to the long on fielder. Nothing risky by Naldaperuma. He's just looking to rotate the strikes, pushing the ball along the ground, not going over the top. But Kodituaku just looks to be taking on the bowler, looking for the boundary, going over the top, doing some risky stuff, but it's been pretty calculated.
Kodituaku knocking that through the covers. Just a single once again. At the end of the over, so Kodituaku will continue to face at the beginning of the next over. St. Thomas College now 137 runs for the loss of 2 wickets.
So bowling change to the Royalists. Chamak Edirisinghe is replacing Himesh Ramanayaka from the media box end. Ramanayaka will be looking to save his overs towards the death of the innings to not let the Thomians get a lot of runs in the last 10 to 15 overs. He'll be looking to dry those runs up. Close one there for Kodituaku. Just hits him above his pads on his waist. He was pretty surprised with the shorter ball by Chamak Edirisinghe. Kodituaku not looking to do anything risky now, all of a sudden. Just defending the ball, just pushing it to the fielders. Not going over the top, not looking for many boundaries, just keeping it cool and calm.
It's a great shot by Korituaku, running it down to long off. Single. And this Singh has been one of the more economic bowlers so far. 5 overs, just given away 19 runs. It's quite a good economy.
He's been very economical today. I mean, 5 overs, that's 30 balls, and only giving away 19 runs. That means he has got 11 dot balls.
And both of these Thomian batsmen are playing quite aggressively here, going after each ball, playing a shot for each ball instead of just either leaving the ball or playing defensive shots.
Korituaku looking for a single there. Finds a field though. That's the end of the 31st over. The Thomians are on 138 for 2. Korituaku has moved on to 90 runs, and Nalla Peruma is on 12. 19 overs to go in the innings. The Thomians will be looking on to take the bowlers now. 275 is the minimum that will be on their minds. 300 will be an added bonus. Fairly easy single for the Thomians there. Korituaku just working it down to the long on fielder. Nalla Peruma has been playing a very cool and calm inning. Nothing extraordinary, nothing dangerous, nothing risky. Just taking the singles and on an occasion or two, the 2 runs. Nothing more than that. We haven't even seen a boundary from him so far. Flicks it to square leg. Gets 2 runs. The stump is broken, but the umpire doesn't seem to be interested in that one. Nalla Peruma has made it home in time. It's a good running by the Thomians. A great shot by Nalla Peruma, as a matter of fact. Didn't do too much with it, just played it towards the square leg region, and the deep square leg had to cover some ground to get to that ball. We're seeing a similar field when Ranasinghe was bowling to Kodituaku with the backward point, the point fielder, and also the cover fielder. It's time for drinks. That's the end of the 32nd over. The Thomians are 142 for the loss of 2 wickets.
It's going to be Edrisinghe bowling from the media box end. Ramesh Nallaperma on strike. Oh, dangerous ball there by Edrisinghe. Nallaperma played it but missed it completely.
Luckily for Nallaperma, he missed it completely.
Edrisinghe to Nallaperma. Nallaperma cuts it beautifully to the offside. Gets only 1 run. I think one of the most interesting things about Kodituaku's innings is he's paced himself extremely well. So he's not only divided his runs among like 2 sixes and numerous fours, but he's also made sure that he's played in singles as well. Kodituaku there, a lofted shot fielded at deep fine leg by Royal College.
Another occasion where Kurituaku has taken a calculated risk. He's going over the top, but the ball lands safely. If he would have been looking for a boundary, he wouldn't have gone through so much of trouble for just a single.
Despite a lack of wickets, I think Edri Singh has been Royal College's most consistent bowler. Because he's bowled towards his field and he's been very economical in that sense. He has the least highest run rate amongst the Royal bowlers.
He's bowled 6 overs, 6.3 overs, and only given away 22 runs. It's pretty remarkable economy rate he has been bowling at.
Oh, smashed down the ground by Nalla Perma. That reaches the boundary. What a beautiful shot by Romesh Nalla Perma. Full length by Edri Singh there. Not a very good ball. Nalla Perma picked up on it and smashed it down the ground.
So Nalla Perma has decided to go for the ball, go after it, and get the boundaries. He seems to have stopped only going for the singles and the doubles.
They call those umpire killers because umpires have to react very quickly to those sudden movements. Edri Singh final delivery to Nalla Perma, plays it offside, gets the 1 run. Might come back for 2, decides not to. And joining me in the commentary box at this moment of time is Kavindra Senaratna. Good morning, Kavindra.
Morning, Anish. So, this has turned out to be a rather well played match. Snobs is already 150 up for the loss of just 2 wickets. Superb stuff by the Thomians, and I think this could end up as a fantastic match. So,
yeah, we've seen a gem of an innings by Ravindu Kodituaku. He's played absolute blinder here and he's on strike. That ball drifts down the leg side. Edri Singh, it's a wide.
so Chamak Edri Singh is into the attack here from the Torrington end, and Ravindra Kodituaku is currently on strike for St. Thomas's. See, the bowler takes his run up, struck away, but this one comes to the hands of the fielder in the deep on the offside.
Kodituaku inching ever closer to that elusive century. It's 2 consecutive big matches. Ravindu Kodituaku has gotten close to century, 95 and 98. He'll be hoping to finally reach that milestone on this occasion. Is it 95 now?
Chamak Edri Singh once again. Kodituaku, you can see him definitely playing more cautiously here.
Very indecisive there by the Thomian batsman. Almost turned out to be fatal because the Royal fielders were quick to pick up on it.
And I think it's those decisive moments and those decisive runs are what makes the Thomians this kind of spectacular team here, because Kodituaku inches his way back up to 94 now, and he's joined by the captain.
Romesh Nalla Perma, indeed.
As Ramesh Nalla Perma is also playing a very, very key role here in this innings. So I believe that brings us to the end of an over. So Thomas is 153 for the loss of 2 wickets at the end of the over. So at the end of 33 overs, St. Thomas's are 153 for the loss of just 2 wickets. So fantastic stuff. Ravindra Kodituaku is on strike. So Ranasinghe is into the bowling attack from the Maitland end. Batsmen are really setting themselves up here. You can see the confidence in his face as he approaches to face the delivery.
Driven well by Kodituaku. Gets the 1 run.
The bowler for Royal College, Gautam Ranasinghe. I think he's really trying to put pressure on the Thomian batsmen, but you can see them just rotating the strike here, keeping that scoreboard ticking and just keeping the pressure off at exactly those kind of good calm nerves and the clear head that's what is going to get the Thomians their victory here. And that's what's going to get Ravindra Kodituaku his century as well. So good stuff by the Thomians. They're keeping in their game and letting the royalists work for their wickets. As you can see, Royal College with a relatively defensive field on the offside at least. So many fielders in the close, but surprising that there aren't that many fielders towards the back of the offside, because we know Ravindra Kodituaku and Ramesh Nallapirma are both hard hitters, and if the ball gets through the 30-yard circle, this is a rather fast outfield on this pitch at the centre, and that could definitely be forced. So I'd say the Royalists need to be wary of this as well.
Indeed, you can see the 2 men deep on the leg side. That's where Ravindra has gotten his sixes. And you can understand why Royal College are apprehensive about putting too many men on the line on the offside.
Definitely, but I think you need at least one more man in the deep. I mean, the only man in the deep there is, if I'm not mistaken, at the deep cover. So, there's very little in terms of deep forward point and all.
Yeah, driven well there by Nallapirma. Again, rotating strike very well. And Royal College would be disappointed in the performance of the spinners, wouldn't you say? Because in such a dry pitch, it's the spinners who would have to play a crucial role.
Yeah, definitely. We saw the pitch giving people like Ganit Sandeep and all a lot of turn and bounce in the morning, and that played a vital part in those overs. But I think the spinners aren't making use of this pitch as much as they could have, and that's really disappointing because these are skilled spinners. These are spinners who actually can do it. So it's rather disappointing. A good attempt by the bowler there again to actually get a hand on that ball, but as you can see, it's been driven so far. So it's actually rather hard for him to get his hand on that one.
Yeah, frustrating for Royal College. They've been trying to keep a tight line and length, trying to keep the runs down, but St. Thomas's College have been rotating strike very well.
I think the line and length is also a bit of a problem here, because saw bowlers like Haley Vitanage earlier on, his line and length were like all over the place. So that kind of thing is problematic.
Very inconsistent by Vitanage, but he did get the crucial wicket of Sitar Hapuin.
Yeah, definitely. That was a very, very crucial wicket for Royal College, and he did well to get that one actually. A good piece of bowling by Haley Vitanage at that point. Ganit Sandeepa is brought into the attack from the Torrington end. I can't see which them is the left hand. Oh, true. Ravindra Kodituaku is on strike.
Oh, it's
hammered
a
away.
Ball. But Kodituaku's missed it, and it's a very unfortunate end to what has been a magnificent innings by Ravindra Kodituaku.
That is extremely unfortunate. Again, just missing that century. He's gone for 95 once again, and it's absolutely disheartening.
A flighted delivery by Ganit Sandeep. Ravindra Kodituaku looking to hit it to that leg side boundary. Unfortunately, all he manages to do is find the fielder.
That is absolutely disheartening. So close, but yet so far. Ravindra Kodituaku, a spectacular innings by him. 95 runs. That is really the backbone of this Thomian innings. Very well played. A lot of respect for the man. Third time in a row. He's almost got 100, but just not enough. The crowd is very appreciative of his efforts, as you can see.
Indeed, well-deserving round of applause for Ravindra Kodituaku.
Ravindra Kodituaku, definitely the man of this session. And he's definitely done very well. He's contributed most of the Thomian total here. And, well, that brings, like, all good things have to come to an end. That brings an end to Ravindra Kodituaku. Rather unfortunate, but very well done by the Royalists. And this could put some pressure on the Thomians, because Ravindra Kodituaku was the man in the centre who was consistently able to keep the pressure off. But good piece of bowling by Ganit Sandeepa, and he has really broken up that partnership.
Indeed, and as we said, the spinners would have a crucial part to play in making sure that St. Thomas's College are restricted in the amount of runs they get, and Ganit Sandeep, one of their main frontline spinners, playing a crucial role in that wicket.
So new batsman in Ishan Pereira. He didn't perform as well as he could have at the big match, but he's definitely a batsman with a lot of potential. Because if you remember last year's mini battle, Anish, a much needed century at that mini battle by Ishan. I see Ishan's coming in to try and step into Ravindra Kodituaku's shoes and just kind of play along with his captain, who is currently at the center with him. So exquisite stuff by Ishan, by Ravindra. But let's see how Ishan plays in this situation. Ramesh Nalla Peruma currently on strike, facing off against Ganit Sandeepa. Very well done by Ganit Sandeepa. That's the crucial wicket for Royal College.
Oh, slipped. There's a great delivery there by Sandeep. Unfortunate to see it slip through to the boundary. Misread completely by Nalla Peruma. That ball foxed him.
Yeah, definitely. He was completely foxed by that one, but just to his good luck that missed the stumps and went straight for the boundary line. So they benefited out of that one. Very unfortunate for Ganit Sandeepa that his excellent delivery was not rewarded as well as it could have been.
And you can see Sandeepa is managing to get more out of this pitch than he initially did. Again, difficult now for the batsman to try and read Sandeepa's deliveries. Nalla Peruma there again, unsure as to what to do. Good, excellent bowling by Sandeepa. He's turning the ball, he's restricting Nalla Peruma in terms of his shot selection.
Yeah, I think Ganit Sandeep has definitely been one of the more consistent bowlers when it comes to line and length. And it's that kind of consistency that got him his wicket off Ravindra Tilakaratne. It was a good shot driven straight down the ground, but the fielder at long off was managed to get a hand on that. Yeah. I think what's spectacular about what Ramesh Nalla Peruma is that his ability to just hit the ball dead straight. I mean, that's something a lot of batsmen can't do. Even earlier, if you saw, hit the one straight in the middle of the two fielders, in between the two fielders at long on and long off, which means the ball just came dead straight past the wicket, past the umpire's feet. And that's what you call skill. Okay? That's something a lot of batsmen actually find very difficult to do.
Indeed. Ramesh Nalla Peruma has a reputation for being a bit of a hard hitter. Again, smashed, hammered through the offside.
This one before, fielders tried to get a hand onto that bat by no means. That ball had 4 runs written all over it the moment it left the bat. That's a spectacular shot, straight through the covers. And that's another boundary for St. Thomas's. So, good stuff by Ramesh Nalla Peruma. Really putting the pressure on Ganit Sandeepa here to deliver.
Yes,
so
Sandeepa would be disappointed because he's bowled a few, some excellent deliveries, but the last 2 balls were quite loose. And Ramesh Nalla Peruma certainly picked up on that.
Yeah, Thomian are really exploiting the loose balls here, because they really have to do that at this stage in the match, because we're already past 35 overs and we need to start stepping up the run rate. I think the Thomians are looking for like a 250 kind of total here. That's exactly what they're going for, as you can see by the way the 2 batsmen at the middle are batting.
Yeah. Wide ball there by Sandeepa, and what was initially a very good over has deteriorated into a quite costly over for Royal College.
I think Ganit Sandeepa kind of needs to get his act together, because he can be a very destructive bowler when he bowls well.
Again, decent delivery there, Nalla Peruma. Oh, quick run there. Excellent running by the Thomians.
I think that was a pretty bad piece of fielding, because you notice the fielder all the way in the deep had to come running in order to fetch the ball. And maybe if the one close actually pick up the ball, that would have saved the Royalists one more run. But anyway, 2 runs for the Thomians of that one, and very well rotating the strike. I believe that brings us to the end of an over. That brings us to the end of an over. St. Thomas's College 171 for the loss of 3 wickets. 35 overs. And after 35 overs, St. Thomas's are 171 for the loss of just 3 wickets. Gautam Ranasinghe will continue from the Maitland end.
Yeah, Ishan Pereira is taking strike for the very first time.
So Ishan Pereira facing off against Gautam Ranasinghe. Good try by the fielder inside the circle. Good try by the fielder inside the circle, but this Thomian's got one more run there. And joining me in the commentary box is Shalom Sumandiran. Good morning, Shalom. Or good afternoon, rather.
Yes, good afternoon, Kaik. As you can see, the Nalaperma really picking up the pace here, especially last over, a couple of doubles and that boundary as well, a couple of boundaries as well. And now Ishan Pereira joined him at the crease.
Yeah, Ishan Pereira is definitely yet to get off the mark. And Gautam Ranasinghe is relatively preventing that. So I think Ishan Pereira needs to now step up his game a bit and get off the mark quickly so he can contribute better to his team.
Well, I feel like Pereira just needs to get his eye in first, read the spin a little bit. You can see there's a spinning pitch, so get a lot of turn on this pitch. If he mischarges a shot, it's going to be a game over for him. And there we see him get that single that he needs.
Yeah, definitely. He also, it's probably not too good to be too hasty with this kind of pitch because there's a lot of spin and bounce, and that could be the end for him. So Ishan Pereira needs to be careful, but he also shouldn't be too careful.
Should really start accelerating here. You can see Nalaperuma going after every single ball, getting either single, the double, or the boundary.
Ramesh Nalaperuma, as you can see, is definitely a very, very aggressive batsman, and I believe that brings us to the end of an over. At the end of 36 overs, St. Thomas has 175 for the loss of just 3 wickets.
And that brings us to the last 15 overs of the match, last 90 balls. If St. Thomas College get 1 run per ball, they'll finish up at 265 runs. Maybe a respectable total, but they would have wanted around 300 runs. But I feel like they will accelerate this last bit, and maybe 300 is not an impossible total. It's a fairly...
Yeah, definitely 300 isn't an impossible total, but I think the Thomians are looking for a minimum of 250. 300 would be a bonus.
Definitely. Especially the way Nalaperuma is batting as a captain and skipper, definitely his intent is probably the team's intent. And in this case, it's just get as many runs as possible as of now.
I mean, there are still batsmen to come. We have Dinra Gunawardena, Kalna Pereira can also bat quite well if he gets into form. And so yeah, we have a couple more batsmen to come before we get into the bowlers. So definitely we're looking at a 250-300 total.
Smart shot there, played towards deep square leg. It's going to get the single.
Yeah, definitely just glance down the leg side. And the batsmen are just rotating the strike here, keeping the scoreboard ticking and just easing the pressure off themselves.
It's an interesting field setting by Royal College. You can see 2 men in the deep on the leg side, which is fine leg and deep square leg, and then 2 men on the off side in the deep, third man and off sweeper. More or less a mirror image of each other, except in the 30-yard circle.
So Himesh Ramanayaka will continue from the Maitland end, from the Torrington end.
And it's a quick single.
Very quick single, that could have been risky. That was an
ambitious run by St. Thomas's College.
That was extremely ambitious. That ball was in front of mid-on. That was very, very ambitious, but okay. And they made that one. That was scary. But yeah, okay, risky run, but I guess it kind of paid off. But okay.
Pereira just showing the face of the bat to the ball, just knocking it right towards mid-on, and off the mark like a scalded cat.
I don't think they even thought about that one. It's just instinctual.
And once again, a quick single. This time, Royal College live and learn. There's no point throwing the ball if you know they're going to get into the crease before that.
Yeah, definitely. So even if the ball is just a little bit within the 30-yard circle, we have singles being taken. So very, very ambitious by the Thomians. That's just how they're going to keep the pressure off themselves. So Ishan's back on strike.
It's a good way of just working, really. Just feel like you're doing something, taking fast, ambitious singles, knowing that you're keeping the scoreboard ticking no matter what.
Definitely Himesh Ramanayaka once again.
It's a shorter ball, played towards the cover position, and another ambitious run. They're going for two here, and it's going to be taken by Madara Singh, but 2 runs for St. Thomas's College.
2 runs because the overthrow. Very, very ambitious, very, very ambitious Thomians. So definitely, ball almost didn't even leave with 30 yards, Saga, but still 2 runs. Good stuff by Thomians here. Very, very ambitious batting.
And I feel like this is doing more against the Royalists than for the Thomians, really, because it's really putting the pressure on them. It's really telling them they need to step up their game. If they're not, they're going to lose some runs. They're going to let some runs slip.
Yeah, definitely there's a lot of pressure being put on the Royalists by those singles. I mean, Himesh Ramanayaka needs to step up his game, but he's a bowler who can bowl. I mean, he's the bowler who took down the entire Thomian second innings in the last Battle of the Blues we saw in the 137th one. And he hasn't performed to his capability and to his potential in this match, so maybe we can see some better bowling from Royal College, especially on the likes of people like Himesh Ramanayaka.
Definitely, I feel Ramanayaka has not been as effective as he could have been. We saw just one slow ball by him to Kodithuakku, if I remember correctly, which was put away for 4. So we don't see much variation, probably a bit deterred by that.
Also, we haven't seen very often the famous Ramanayaka bouncer.
Exactly.
On the hammers you in the head. Which we saw which we saw rather often at the last big match,
yes.
in 2016. We haven't seen that very often this year.
Even in 2017 big match, there were quite a few bounces by Ramanayaka. In fact, that is a standard response to any boundary that was hit off his balls. If you got hit for a boundary, the next ball was almost guaranteed to be a bounce at your
definitely.
head. This time has been a bit more conservative, deciding to bowl a bit more responsibly, I guess. And that's the difference between a 50-over match and a test match. If you bowl in a bouncer, you're putting yourself at the risk of getting hit for a 6 or maybe even edge over the keeper's head.
That is true. So end of the over, St. Thomas's College 180 for the loss of 3 wickets of 37 overs. There's very good stuff by the Thomians. The Royalists need to put more pressure on the Thomians. We need more aggressive fields here. I mean, you can look at the offside field. We have offside field is rather aggressive, but the leg side field has more men in the deep, has almost absolutely no one on the leg side within the 30-yard circle. So
Rana Singh continues attack, and it's a lofted shot there, just popped up a little, but dropped short of the man at cover.
Yeah, that could have been a bit dangerous, but for the batsman's luck, that definitely didn't carry all the way. But no, this offside field is slightly dangerous because if hammered straight over the 30-yard circle, that ball's can reach the boundary with no questions asked.
There's an off sweep and a long off as well, though, which I guess is just there to save the runs. But you're right, if he hits it through that cover, there's no one between the off sweep and the long off, even in the 30-yard circle. So it's an easy gap for him to exploit.
Yeah, definitely. And even towards
a straight drive, I mean.
And even towards areas like third man are actually very, very open here. There's absolutely nobody. So this could be rather dangerous for the Royalists.
And a smart bat in there by Nalla Perumal, just knocking the ball towards the mid-on position rather, where there is no fielder. Isham Pereira take another ambitious run here. No overthrow this time, so
Settle is restricted to 1 run as opposed to 2 like we saw last time. So Gautam Ranasinghe is the bowler for Royal College. Ramesh Nalla Perumal currently on strike.
now I feel like it's more of a team effort than a bowler's effort here. It's needed when the batsmen are batting like this. Everyone needs to be on high alert. They need to know exactly what they're supposed to do in the field.
Good shot again. Struck through the gap, but that will be fielded. Attempt at the boundary down for that deep mid-wicket area. But that definitely didn't go too far. Good stuff by the Royal College fielders on the leg side. So that's Ramesh Nalla Perumal. As you can see, he's being very, very aggressive with his batting. And that's the kind of thing that's going to get the Thomians in the lead.
You can see Nalla Perumal going after the ball with aggressive hard shots, but Pereira comparatively not playing as aggressively, but still getting as many runs. Just knocking into the gaps, getting fast singles.
And definitely, I think Pereira can actually play those aggressive shots as well. But I think he just needs a bit more time to settle into the pitch and to the game and kind of get his head around things.
At the end of the over, St. Thomas College 183 runs for the loss of 3 wickets after 38 overs.
So very good stuff by the Thomians.
But we haven't seen a boundary in quite a long time, except for that massive over by Nallaperuma recently.
Definitely, we are yet to see a bit of a boundary, but the fact that they've kept the strike rotating and the scoreboard ticking, you can see that there isn't a lot of pressure on the Thomian batsman
Yes.
as well. So the need for a boundary isn't that much, but yes, it would definitely be nice to see one more often. So I think maybe this is the over for one.
Maybe, but it is Ramanayaka bowling once again. So with his short pitch kind of ball, it's going to be a bit hard for them to put that away. Kodituakku was one for just camping out on the back foot and putting it past any man in the leg side. But we haven't seen that kind of shot from either of these two batsmen. It's more just knock and run.
Yeah, definitely none of these two possess that kind of class of Kodituakku, but they can definitely play their own different styles. Let's see what they
Definitely.
can do with Ramanayaka in this situation.
And it's going to be another... Oh, it's a direct hit by the fielder this time. And it's going to also be an overthrow, which is going to go down to the boundary.
Oh wow, that was
That was a bit unexpected.
that was very close. So dived in, direct hit, but
And it's a third umpire review as well. So if it's a bit of a gamble here. If it's out, then no runs and Royal College get the wicket. If it's not out, that means that it's 4 more runs for St. Thomas College by virtue of an overthrow.
yeah, definitely. But that was a good piece of fielding there. Direct hit. The batsman actually had to dive for that one, so that could be very, very close. But that was a bit of an over-ambitious run, even for St. Thomas's. But yeah, let's see what happens. We have a third umpire review going on, and we can see how this is going to play up.
And it looks like Royal College finally managed to get the act together in one of these fast singles and put the ball over to the wicket as fast as possible and managed to get the direct hit. On another note though, this is Ramanayaka's 8th over, and after this over he'll only have 2 left. Comparatively, Royal will have 10 left, where Royal will be able to bowl Ramanayaka. So it'll be interesting to see what Royal kind of does with their bowlers, because they have very few overs left for all their bowlers. Ramanayaka, Vitanage, Edri Singh, Sandeep, all on 7, all have finished their 7 overs. Just a little bit more.
And let's see if this makes a difference based on which bowlers Health Vitanaki actually brings in after Ramanayaka.
I have a feeling Vitanage is probably going to bring in Edri Singh as the death bowler at the last bit, because he's proven to be a fairly economic bowler. After 5 overs, he had given away only 19 runs. And he's bowling a very consistent line and length, so I feel like he's a good option for a death bowler, but of course that remains to be seen. Whether Vitanage is going to go for a risky option and try and get the wickets, or go for the conservative option and try and contain them at the last bit.
Yeah, definitely. That is the most likely strategy by Health Vitanage. I think Chamak Edri Singh would make a rather good death bowler as well. He's shown his skill, he's shown his potential in the big match as well as the mini battle, if I'm not mistaken. Huh? So Chamak Edri Singh has shown his skill in the mini battle. So that was definitely a good spell by him at the mini battle, and that kind of talent will be really useful at this point in the game.
And it's Ramanayaka continuing, bowling to Ramesh Nallaperuma, Thomian skipper. Short pitch ball knocked over to point, and a bit of confusion here. It's going to be put back towards the bowler's end, but Pereira's going to get there in time.
Bit of confusion at the middle, but yeah, as you said, that was definitely a close save.
I feel like Pereira is the more dynamic of the two here. Even though Nallaperuma is obviously the one looking for the singles, Pereira is off the mark extremely fast, and obviously back to the mark extremely fast as well.
Yeah, definitely you can see he's actually very, very quick between wickets. And that's exactly what he allows the Thomians to take those risky runs. Mesh Ramanayaka.
There you go. It's a defensive shot for once.
For once, actually. You don't
Decided
see that
to-
kind of thing very often.
Pereira looks very wired up here. It looks very keyed up and active on the pitch. Very restless. Royal College bringing in a few people within the 30th circle on both off and leg sides. Obviously trying to stop those singles, and it looks like it's working. Both of the sides have fielders in the 30th circle, and all the fielders really creeping up to the batsman, trying to stop those singles. Now the defensive shot by Nalla Peruma seems to indicate that it's working.
I know this may not be the time for this question, but what time is lunch?
As soon as the innings finish.
Oh right,
10
yeah,
overs.
of course, yeah, 10 overs more. Okay.
So another 1 hour more rather than be.
Wow, 1:30. This is almost like school days, no man. So yeah, getting that out of the way. Himesh Ramanayaka will still continue from the Torrington end.
To Ramesh Nalla Peruma.
Ramesh Nalla Peruma. I think Ramanayaka needs to kind of step up his game here because he can bowl. That's what's being rather intriguing here.
Well, looks to be Pereira once again off the mark even before the shot was played, and then back again as soon as you saw the shot that was played.
And I mean, Pereira has left the crease almost as fast as the bowler has. So it's definitely being very, very dynamic. So end of the over, Thomas was 188 for the loss of 3 wickets.
And that was a good over by Ramanayaka in terms of the economy.
Yeah, he didn't give too many runs away.
He didn't give very defensive shots by Nalla Peruma.
So good, Royal College are managing to restrict the Thomians to an extent actually. And this might actually slice down some of the expected total of 250. But good stuff by Thomians.
So it's Gautam Ranasinghe, spin bowler from the Maitland Place end, and Ishan Pereira facing. Pereira probably going to be looking again for that single, give it over to his skipper. Same field set in as the overs before when Ranasinghe bowled, which we didn't really see working out. So it might be that, and it's an aggressive shot by Pereira, and they're going to take the single for it. Ranasinghe kind of misjudged the direction. He had already taken off his run up and he had gone to the offside in anticipation of the shot. Pereira instead played it straight down, so kind of foxed the bowler there.
Yeah, definitely foxed the bowler. It was like 3 people diving there over that one ball in the middle. So good stuff. The projected score based on current run rate is about 240, but I think Thomians will be able to hit a 250. Good shot again, struck straight down, but straight to the field at long off. But excellent shot by Ishan Pereira. Sorry, Ramesh Nalla Peruma.
Pereira facing once again to Ranasinghe, and again he's given himself some room to attack there, but it stopped at mid-off.
He tried to hit that one quite hard, but he couldn't quite find the gap there.
And neither timing, it was not the best time shot in the world. And once again just pushing it towards the same area.
We haven't seen much variation from Ishan Pereira in terms of shot selection. When he's generally been hitting it to that general area actually, in and around mid-off.
And that one he just worked towards the leg side into the gap, into the no man's land really, and just managed to get the single that he wanted.
So Ramesh Nalla Peruma goes back on strike. I think Thomians do need a boundary right now to kind of ease the pressure, and that would really be helpful in terms of maintaining this run rate and being able to get to that expected 240, 250 total.
Once again, Nalla Peruma taking a leaf out of Pereira's book, working it towards the leg side. Gets that single.
It was the exact same area as Pereira worked it to in the previous ball. So, good stuff there by Nalla Peruma. Rather economical over for Royal College as well. Not many runs conceded at this point in the match. And
they'll be looking to continue that really.
As we reach the last 10 overs of the game though, I think the Thomians will expect to accelerate the run rate and see how this works out for them, because at this point I think it's important that they do accelerate that run rate and get somewhere, because we need a couple of big shots in this place now to put some pressure on Royal College.
Because at this St. Thomas College are probably going to get around 250,
Yeah,
Uh,
projected score is around 242, 243, but I think a 250 is
Yes,
a reasonable,
realistic, yes.
is a reasonable, realistic approximation.
And the skippers brought Edrisinghe back into the attack from the Toronto end.
Everything has been very consistent in his bowling actually, so I think it's a good choice. Saving up Ramanayaka's last 2 overs for to be played towards the end of the match.
Yes, Ramanaka recently, at least, the last few overs of his have been actually not that bad, very economical. Edrisinghe, of course, is a traditionally consistent bowler. He's been bowling very well. But it's நல்ல பேர்
Very good afternoon to all of our viewers via the live stream here at the 42nd Battle of the Blues at the SSC grounds in Colombo. Firstly, we would like to apologize for for the inconvenience caused. We were facing some technical difficulties, and we would like to apologize for that.
So the players are out, play is ready to go. Kalna Barrera will be starting proceedings from the media box end. 2 slips for him. Royalists need a 259 to win. Kalna Barrera starts with a wide ball. Kalna Pereira was the best bowler at the 130th Battle of the Blues. He bagged 5 wickets in that first innings. 5-wicket haul at the big matches is something any bowler would be very proud of. Much better delivery on that occasion. Good line and length. A foolish ball by Kalna Pereira there. Batsman not being able to do much to that. A bit short on that occasion. Batsman just managing to get some bat on that. A bit of confusion on the pitch. We've seen that a lot today. The striker wanted to take a single, but he was turned down by his partner at the other end. A direct hit and a possible run out maybe.
And Kalna Pereira with the bowling for St. Thomas's College. A left-hand fast bowler was instrumental in ensuring that St. Thomas's College had the opportunity of winning the big match.
They didn't freaking win. The opportunity came. How do he actually working out?
Another wide ball by Kalna Pereira.
Anish is a You're not supposed to do. Too bad. Punish him, don't punish me. Give him my. You are. I'm doing. I told you I'm doing in the second innings, evening. Give me one.
No thanks. Right? No thanks.
Carla Pereira bowling from the Torrington end. Oh, what is bowled him? He's clean bowled him. Carla Pereira has gotten the breakthrough. He's worked his magic again. Middle stump. What a brilliant delivery.
Anish, if you realize if it was a middle stump which was gone, and it was a good length ball which the Royalist batsman flicked it, he should have actually defended it. Instead, he tried to cross play the ball.
Indeed, Carla Pereira deceiving the batsman. All ends out there. St. Thomas's College have the first breakthrough. Royal College chasing a mammoth total of 259 runs. Lose their first wicket with only 3 runs on the board. And it's Ravindranath, the batsman who's gone, bowled by Carla Pereira. Didn't have an opportunity to register any runs on the board.
Okay, Johnny, give kite now. No, I gave kite. No, I told him. Yeah, I said I'm doing evening session. Is it S?
Shannon Fernando will be bowling from the Maitland end. Getting some turn there, Fernando.
One of the key characteristics of Fernando is that he's able to send the ball quickly and it cuts really fast. So it makes the batsman think twice before he actually plays a shot.
Almost a dismissal there. Fernando's been bowling very well so far in these last 5 balls in this over.
Right? So, not like there. We see something. I'm talking. Okay, if you get, you have asked.
An outside edge there.
Hey, David, what are you doing? So take this.
The batsman played it with soft hands, therefore he was safe not to get it to the field that second slip. Lucky escape there.
Right throughout the big match, we saw Colin Pereira bowling bouncers, bouncer after bouncer. Today he hasn't bowled a bouncer yet. We're yet to see that side to him today. An appeal.
It's a huge appeal. Umpire has turned that down. Great line and length by Colin Pereira on that occasion as well. That swung a bit, didn't it? An outswinger there by Colin Pereira.
Yes, Harish. Yeah. I can't be a distraction.
The Royalist batsman just edged it over backward point, straight to third man. Nalapuram has decided to bring a spinner right in the second over. It's a very interesting decision by him. Considering the fact that
Absolutely,
he
it's
has
a very interesting decision. But Fernando has been bowling pretty well. The last over was a maiden, and a limited overs encounter maiden is almost as precious as gold.
beautiful good length ball by S.O. Fernando. Uppish ball pushed by the Royals batsman. Almost caught, but bounced right in front of Fernando.
As you said earlier, Johnny, the way Shannon Fernando has been bowling, he rushes the ball in as well as gets some turn on it, and that definitely leaves the batsman in two minds. The batsmen have been struggling to get some runs off him, so 1.5 overs have been bowled by him, and he still hasn't conceded a run. Great piece of fielding there by the bowler himself. So another maiden over by Shannon Fernando. That's his second maiden over. He has bowled 2 overs and both of them have been maidens.
Beautiful.
Appeal for an LBW by the Thomians, but I feel it was hitting above the stumps.
It was definitely hitting above the stumps. As you saw, he even jumped up to play the shot, but what do you mean? Another appeal by Kalina Pereira, turned down by the umpire.
The batsmen seem to be finding it quite difficult to read the lines and lengths of Kalina Pereira.
Anand Wickramasinghe is a very young batsman. It's a lot of pressure to put on him as the one-down batsman. flicked it for a single.
The batsman Nanayakar are looking to hit the ball over the top, looking to get some runs on the board right now because 5 overs have gone and the Royalists have only got 6 runs on the board. They're chasing a score of 259 runs and going at just a bit more than 1 run and over won't get them to 259. Shannon Fernando will continue from the Maitland end.
Mohammed Krishna cuts down the ball straight to covers. It's like the young batsman is feeling the pressure. He's not even getting single runs for Sir Fernando. Get it from him.
It's a wide ball by Shannon Fernando. The batsmen seem to be so frustrated to get some runs on the board.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I am Renal Vikramaratna along with Anish De Silva, joining you here in the commentary box.
As you can see, Kalana Pereira doing the damage. St. Thomas's College have already gotten the crucial first wicket, the breakthrough.
Yes, and getting the first wicket at such an early point in the game immediately puts a lot of pressure on the batsman, no matter whoever you are, whether it will be a schools level or an international game.
Indeed, have Shannon Fernando bowling left arm off spin from the Maitland end. Fernando also has been very economical so far, restricting the Royal batsman. Oh, it's swept. Attempted sweep there.
Another good delivery there by the bowler. It's all a matter of getting your line and length correct. And of course, Royal are faced with quite a formidable task, especially considering this to be school's cricket match. Of
Indeed.
course, I'm sure that last year this loss will be playing in their minds as well.
Absolutely, and scoring 250 plus is a tough task for even an international team. So for Royal College, it's yet to be seen whether they can hold up to that task.
Yes, and we saw the pitch offering a lot, especially for the spin bowlers when it came to last week's 138 Battle of the Blues. And so it'll be interesting, especially now that this pitch may have slightly deteriorated over time, over the first 50 overs, to see what it offers most of the spin bowlers out there today.
Indeed, and St. Thomas's Courage with the likes of Delon Peris, Pavit Ratnakar, and indeed Shannon Fernando, they have a lethal spinning attack, so they'll be looking to make use of those bowlers as much as they can.
And of course, when you take Royal College, it's all a matter of just spacing out your innings, making sure that you are able to get that 5 runs, that 6 runs off each over. It's just a matter of getting the singles and keeping that strike rate going. And if they manage to do that and build maybe a partnership, especially now at the start, I think that Royal themselves would like their chances of winning this.
Indeed. Dinura Gunawardena to be brought into the attack. Gunawardena is a all-round player. Seen him come in handy with both the bat and the ball throughout the course of the season.
Yes, and you can see that it's just 6 overs down and the spinners are already coming on. This is not something you see a lot, especially when you take international cricket. But of course, what that could mean is the captain has been reading the pitch and he has understood that it may offer a lot to the spinners out there.
Indeed, and Gunaratna got a crucial wicket during the course of the 138th Battle of the Blues. So it'll be interesting to see what impact he has on the game today. Unfortunate to be run out when St. Thomas's College were batting.
Yes, quite unfortunate indeed. I'm pretty sure that he would have looked to, capitalize and play on for a good long period, especially because he looked like he was watching the ball and playing it quite well that day.
He was pacing his innings quite well. Bowls quite quick for a right arm off spinner.
Of course, one must feel for Kodituwakku. They are missing out on his century yet again in the 138th Battle of the Blues last weekend as well. He had a brilliant knock, but however got out just before his 100. I'm sure that would have been playing in his mind as well today. And we saw him going for that slightly lofted shot and getting caught over by the boundary.
Indeed, Renal, very unfortunate. You have to bite your luck when you get out 3 consecutive times for scores of 90 plus. Gunaratna bowls it. I think Gunaratna's pace is detrimental to his spin because he might want to try certain variations of trying to bowl the ball much slower to confuse the batsman, because when he's just putting it in like he is at the moment, it's very easy for the Royal College batsman to read.
Yes, and I think Shane Warne made a very interesting statement a while back when he said that sometimes as a bowler you only need one ball to really spin, and then that's going to keep the batsman guessing, and from there on every single ball you bowl the batsman's going to keep thinking that the ball will spin, and that alone can really play tricks on your mind when you're a batsman.
Indeed, and the last ball was quite a bit slower by Gunaratna. This one played back towards him. It's the end of the over.
And by 7 overs down, with Royal College 7 runs for 1 wicket. This is ideally not something that you would expect to see, especially in a one-day format.
The Royal College will be looking to pick up the pace as soon as possible, because at the moment they're requiring a run rate of 6 plus.
So I think it's very difficult to find fault with the batsman, especially right now. It's really important that the batsmen build up a partnership here, because especially with that first wicket going so soon, you don't want to set off a string of wickets just going all at the same time. You need to build up a slight partnership, start watching the ball, start feeling the pace of it, the wicket and everything. And only later you can really start to accelerate and, catch up with that total that the Thomians have put up.
Attempted sweep there.
And a big appeal by the Thomians rather.
The Royal batsman on that occasion misreading the spin.
And once again, Royal is looking to be rather defensive right now. But of course, one thing they need to watch out is for that overs that just keep tumbling faster and faster, because already 7 overs are done. In a 50-over game, another 3 more overs. If the Thomians can get in another 3 more quick overs, that's basically 1/5 of your game, Anish.
Indeed, and also Thomas's College will be looking to have a tight grip on the Royal College batsman. Colin Pereira instrumental in ensuring that this was the case. When you see a player like Pereira, a lot of his success is dependent on his pace.
Yes, and he puts it finely down the leg side, goes all the way there for the boundary. I'm sure that will release a lot of pressure from the Royalists.
Indeed, so it's very important to get that first boundary. It obviously gives you a lot of confidence when you see the ball going to the boundary. So the batsman will be hoping that they can keep this up. But as I was saying, Colin Pereira is one of those key players, a guy who has an all-round impact. He might have not had an impact for the bat today, but he's one of those players who on his day can win you a game single-handedly.
Yes, and I think it's very important to always have people like that in your side as well, especially because it can just be his one good day which is going to win you a match, and sometimes at this level that is more than what you would want.
Indeed, and for our college guys like Surya Bandara, we saw how he changed the game last year, so they'll be looking to those guys to ensure that their batting remains solid.
Yes, and of course, all things mentioned, we cannot leave out Ramesh Nallapperama, the captain of the side, who once again, played a brilliant innings for the Thomians. He paced out his innings really well, and I felt that it was an extremely unselfish innings played by him.
Indeed, obviously Ramesh Nallapperama puts himself, originally he was an opening batsman, but he's put himself down the order. He's given opportunity to a lot of guys, and you could see his maturity, because early on in his career he was known as a very hard-hitting batsman, but as you saw in his innings today, he paced himself quite well.
Yes, and especially this type of game is a platform that I'm sure, even when it comes to the national selectors, that you'd be having an eye out on lots of the players, especially since schools cricket is so competitive in Sri Lanka. And I'm sure that at times like this, especially matches like this, which are known to have so much pressure with the crowd coming in their numbers and really supporting your sides, I know that sometimes they say the noise out there in the center is so much that I really feel sorry for the umpires as well.
Yeah,
and
indeed.
so just watching as to how these players perform out there in the middle under these given conditions and circumstances would really tell you how a player performs under pressure.
Indeed, and not only for national selectors, but for school selectors, guys like Sitara Hapuin who came into prominence because of this encounter last year, and you could see him playing the Battle of the Blues this year. It gives those guys an opportunity as well to show that they have the chance. You see, Royal College has made 4 changes to their side. They brought in some new blood, so it'll be interesting to see how those individuals also perform in the batting lineup.
That's absolutely right. That is one thing that most of the coaches try and do also when it comes to the mini battle. And even here at the Mustangs Trophy, it's something that most coaches can really look forward to. Especially, like you said, the younger players, the players who have another year to play for their school. And a half chance there for the Thomians. That's an out. Well, the inside edge there, it might run down to the boundary, and it has. That's another 4 runs adding to the Royal tally.
Finding the gap there, no third man for St. Thomas's College, so Royal College exploiting that gap. And you saw the Royal College initially, Vithanage and Ramanayaka, they weren't bowling to their field, so they were quite inconsistent in terms of their deliveries, and Kodituaku and Gunrathan latched on to that.
Yes, of course, on that occasion it was an inside edge. The batsman was quite lucky he didn't drag it onto his stumps. I'm sure most of the Thomian fielders there would have had their hearts in their mouths on that occasion. Saw a couple of close calls for LBWs as well.
Yeah, indeed, but as we both know, luck is a crucial part of the game.
But of course, when it's something like luck, it's a question of how long it's really going to last you, because things like that might not last you an entire game.
Gunrathan bowls it.
But of course, that being said, I mean, there are quite a few occasions where batsmen who get a little lucky, if you can call it that, or get a catch drop or something at the start of the innings, have also been able to go on to score the big numbers.
Yeah, indeed. I remember in the World Cup final in 2011, I think it was MS Dhoni who was dropped, and he went on to score the winning runs as India beat Sri Lanka. So in terms of how important a part luck plays, well, you can easily drop a catch, you can also catch a blinder, so it works both ways.
It's quite true, Anish. So ladies and gentlemen, right now the total stands at 18 runs for a wicket, 8 overs down. Another appeal there by the Thomians.
Interesting that Nallapperama uses Gunaratne, who is a part-time off-spinner, whereas he has the likes of Piris and Ratnayaka, who haven't bowled a single over yet.
Yes, that's quite true. Of course, the new ball is still extremely new, and I'm guessing that probably Piris and Ratnayaka might be used to that older ball. And there's good possibility that even in the practice sessions and various things that Dulit Gunaratna may have had a shot at bowling with the new ball. It could be a strategic move. It could be something that's used to just put off the batsman completely. But it's quite interesting to see how it will pay off.
Yeah, as you mentioned earlier, it's very rare that you see an off spinner in the attack so early.
And of course, another thing about bringing a spinner is it really slows the game down. And at a time like this, when probably you'd be looking to try and find the gaps and probably just guide the ball over to the boundary, as soon as you have a spinner bowling from both ends, immediately that becomes extremely difficult, which means that you need to play your shots. And going for the shots is probably how they expect to put some pressure on the Royalists and possibly get a wicket.
Indeed, and just as we spoke about Delon Piris, there he is coming to the attack at the moment.
And of course, one real testing grounds for the captain himself is all a matter of how he uses his bowlers in these critical times.
Absolutely, you want to make sure that your bowlers don't bowl that 10 overs too quickly, as especially warn them in the crucial final 10 overs. Or good delivery there by Delon Piris. Batsman couldn't read it at all.
And of course, it'll be really interesting to see how this entire move pays off. For us sitting here at the commentary box, it can be easy to give a lot of comments, but when you're out there in the middle and when you are making those decisions, it could be quite crazy as to what really goes through your mind and the reasons why you make those decisions.
Yeah, absolutely, Donal. And difficulty in reading spinners is it's very difficult to see the delivery that's coming from their hand. So you have to be very fast. Quick, beautiful shot that goes over to the deep cover.
And of course, this is another example of the batsman really trying to break loose. With the spinners, it's very difficult to get it over that 30-yard circle unless you go off for a lofted shot.
Indeed, and you saw the Royal batsman coming down the track, showing his signs of intent to attack.
And of course, as much as he was able to get that off down to the boundary for a single, I'm sure most of the Thomians would be extremely happy to see him do that, because that gives them an opportunity, or rather that shows them that he is really looking to probably try and take on some of the spinners, and there is a possibility that they might be able to get his wicket.
Yeah.
It could come in the form of a stumping or a tip catch, or even probably at a catch down at the boundary.
Yeah, very risky to attack the spinners in such a manner.
Yes, and while it is extra risky, I can kind of understand why the Royalists are going for that, because they have almost 10 overs down and they've got just 19 runs on the board.
Yeah, Royal College, you can understand that they'd be looking to go down the track to the spinners, but it's a conundrum right now, because if you try to attack too much, you're always risking your wicket, and when the main duty of an opening batsman is to ensure that his team has a foundation on which to work on.
So of course that was glanced quite nicely down to short third man, but of course again it's a bit of a risky shot, especially given the fact that the keeper was standing up so close. There's always the chance that that could go off to the keeper, but you'd wonder from the Thomian point of view as well why they would not opt for trying to put maybe a slip in there and just try and put some more pressure on the Royal batsman. And misread it entirely on that occasion. And so the score stands at 19 runs for the loss of 1 wicket after 10 overs.
Yeah, and still in the crucial stages of the power play, but they only allowed 3 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Amassing a total of 258 is not quite bad from the Thomian point of view, especially since they had that collapse towards the end.
Yes, and with Royal in the next 40 overs, they will have to score 240, and that immediately puts it at probably right around 6 runs and over.
Oh, it's a gorgeous shot straight over the mid off in that occasion.
Went straight down the boundary for a 4.
That was Madhura Singh there playing that shot. Sorry, beg your pardon, Vikram Singh.
Yes, and I think now with the batsman having played a few overs, it looks like they have been able to get a good eye of the ball and probably get set. Because we can definitely see, especially in the last couple of overs, that they are showing slight signs of aggression.
It is. It's always risky to have a bowler like Gunaratna bowling in these early stages because he could get you, that miracle wicket, but he could also be quite expensive.
Yes, that's quite true, especially towards the start when he's bowling with the new ball still. He might not be able to get a lot of spin for every delivery. And as to how he manages to pick his line and length and probably the consistency.
Oh, swept down the leg side, beautiful there by Vikramasinghe. Recognized that there was no third, that the third man was wide.
Or the fine leg rather. And just like I said, once again he's strikingly straying down his line, and that costing 4 runs for the Thomians. From the bowler's point of view as well, while they are in quite a commanding position as of right now, it's very important not to let those looseness slide, because the Royalists have been able to capitalize and make the most of it. And if you look at the field right now, they're having just 3 men on the onside, but he's still able to find that gap over there on the off. Hits it towards the square third man.
Yeah, again, Vikramasinghe piercing the gap between the two fielders there. Excellent shot, cut nicely.
And of course, this could be another example of the Royalists actually getting in touch in the crease over there. We saw at the start of the innings, most of the Thomians as well were struggling to find the gaps. And of course, it has been 2 fours for this over. It will be interesting to see whether Nalla Parama would go for a bowling change or just continue on to see how the outcome of this.
Yeah, and you saw for Royal College, Ravindranath, it was quite expensive. He's brought into the side for his batting, and you saw him bowling his part-time off spin. And the Thomians, latched on to him quite quickly, and they dispatched him for a couple of boundaries and a 6.
Yes, and of course some good batting here. It looks like they're coming back for a second, and well run there by the Royalists. And of course I'm sure this over immediately would have released a lot of pressure from the Royalists. They've got 10 runs if I'm not mistaken, and it looks like they are slightly building a partnership. So it looks still like just Nana Kara has been able to get properly off strike, whereas Vikramasinghe is still slightly struggling. He's just on 6 runs.
Yeah, indeed, those couple of boundaries crucial in building up that confidence. You saw Kodituwaku and how much scoring those boundaries did for him in terms of confidence. So it's very important that you get those early boundaries, because when you see the ball hitting the ropes, and and you have that feeling of confidence, it's very important for a batsman because it allows him to be more free in his stroke play.
Yes, and of course another aspect to this is of course how the crowd reacts to all of this. Especially seeing a couple of fours in an over all of a sudden would boost the morale of most of the Royalists out there in the tents. And a lot of this cheering also could really help the batsman in some way or the other. Because in a game of cricket, especially one that could be so long and so grueling, sometimes it's just about having the motivation and the determination to make it through.
Then Pires brought back into the attack.
Of course, from now on, the game is resting at quite an unpredictable stance here. It'll be quite. I'm sure most of the spectators out there also would not be able to distinguish between what the real outcome could be. I'm sure most of the Thomians would say that they have the upper hand here, but it's really difficult at such an early point of the game to try and measure as to who.
Indeed, I'm sure St. Thomas's College at the end of the first day of the last year's Battle of the Blues thought they had the upper hand, but Royal College turned the game around on them.
It's on a good drive there by the Royalists. Goes straight to the fielder. Mid off, short mid off. It's coming around the wicket. As they sneak a quick single once again. This will also be interesting to see who from the Royal side could really step up and build his innings. We saw Korithuakku and Nalla Peruma really being the anchors of the Thomian innings and seeing to it that they got the score that they have. It'll be interesting to see from the Royal point of view who really would be there to stay on and anchor that innings. It'll be interesting to see how Nanakara plays.
Absolutely. He's showing some attacking intent. He's tried to sweep the ball a couple of times. Hasn't been quite as successful as he wanted to be, but it shows that attacking intent that Royal College desperately need.
Especially since he got that ball way outside the off stump as well. It's not one of the easiest shots, but he was able to get it into that gap. And that is one thing we saw some couple of deliveries back as well, that he was able to find the gaps when he needed it. And especially at a time like this, being the ability to find the gaps in such a way is something really crucial.
Yeah, beautifully played there. Goes to the boundary.
And has flicked it down to fine leg once again. It was a place where there was no fielder. There was a man quite square of the boundary who had no chance whatsoever.
And this reflects the importance of bowling to a field. If you're bowling to the leg side and you don't have a fine leg or a third man, you always run the risk of having those glance shots go to the boundary. And in the end, those become crucial as well. Especially in St. Thomas's innings, we saw a few of those.
Yes, in fact, it has been quite a packed offside field. Whereas on the onside, you just have a mid-on, a deep mid-on, and a sweeper at the boundary. And once again, they're trying to go fine, but it looks like the sweeper will cut it off.
Good work there by Shannon Fernando. But in terms of bowling to his field, Delon Perez might not be the most satisfied with that over. He's looking to get the ball to spin away onto the offside, but a couple of his deliveries have glanced down the leg side.
Yes, of course, it might also show you that it could be a couple of things. One is he's probably struggling to find the right areas where he can get that rough place and get the turn. Or secondly, he's probably also trying to just play some tricks with the batsman. Probably looking to put one straight down, maybe get it, look for a leg before wicket, probably.
True, but it's a very risky tactic when you have such a packed offside field.
Yes, I agree with you, Anish.
And it's Kalina Pereira coming back into the attack.
So we're seeing some pace bowling after a while. It will be interesting to see how the Royalists react to this. In the last couple of overs, they were able to put away the spinners quite easily, if I may mention. But now we'll be looking for a variation. It'll be interesting to see whether he'll try to bowl a pace bowler from one end and a spinner from another, just to once again play tricks in the minds of the batsman.
Oh, excellent ball there, Yorker by Pereira, but well played by Nanakara. Dug that out of his shoes.
Yes, and Royal possibly looking for a chance of a second run there. It's always good that you keep doing that. You need to put some pressure on the fielders as well. Probably give them the chance of fumbling the ball, and which might actually give you a chance of running that second run. and especially at a game like this where it might come down to the wire, each and every single run you get can count no matter how it comes. We saw Royal College giving quite a few runs, especially off overthrows.
Indeed, those are cheap runs to give away, Ranal, especially when you have a total like 250 plus.
And Kalna Perez coming down the wicket.
Again, excellent delivery there. He's bowling full, he's bowling into the feet of the batsman, and they're finding it difficult to get the shots away.
That's right, it looked like some of the dust that came out was the dust from the line right by the batsman's foot, which means he's bowling it exactly on point. It's one of the most difficult places to get it off, especially as a batsman. But he needs to be careful if he strays too much to the leg side. The batsman has been able to place his flick shots extremely well.
Oh, close, so close there for Pereira. Edged by Vikramasinghe. It runs to the boundary. Neither the keeper or the first slip had a chance that the ball moved so quickly.
Yes, I'm sure both players would have been in two minds. I'm wondering whether the keeper thought it was the first slip catch, and I'm wondering whether the first slip thought that the keeper was going to go after it.
Indeed, it's a very common situation that you see.
And of course, most players get used to this only after playing with each other over a long period of time. But especially with the teams changing almost every single year, it can be quite difficult for a keeper and a slip fielder to get really set.
Oh, and again, excellent bowling by Pereira. A big appeal by the Thomians. They've had a couple of those, and the umpire has turned them down on all of those occasions.
As of course, I don't think that's the smartest move by the batsman, especially seeing that he edged on the previous ball. And although that went down to the boundary, that's not the best way that a batsman would ever like to get his fours in.
Indeed, Ranal Kalna Pereira bowling some excellent deliveries, tempting the batsman into some bad shots.
And of course, I hope that this catch won't come back to haunt most of the Thomians.
Oh, and again, Kalna Pereira so unlucky. He almost put it on his own stumps. There, Vikramasinghe.
Yes, it was just only a little while back that we were talking about how luck can play a big part in games like this, and I must say that that batsman has been extremely lucky so far. That was the number 2, Nanyakar, if I'm not mistaken. He had 3 extremely close calls in this over. First was a catch that was missed by slip, and second where it just went quite close to the bat, but it didn't quite get a touch. And now he almost dragged that onto his stumps. Of course, it's interesting to see what this does. While it's an extremely risky passage of play for the batsman, he has been able to get the runs on the board. And even if his wicket is to go now, for a person coming in at this point, it has reduced the pressure to a great extent.
Indeed, and if you notice that there was a slight difference in Kalna Pereira's bowling action. He used a bit more of a Malinga type delivery on that occasion, whereas his arm is usually straight when he's walking in. This time he's cocked it back a bit and pulled a slightly angled ball. Of course, we saw him bowl spin at the big match, so we know that he's a very diverse bowler.
Yes, it's quite interesting to see how he varies the way he bowls, especially throughout the course of this match. And of course, like you said, bringing that arm wider and wider for more of a slinging action can also sometimes put you off as a batsman, especially when you're used to picking a particular bowler from a certain place.
Yeah,
and
indeed.
when you're used to watching his hand, whether it would be for the slower ball, whether it would be for the swinger, the in-swing or the outswinger. And sometimes just a slight variation from the part of the bowler could make a big difference.
Yeah, indeed. On that occasion, in the last ball, his hand was more straight, but again, another brilliant over by Pereira. Unfortunate to not have a wicket because he had 2 great opportunities.
Yes, in fact, even once before we saw the batsman very nearly dragging it onto his stumps, and on that occasion a very definite catch to the slip fielder. Just went above his head, unfortunately.
But You have to commend the likes of Ahan Wickramasinghe, who's at the crease for all, a youngster, guy who is just brought in as a fresher. And we saw Royal College playing two 15-year-olds in that team during the course of the big match. And that's a very unique feature of a big match where you have youngsters coming in and guys like Ire Gama for St. Thomas's College who will eventually play crucial roles in future big matches.
Yes, sir, that's extremely right, Anish. Especially most of these young guys who are given opportunities. I'm sure when a coach looks at a person who might have his final year, and he looks at a fresher who might have 3 or 4 more years to play for his team, for almost evenly balanced, he might opt for the fresher, especially because that person has a chance to gain a lot of experience, which can help them in the years to come.
Indeed, and we all know how vital that experience is. This is Ishan Pereira bowling his medium pace and is immediately dispatched to the leg side for 4 runs by Nane Akkara.
Yes, he worked the ball extremely well through both of the fielders, who chased it all the way down to the boundary but had no chance.
Ishan Pereira, not a very common bowler for St. Thomas's. He as well bowling part-time. It's interesting to see Nalla Peruma utilizing all of his players, because usually you don't see the likes of Gunaratna and Pereira bowling such crucial overs in the initial stages of a game.
Well, of course, I'm sure that this could also be a strategy that Nalla Peruma is using. It could be that he's trying to, especially at a time like this, just get through the overs of some of his other bowlers and keep some of his main bowlers, especially towards the end, towards the death. And Royal College looking for a single and getting it quite easily. So yes, Anish, if we take the first 9 or 10 overs in comparison, and then after that about the last 4 overs, we can see quite a big difference in the way the Royalists have been playing.
Indeed, a good partnership developing between these two batsmen, Wickramasinghe and Nane Akkara.
They were not too far different, especially now when you compare it with the Thomian innings. It's probably about 10 or 15 runs behind.
Indeed, it's a loose ball there by Pereira again. Lucky not to have it dispatched to the boundary.
There's a full toss. I'm sure the batsman would have been wishing that he would have been able to make more of that.
But, as we saw with Ravindu Kodutuaku, he received a full toss and, a miss hit to the fielder in the deep. So, full tosses in a way can be quite dangerous. Because if you don't get rid of them, they may fall into the hands of a fielder.
Yes, and probably you can commend the batsman for the way he played that, because playing it down the ground is always the safest way to go. And if you can call that a commentator's curse, where he just chipped it over the top, it was a half chance there for the fielder. But yes, Anish, like we were saying earlier, down the ground could be the most safest way to go, especially seeing that this is a target that you can chase if you go at around 6 runs and over. It would be getting those singles and the twos consistently that could really win you a match.
Absolutely, rotating the strike is very important. So the Thomian's doing it a lot. Here's Pereira again, and he's absolutely smashed over mid-on. No fielder there on the boundary.
It's one bounce and goes over the rope.
Nane Akkara on that occasion.
Yes, and it looks like he's really been reading it well. He took a calculated risk there. He knew that the fielder was in the circle, and so all he had to do was get it over the field, and he knew it would be running down to the boundary for 4.
Beg your pardon, is Wickramasinghe on that occasion.
And he's worked down the short third man, and Royal unable to get that single. So, ladies and gentlemen, the score stands at 6-2 for the loss of 1 wicket with 14 overs down. Royal College have played their way back into this innings. I'm sure most of the Thomians would have been feeling like they had the match, especially in the first 5 or 10 overs. But Royal have nicely been able to pace out this partnership and make their way back into this innings.
And we see Nalla Perma bringing in Pavit Ratnak at the left hand off spinner into the attack, and he's one of the highest wicket takers this season. He's played a key role in some of the victories throughout the course of the season.
Yes, he's taken 97 wickets if I'm not mistaken. It's very close to that 100 wicket mark. It's not many people who have been able to achieve that over the course of a season. He's known to be able to spin the ball on almost any surface.
Swept away by Nanakara down the leg side. Well fielded down the boundary by the Thomian field. So Fernando there.
Yes, and a good piece of work. They're definitely saving a couple of runs for the Thomians. I don't think that would have been the best way that Pavit Ratnak would have liked to start off his spell. Well, of course, the first couple of deliveries would be really when he's able to analyze the pitch and see how it has been playing.
Oh, it's a beautiful shot flicked towards the leg side. It's going to run away for a boundary. Couple of looseness there by Pavit Ratnak.
Yes, and the batsman taking 2 steps down the pitch and flicking that off to the boundary. He went all the way to the offside to break the line and the length of the bowler. So it's interesting to see how Royal College will face Ratnayaka here. I'm sure that they would have marked him to be one of the key bowlers, and it'll be interesting to see what strategies and what techniques the coaches would have advised their players to use, be it coming down the field, be it changing where you stand in the crease, and probably whether you play the ball in front or whether you try and play it late, especially with most of the spinners of St. Thomas's. But of course, that being said, especially considering the previous year, what happens in the test match can never judge what may happen in the one-day match. We saw that we saw Royal College being able to come out on top in that match, but the Thomians dominating that one-day encounter. And over here we see the Thomians dominating right throughout the 3 days, and probably being quite unlucky because of bad light. And when it comes to this one-day encounter, it will be interesting to see who can really get the upper hand.
Indeed, Rinal, and as you can see, Ratnayak again with a much fuller delivery. I don't think he's bowling the line that he'd like to bowl.
Yes, and of course this is what coming down the crease does to you as a bowler. It immediately leaves you guessing. You're not sure whether you can bowl the same line and the length that you were preparing for, especially if you feel that the batsman's going to come forward and intercept it. But even being so, I'd wonder whether, especially if he sees the batsman looks like he's trying to make a move, whether you should pitch it shorter and go for one that really spins to try and get it straight down to the keeper and possibly a stumping. Because one of the most critical areas, especially when you come down the pitch, is that chance of a stumping.
Indeed, and Ratnayak is one of those bowlers who, again, like Gunaratna, he puts the ball in with a lot of pace. So it'll be interesting to see how he varies his delivery, because we're always expecting him to bowl with that pace. But I'm sure if he slows things up a bit, he can get a bit more purchase off the pitch, because we know that this pitch is good for spinning.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see. You can see exactly how good a bowler is, especially when he bowls under pressure and when he has to adjust to circumstances such as this.
Yeah, and on that occasion, you saw him bowling a slow delivery. Royal batsman couldn't do much with that one.
Yes, and it feels like in the last couple of overs again, the batsmen have not been able to continue at their pace. It looks like they've brought the run rate slightly down once again, because we have Nanakara on 43 and Vikramasinghe on 22. I'm sure. I also think that this is going to be an extremely interesting point with a batsman who is at 43. Immediately, there's a lot of pressure that very naturally comes into your mind, especially as you're thinking of getting that 50. Because when you take the Battle of the Bulls, the Test or the Mustangs Trophy here, getting a 50 or 100 is something extremely prestigious. And so I'm sure that the batsman would be having a lot in his mind right now, especially as he's coming to that 40s mark, as Nanyakara is on 43. So it'll be interesting to see how the Thomians can deal with this. If they can put a little extra pressure on the batsman, if they can slow it down, put in quite a few dot balls, he might try to loosen his arms and probably end up doing something like what Kodituaku did at 95.
Yeah, and Ravindra Kodituaku has been brought into the attack. As you can see, Ramesh Nalaperma is obviously experimenting with his bowlers. I think he's used about 5 or 6 bowlers now, and well, so far only the 1 wicket is show for it. But in terms of restricting Royal College, they've done quite well.
Yes, in fact, Nalaperum has brought his 7th bowler out there, which means he's really not letting the batsman settle down with a particular bowler. And finding the gap beautifully there. As a cover drive by the batsman and goes straight down the boundary for a 4. As the keeper is not happy. Of course, beautifully played there by the Royalists. Of course, I'm sure in Nalaperuma's mind, Kodituaku has been having a golden run, and he's one of the batsmen who has been out there in the middle for the longest, so he'll be knowing how the pitch is playing up. He would have faced the spinners, he would have faced the fast bowlers, and it'll be interesting now that he comes to bowl that he might know what the pitch has in store. So it'll be interesting to see how much he can really make use of that.
Yeah, indeed, and Kodituaku also not known for his off spin, but he's gotten a couple of wickets throughout the course of the season. A bit of a loosener there. Lucky that they had that deep mid off.
Yes, and also he has a rather interesting action and a run up the way he comes over. The point of release seems to be slightly almost on top of his head, probably near his opposite shoulder, if I'm not mistaken, because of the way he angles and goes straight up in the air. Taken there by the Thomians, and that's another wicket for you. It's the 2nd wicket for Royal College.
Crucial breakthrough there, and it's a surprise package in the form of Ravindra Kodituaku who gets that wicket. Ramesh Nalaperma staying calm and catching that ball as the umpire decides to have a drinks break at a crucial point in the game. St. Thomas's College having gotten that breakthrough.
Yes, and the change of bowling has really worked there for the Thomians. Nalaperuma there with a masterclass, and of course, like I mentioned, Kodituaku would be knowing what the pitch is really offering the bowlers, and he was able to make the absolute most of that. He has been having a golden run this year from the big match to even this, especially at a one-day match. A score of 95 is truly phenomenal, and then to come back in the bowling and take a wicket, I don't think you can expect much more from one of your players.
Indeed, Kodituaku is an excellent player and he's been consistent performer for the Thomians. Mainly with the bat, but on a day like today, he broke up that partnership, which was turning out to be quite threatening for the Thomians. Now they have a new batsman at the crease.
A very good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. And the score stands at 75 for the loss of 2 wickets after 15 overs. And the Royal College looked like they were building up a consistent partnership there between Nanya Kara and Vikramasinghe. Because Vikramasinghe getting lofting one up and being caught at the edge of the circle. And so it'll be interesting to see how Royal take it from here onwards.
After the drinks break, it's Korituaku to continue his bowling from the Mansfield end. Oh, and that's smashed away by Vikram by Nanya Kar on that occasion.
And he's bowled him. He's wrapped the wickets. And that's another wicket there for St. Thomas's College. It's 2 consecutive wickets back to back. This one straight bowled him.
And Pavit Ratnayaka, we know how crucial a play he can be.
Yes, we were just talking about how he's able to spin the ball in on almost any given surface. On that occasion, getting the batsman clean bowled. And this time he's got the danger man, Nanya Kara, who was out for 44 runs. And of course, just like we were talking about earlier, I mean, as soon as you come to those dangerous 40s or the 90s, immediately your mind starts playing tricks on you. And you immediately feel a lot of pressure, even though it's quite a seamless part of the game. And of course here as well, just like we saw Korituaku getting out at 95, at this occasion Nanya Kara getting out for 44. Of course he's played a really good innings. He came in at a really critical point where Royal College had lost a wicket for about 4 runs. And from there onwards he's been able to come, steady the innings, build up a partnership, and of course take up the score to 77. Now I'd like to welcome Shalom Sumandaram to the commentary box. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Renal. Yeah, as you said, Nanya Kara, pretty good innings by him. Anyway, he was looking a bit sketchy around some of the shots he played. A lot of the fours that he actually got were by inside edges and edges. So he wasn't looking on his best form, but nevertheless, still played a pretty good innings for Royal College. As I said, got the score up. The main scorer so far. Now we have the new man in along with Pasindu Surya Bandara. Obviously looking to form another partnership.
Yes, this will be a really critical point for Royal, and they will be looking to work on a really good partnership here, because they have been given a decent start, especially considering where they were initially, and now especially judging the point where they were 19 at 10 overs for the loss of 1 wicket. I'm sure now being 16 overs for 78 runs, I'm sure that Royal College would take it at any given time.
Definitely a big improvement on where we were. Now we have the new man Kavindu Madar Singh in the middle of the pitch along with Pasindu Surya Bandara. Both players who are known to have played pretty standard, pretty consistent innings throughout the season. Surya Bandara just getting that one away from covers for too long off for the single.
Yes, and of course, Shram, like you mentioned earlier, Nanayakkara's innings had looked like quite a shady one. I remember it was Kalana Pereira's over that time, which he had an edge right over the first slip, and afterwards he missed a very close inside edge which he nearly dragged onto his stumps. But how when it comes to the Royal innings, the runs coming counts in the end, no matter how it comes.
Definitely, you can say the same thing for any batsman, but as long as he gets a century or the double century, you can't fault the way he got it. At the end of the day, he got the runs, that's what mattered. That's ultimately, at the end of the day, that's what's going to win you the match. So I feel like Nanayakkara definitely did his job for the team in that sense. Mandara Singh here playing a few shots through the covers, getting that single down to off sweeper.
Yes, I think one thing about the Royal innings, especially when you take the last 10 overs or so, or should I say the last 8 overs or so, is that they have been able to find that easy single. And especially, like I mentioned earlier as well, given a match of this caliber, where you need something at around 6 runs and over to really win you the match, the ability to find those singles could really make the difference.
Definitely, Royal College, I feel, at any given situation has been able to just find those singles. They know how to rotate the strike and keep the scoreboard ticking. Comparatively, St. Thomas College also did extremely well in that sense, especially when the skipper Nalla was at the crease along with Ishan Pereira, specifically in that instance. I feel like the opening partnership between Kodithuakku and Gururatna, they didn't really look for the singles, they just went for the loose balls for the boundaries. All the other balls either left or defended. But Royal very consistently, I feel any batsman at any given moment will go for the single, especially Pasindu Surya Bandara. He's a batsman who's known to always get the single, always go for a conservative shot unless he sees a big chance. And in this case, I feel that's what he's trying to build here with Madar Singh.
Yes, and once again, as we were talking about that as well, they were able to find that gap quite easily.
And Royal College definitely looking towards Surya Bandara here. He's known as a high caliber batsman, a very stylish batsman who knows how to play the shots, as you can see when they're just tickling the ball towards long on. And he was the hero of the Royal College innings in 2016 when he scored 121 runs. He was a fresher then. Consistently so far in this match and in the big match, he failed. Scored the highest score he scored was 35 runs. Hopefully they'll be looking for a greater contribution by Surya Bandar here. It's a great shot by Madar Singh. You can see a lot of batsmen playing the same kind of shot through the covers again and again. At any given moment, like in Nanayakkara or even Ahan Vikram Singh and now Madar Singh, just playing that same kind of either cut or square drive towards or through covers. And that's the primary way of getting runs for them.
Yes, and it looks like Kodituaku has been brought back onto the attack. It's quite interesting to see how he bowls. Like you mentioned earlier, he has been having a golden run this season over the last couple of weeks especially. Interesting to see what he can do here with the ball.
And that's a interesting shot played by Surya Bandara. Trying to just tap the ball into the square leg area, but ultimately not going for the run because he was too light of a tap. And that's the kind of player Surya Bandara is. Very soft hands, very play into the gap kind of mentality, as opposed to just drive in through the covers or drive in wherever he sees, wherever the ball is pitched. He's a player who selects his shots very carefully and tries to work the ball as opposed to play the ball.
Yes, and having a full range of shots is one thing that's extremely vital, especially of a game of this caliber. And that would really help you to get those all-important singles and the twos that could really take you off all the way for victory.
Yeah, Madhar Singh on strike to Pavit Ratnayaka. And again, just looking to play that cut shot through the covers. We saw Nanekara play an absolutely beautiful stroke through point and backward point. Just guiding the ball and the ball just running away to the boundary with the perfect timing. Madhar Singh looks to be playing those kind of shots again.
Yes, and we saw that the previous partnership as well, the one of Nanekara and Vikram Singh, we saw them trying to come up to the pitch of the ball for Pavit Ratnayaka to try and counter the spin. It'll be interesting to see what tactic these batsmen try and use against Pavit Ratnayaka.
Of course, Madhar Singh does have a slight defect in his wrist, in his right wrist, which doesn't allow him to fully straighten out the bat. So if you notice his shots, he never fully finishes his shot. He doesn't sweep the bat upwards. And you'll see, if you look carefully, you'll see the bat tilt slightly towards the leg side as soon as he finishes the shot. And that actually allows him to play towards the covers very easily, because he's actually cutting the ball as opposed to driving the ball whenever he plays. So I think Siddhan's got to recognize that they've got three men in that backward point area, and then one man in the deep who's probably going to stop this excellent shot by Madhar Singh. 2 runs.
Yes, of course, it's an interesting field set. We saw that quite consistently St. Thomas's College have been having a packed offside field. And of course that also means that the bowlers need to maintain their consistency. We're seeing an extremely square fine leg, and with a short mid-on and a long and a deep mid-on as well, which leaves the batsman the opportunity of sweeping the ball basically almost in any direction where he would be able to get boundary.
Slightly lofted shot towards point. And yes, you're actually right, there's a massive gap in between long on and fine leg. There's the man at a kind of very fine mid-wicket kind of position. But other than that, there's a big gap and the batsman can just exploit it as a sweep shot or pull shot. There's no risk of lofting the ball in that area.
Yes, and of course it will be extremely important when it comes especially to the bowlers to make sure that they maintain their line and length and do not deviate or stray, because a couple of boundaries can really loosen the pressure of the Royalists. We saw that especially towards about the 10 over mark, where Royal were really tight for runs and then they were under a lot of pressure. It was a couple of boundaries here and there, although it may not have been the best way the batsmen would have wanted it to be. It eventually did release a lot of the pressure and help them to build on that partnership.
Here we see a slight field change by St. Thomas College. They're putting a deep square leg for the right hander, which kind of negates the effect of that pull shot, like I said. And they are Surya Bandara going for the backward sweep. Not quite getting it, I feel, but enough to get just the 1 run.
Yes, of course, and I'm sure that that could be one thing the Thomians are also hoping for. In trying to play a shot like that would leave a chance for maybe a top edge of the bat or maybe even a leg before wicket.
So, but Surya Bandara is known for trying that kind of shot. We see even the big match, he tried the paddle sweep and just the usual sweep numerous times. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of tactics the Thomas College use against that. Again, Madhar Singh just playing the ball through the covers towards the off sweeper.
Yes, and we've seen that both of these batsmen have decided to try and play the spinner quite late. and waiting for the ball to come right up to the bat. And of course, like you mentioned earlier, they have been able to find the gaps as well. This is one thing that the Thomian skipper really needs to look at, because he really needs to tighten either his field set or the way his bowlers are bowling, because as soon as you stop these singles and these quick twos from coming, and once again some good running between the wickets, because as soon as you stop these singles and these twos from coming, that immediately puts a bit of pressure on the minds of the batsmen, and that is really when they look for different kinds of shots, possibly lofted shots or maybe shots that they're not really used to, and this is what any side can hope for to generate their wicket.
Definitely, I feel that might be one of the strategies that Thomian skipper can pull. But then again, when you have very conservative batsmen like Surya Pandara at the crease, it's very hard to tempt them into an unorthodox shot, especially when they are such, old school type batsmen who only ever play orthodox shots. So it'll be interesting to see kind of how this field sense is going to affect the batsmen as well. I don't think them being contained for runs is going to affect their mentality all that much. As long as they keep on getting the singles and the doubles, they should be in a decent enough position to start accelerating even 10 overs remaining and maybe even win the match.
Especially when you look at where St. Thomas's were at around the 19 over mark. If I'm not mistaken, it's at a quite similar position. Of course, they were there just the loss of one wicket. Those two extra wickets could also go a long way for the Thomians, but the way the Royals have been batting in the last few overs, it looks like they have been able to come out with their singles and twos quite easily, like you were mentioning. And if they are able to continue this and really build on a partnership, that could be something that would really threaten the Thomians.
Definitely any solid partnership in the middle order, even between Surya Pandara and Madhara Singh. And of course we have the man Ratna who scored a half century in the big match. There are some good batting options for Royal College in the middle order, and I feel like it's very easy for them to put up a good partnership. And it's a very extensive batting order for Royal College. Apart from Surya Pandara, Madhara Singh, you have Sen Ratna coming in, you have Sandeep, you have Himesh Ramanayaka, all people who we see can bat and who have batted pretty effectively in the lower order as well. It's not like Royal College is starved for batsmen here. And it's a beautiful shot played by Madhara Singh, who just worked right into the gap. That's going to get them 3 runs. They're coming back for 3 runs and they're going to get it very comfortably here. So good run between the wickets and a great shot by Madhara Singh, played right into the gap between fine leg and mid wicket.
Yes, and like you were talking about the Royal College batting lineup, I'm sure the Thomians will be having some terrible memories of that, especially coming from the big match last weekend of that 8-wicket partnership Royal got, which arguably could have saved the match for them. And so once again the Thomians need to be aware that Royal College could pose extremely threatening batting lineup, which means that just 3 wickets on the board could not necessarily mean a lot, and they need to keep trying to get the wickets and keep putting pressure on the Royalists.
Definitely. Of course, I did forget Hiritha Vidanaki, the captain, who is also known as a batsman or an all-rounder. In fact, it's another great shot by Surya Pandara. But in fact, the entire Royal lineup have shown that they can bat to a certain extent, except Chama Kedri Singh as the one player who we haven't really seen bat that effectively. But other than that, it's been a fairly consistent performance by every single man in the entire lineup.
And also it will be very interesting to see how the Thomians, or rather how the captain works his bowling options here. We've seen that he has already used about 7 of his men and given them the chance with the ball. Of course, especially coming into the dying stages, he really needs to pick who has been performing the best and who has been really getting the ball to either turn or really being able to get his wickets.
Definitely, like we saw, Vidanaki chose his bowlers carefully towards the latter stages. Had great fielding at covers by St. Thomas's College, limiting the runs there. This is the kind of feeling they want. But I mean, around 40 overs in at the Royal innings, every single bowler, or 4 bowlers, were all on 7 overs each, which meant that Vidanaki could pick his bowlers carefully. He had options. He knew that all of his bowlers basically could be bowled in any given situation and for at least 3 overs. And I feel like that was a strength in the Royal bowling department towards the later stages, where Vithanika could just pick his bowler according to the situation. So I feel like Thomian was also following that kind of routine, where he's given a lot of people chance to bowl, so he's conserving the amount of overs each person can bowl, and then towards the end of the match maybe he can pick and choose a bit more carefully with his main bowlers.
Yes, and so right now the score stands at 97 for the loss of 3 wickets after 21 overs, which of course leaves that Royal College have about 162 to score with just 29 overs remaining. It's not an impossible task. Shubham, what do you think?
Definitely not an impossible task. Around 180 balls to go, so they don't need to score at around 1 run a ball, a bit more realistically if they want to get it. But I feel like they can just for the next 20 overs if they score another 100 to 130 runs even, and then accelerate in the last 10 overs, they should be well on their way to a victory. As long as I think the most important thing for all right now is just to preserve their wickets, not let any more wickets fly by, and then at the later stages when they can really accelerate with the knowledge that it's either do or die.
Yes, and I'm sure that the two batsmen out there in the middle, as well as the coaching staff and the players, must be having quite similar thoughts, especially of how they should pace out their innings. It's quite a possible task for the Royalists, and I'm sure that they would be going all out for it. On that occasion, he missed that gap that he has been getting quite so consistently so far. But the middle overs are something that always defines a game, no matter what type or what format it is, whether it will be the international circuits or the schools levels. Because if the spinners are able to really slow down the game and dry up the runs, then we can see a very interesting end to this match.
We saw in the early morning that everyone was saying it's a good pitch for the bowlers, for the spin bowlers. Very grassy pitch, very grassy wicket, and they can generate a lot of turn. As well as we can see, though, it's not really like the spinners have been even much significantly more effective than fast bowlers either. Even when St. Thomas College was batting, we didn't really see a huge difference. But I feel like as of now, the spin bowlers are definitely doing a better job at containing the runs than the fast bowlers did. That might be a reason. And there we go, Surya Bandara going for the paddle sweep. The bowler is absolutely frustrated and looks like he's going to run down to the boundary for 4 runs. That's going to be 4 runs for passing the Surya Bandara. Backward sweep once again, and the bowler is really frustrated with that. You can see the disappointment in him.
Yes, I think that was extremely well played there by the batsman, and he placed it just fine enough to beat the man at the boundary.
And that's really what Surya Bandara is all about, placement and timing, and he got that one perfectly.
And I think it can be quite frustrating even as a bowler, especially when the batsmen have been consistently getting the singles and the twos, and then the one ball that goes slightly off the line gets hammered down to the boundary for a 4. And attempting that once again, and a huge appeal there with the Thomians. It looked like it may have been straying down offside.
Definitely Surya Bandara was going for almost the exact same shot, maybe for paddle sweep over the keeper's head. That time, of course, the ball was a bit too much to the offside for him to actually drag to the leg side. In that case, a bit of a risky shot. That's the end of the over. Royal College now 102 runs for loss of 3 wickets. So they're all reaching that 100 run milestone with the latest boundary. Very pleased with that.
But of course, I think one thing the Royal batsmen need to be careful, which we've seen a couple of times before, is especially after they play one risky shot, immediately going for another. And one thing that most seasoned batsmen do try to do, especially once they get a boundary of the over, is to just continue on with the singles, because 1 boundary and 5 singles immediately gives you 9 runs for the over, which is more than enough, especially at a stage like this. So especially unless you get a really loose delivery from the bowler, I think the excitement and the rush of blood that you get when you score 1 boundary can lead a person to try and score maybe a couple more in the over, and that can be something that can be quite risky.
That's a mistake that we see even international level batsmen do sometimes. As soon as they feel like they got their form, they got their eye in, they start trying to attack every ball, which is a mistake no matter which format you're in. if you don't know the ball that's going to be bowled to you, it's no use trying to hit it. As a batsman, you have to face it ball by ball. According to each ball, you act accordingly, according to the field setting and your own natural strengths. And that's a field. And a massive appeal turned down by the umpire. It was Abhin obviously thought he had got him. He threw the ball into the air in triumph straight away.
It's quite interesting to see what exactly happened there.
And so Surya Bandara just having a word with Madhara Singh there. And we saw a lot of slashing and missing by Madhara Singh this over. He's going after the ball. That one obviously Thomian had thought that he had finally got back on ball in a way that was favourable for them.
Yes, I think especially in this over we've seen the Royals batting quite differently to how they have been facing their innings before. We saw that earlier they have been constantly getting the singles and two, but after that 1-4 was hit, we see that they are either going for the 4 or if not giving it as a dot ball entirely. This could be for a couple of reasons. One is it could be because Ratnayaka has been hitting the correct line and length which the batsman is struggling in, and of course another thing could be a slight inconsistency with the batting as well.
Madhara Singh finally getting one away from the wicket after a lot of failed attempts, giving the strike over to Surya Bandara. Definitely I feel Ratnayaka's bowling is a key factor here in the way the Royals are batting. Madhara Singh just couldn't get to bat on ball, so whether he was looking for the single or the boundary didn't really matter. He couldn't really do anything with what he was given. In this case though, Surya Bandara hopefully will be able to work the ball a little bit more.
And some good fielding there on short mid on by the Thomians, and that would bring us to the end of yet another over, and the total stands at 103 for the loss of 3. Madhara Singh had 14 runs and Surya Bandara at 12 runs. Nalapuram deciding to bring Dulit Gulratna back into the attack.
From the opposite end of which he was going from the beginning. We say Madhara Singh is facing, and very similar field to what Royal had early on in the innings. This particular field, 2 men in the deep on the leg side and then the mid on as well. Madhara Singh going over the top 10, is going straight to point, and another wicket for St. Thomas's College. Madhara Singh going for a big shot and just getting either a thick edge over to mid-on, but not getting enough power on it to carry it over. And that's the 4th wicket that's going to fall for Royal College. It falls at 103. And
yes, and the change of bowling has worked once again for the Thomians. And we have seen anyway in the last couple of overs that the Royalists have been struggling a bit to get those singles and the twos. And of course, like I mentioned a while back as well, if the Thomians continue doing that, a wicket will come, and a wicket did come indeed.
Definitely, the way you were talking about the strategy that Nalapuram might be employing seemed to have passed in this particular instance for Madhara Singh. Maybe frustrated by his previous over with Ratnayaka, he couldn't get anything off the bat, just the one single, and then finally When Gururatna was turning the ball away from him, he sees a chance to lift it over the heads of the offside fielders, but couldn't quite get the contact that he wanted nor the time it.
Yes, of course, it's also you cannot go without a compliment to the way the field has been set. We've seen a very tight offside field, and we've seen most of the bowlers being able to consistently bowl to the field that has been set. We saw that time there were 4 men on the offside inside the circle, and the ball travelling directly to one of the fielders. Score stands at 103 for the loss of 4 wickets after 23 overs. And of course, I think this would be quite a big blow for Royal College. It looked like the two batsmen have got a good eye of the wicket and were able to rotate the strike quite easily, especially towards the start of their partnership. And then seeing this one go down, it could put a bit of pressure back again on the minds of the batsmen. We saw 2 wickets falling consistently on the previous occasion as well. It will be interesting to see whether the two batsmen can hold up or whether we'll be having another wicket falling soon. So once again, it's a very interesting field. There are 6 men on the offside inside the circle.
2 men outside the circle on the leg side, and the mid on and mid off. And you have the captain here, Henry Vidanagi, out in the field, along with Pasindu Surya Bandara.
I'm sure Royal College would also be expecting a captain's knock, quite similar to one that Romesh Nallapperam was able to give his side. Something like that could really put Royal in a commanding position here.
And it looks like this field setting that St. Thomas College has employed is working perfectly. It looks fairly impenetrable with the number of men on the offside, especially just backwards of point or backwards square. There are 3 men there covering every conceivable angle for the cut shot. It is the only shot that any batsman seems to be playing right about now. There is Vidanagi trying to play a straight drive, maybe get it in between mid on and long off, but straight back to the bowler, so no run. That'll be the end of a destructive over. Royal College score still stands 103 for the loss of 4 wickets.
It will also be very interesting to see who Nallapperam gives the ball to from here onwards. You can see Pavit Ratnayaka once again from this end, if I'm not mistaken. But on quite a number of occasions, the bowling change has really made the difference. And I think especially with batsmen getting set to the particular ways a particular bowler is bowling, having a change and having a lot of options is something that could really help the Thomians. Of course, Thomians have decided to bowl 7 of their bowlers, which means it includes a lot of variation, be it the paces or the spinners.
And there's a massive appeal there by St. Thomas College for the stumping, and it's been given to the third umpire. Surya Bandara nearly losing his wicket here, and there's already celebration. Smart work by Hapuhinda. Well, it's going to third umpire, and Surya Bandara obviously decided, I'm going to stay. He didn't look at all bothered really, but then again that's just Surya Bandara's usual default sit-in.
Yes, it will be interesting to see what the decision of the third umpire will be on this one. It was an extremely close call, and this year the joint committee has decided to bring in the system of third umpires into this match. And I believe that's actually a really good move, because especially moving on to the development of the game and to really improve the quality. Things like this that have become a norm in international cricket should really be brought on to the schools arena as well, especially to the Royal Thomian.
Definitely, as you said, it's a very high-class, high-caliber cricket match. So the use of technology, therefore making it more accurate, really does affect the quality of the sport, make sure that the sport is being played as it should be played.
I think one thing that is really lacking, especially for most of the spectators looking out here, is a big screen to show the actual replay and to show what's going on in the minds of the third umpire.
If we only had that massive screen and the animation of the ball hitting the wicket and then out or not out, that would really be something for everyone.
Especially it would go a long way among the spectators of both Royal and St. Thomas's.
But then again, we all know what's happened when the batsman either goes back to his wicket or he walks off the pitch.
Yes, and we're still waiting for the word from the third umpire. And he's given it.
And the entire Thomian side jumps for joy, literally, as Surya Bandara walks off the pitch. So the third umpire gives it out, stumped by Sitara Hapin. Smart, efficient work by Hapin to get Surya Bandara caught out of his crease. And that's going to be the end of passing Surya Bandara, the man that a lot of hopes are resting on. And now suddenly, Royal College seem to be collapsing under the weight of all the responsibility that's been placed on them. They're now 103 for the loss of 5 wickets, as 2 wickets fall in very fast in the space of just 2 overs. And now it's the new man Tevindu Senaratne coming into the crease to join the skipper.
Yes, and of course we saw this the previous occasion as well, where 2 wickets fell in quick succession. It will be really important for these 2 batsmen to really slow the pace down and really build on a partnership, because at 5 wickets down, even 1 or 2 more wickets here could really put some pressure on the Royalists and be detrimental to their batting lineup. But of course I'm sure that especially right now most of the Thomians would be overjoyed in having the third umpire system, because I'm sure, especially if the umpire was not sure, that he may have given the benefit of the doubt to the batsman.
Definitely, usually the benefit of the doubt is given to the batsman, considering that he has only 1 chance at everything, whereas the bowler has multiple chances, so that's the logic that they work by. In this case though, it went against Pasantha Surya Bandara, and so Srinatha comes into the crease to face the bowler Pavit Ratnayaka.
Pavit Ratnayaka keeping it tight. The Thomians would be looking to get through quite a few of their overs quickly here, possibly get another wicket, but also try and bring down the scoring rate and put some pressure on the batsman.
It's interesting to see a team where you get a lot of all-rounders. So in Royal College, pretty much the entire team are either batsmen or bowlers who can bat a little. So in Thomas College, you get a lot of batsmen who can bowl a little. It's kind of like the New Zealand team of 2007, if I remember correctly, where every single one of those batsmen were batsmen who could bowl a little and bowlers who could bat a little.
And I think it's a changing trend, especially in modern cricket. There was a good many times, especially those days, where all-rounders were few to come by, and you'd get a lot of specialist batsmen and specialist bowlers, and them just sticking to that. But especially when you bring in the one day and the T20 format, and those becoming increasingly popular, there has become a massive demand for all-round players.
Definitely the most amount of utility you can get out of a player is from an all-round player. Person who can bowl reliably, a person who can bat well in any given circumstance. Like Angelo Matthews, probably the most valuable player that Sri Lanka has when they go into international arenas, simply by virtue of the fact that he can pretty much do anything, as opposed to just do the one thing and fail sometimes. And Srinathan is lofting the shot a little bit there. And there's a difference between Test and one-day cricket. In Test cricket, these two can afford to slow down the pace as much as they want to, as long as they keep the wicket, since then they can just go for the draw. One day, if you slow it down too much, you lose. If you lose a wicket, you lose. The only way you can win is by accelerating the pace and just keeping a wicket at the same time. So it's a much harder job on the batsman in a tough situation during a limited overs match.
And I think that especially counts, especially when you're like 103 for the loss of 5 wickets. It's a very tricky position because you're halfway through your match, you're at 25 over stage, and you haven't even scored half of your total, and yet most of your wickets are down as well, and now you'd be basically only having the tail or the lower order coming to bat. And especially as the middle order here, you know that you cannot possibly afford to lose your wicket. But like what we're seeing in these couple of overs, going too slow as well could really kill it for your side. At the end of the day, it would really come to how well the two batsmen and the fielding side really do under pressure. And we can see immediately the intensity is building on the field. The Thomians are jumping around. I'm sure that everyone out there on the field feels like they have got this game in their hands. They won't want to give it away easily.
At this rate, Royal will probably lose by about 40 runs or so. 30 runs or so, unless they really accelerate and keep their wickets at the same time.
So I think one thing about the Royal team is they have been playing in patches. There have been patches when they've been extremely slow. There have been some purple patches where they have played extremely well. But I think with two new batsmen now on strike, it can be quite difficult for the two to get settled down. Of course, we saw it was Surya Bandara and Madhur Singh, if I'm not mistaken, who as soon as they came, they were able to get the singles. And if that continued, that would have been an extremely dangerous partnership for the Thomians. However, I'm sure they're extremely glad that they have been taken out of the equation. And now with just the captain and Tevindu on strike, it'll be interesting to see how the Royal innings takes shape from here on.
And Captain Vithan again not being able to find the single either defensive shots or shots straight to the fielders. Just not finding that gap in the field that he really wants to find, the way that Surya Bandara or Madhur Singh could. And I feel that's really going to harm the Royal innings if they can't even get off the mark.
Yes, and it looks like another maiden over there for St. Thomas's College.
Both of these batsmen yet to get off the mark, both of them still at 0 runs each. So just really, and the problem with this is that you had to wait for both batsmen to get their eye in. So that means another maybe 5 overs of inactivity for Royal College until they can really start going ham and cheese on all the balls.
Yes, Shridhar, and while that is quite true, also maybe playing out another 5 overs, if you would like to say, and maybe score about 10 or 15 runs, would also mean that in the next 20 overs, you're left with a daunting total of about 150 more to get. And that could be something that would be extremely difficult for the Royalists no matter what stage you are in.
Definitely things are looking a bit black for all right now. Just remains to be seen how either these two batsmen or the next two batsmen, namely Ramanayaka or Sandeepa, can change the tide.
But of course, I think you were not wrong at all when you said that it's very important for them to kind of try and slow down the innings and build a partnership, because on this occasion and the previous one, 2 wickets had fallen quite consecutively, and they won't want another to fall quite soon.
Srinathna going for a big shot there. It's going to bounce shot in no man's land and run over to the boundary for 4 runs. A thick drop edge for Srinathna when he went for the sweep shot there. It ended up being a boon for Royal College. That's going to get him off the mark. And there's a mistake St. Thomas's College by having absolutely no man in the leg side boundary there. Closest man was deep mid wicket who could get nowhere near it by the time it had already bounced for the first time.
Yes, a fair amount of spectators, they're jumping to their feet in anticipation to see what would happen to that. But unfortunately, there was no protection there for the Thomians whatsoever. And that ball ran straight down to the boundary for a 4.
Srinathna punched it through the covers powerfully. And again, just a single.
And the Thomians reverting back to their usual field set. And it was a very similar gap that the Royalists kept exploiting even before. And the Thomians need to make sure that, especially the bowler right now, Pavit Ratnayaka, works on his line and length and ensures that they're not able to get these easy singles off.
It seems to be working for Vithanage as opposed to Senaratne. Vithanage can't seem to find his form here. Can't seem to find the gaps. And Ratnayaka turning the ball into him, you'd expect him to maybe try and work it towards the leg side, but it's not really working out for him like that. Of course, the fact that you have a left hand and right hand at the crease might confuse Ratnayaka a little bit about his line and length. It's a classic combination.
Yes, I think even at an international arena, having a left hand and a right hand at the crease is something that can ever so slightly put the ball off. It never lets you rest. It never keeps you comfortable. It always makes you think. It makes you change the way you're going to bowl your next ball.
And there Vidanage, first ball that was strained down leg side a little bit. Interestingly enough, he decided to defend it, as opposed to maybe go for a slog sweep shot or flick it through mid wicket. At the end of the over, Royal College 108 runs for the loss of 5 wickets.
Thanks, Shadam. And that will be Renal Vikram Ratna signing off the commentary box. Good evening, Jonathan Cruz.
Well, welcome, Jonathan. What do you think of Royal's chances at this match right now? Score 108 for 5, around 30 overs gone, 20 overs left.
Well, they definitely have a chance, but the current status, it doesn't look that good for the Royal.
And Fernando continues to spell, and it's Devindu sweeping the ball over to the deep square leg boundary for 4 runs. And that's one of his favourite shots, Ratna, going on one knee and just punching the ball in that vicinity of fine leg and deep square leg. 4 more runs with Devindu Ratna. And you can see Devindu's really playing his natural game here. He's going after the balls that he feels are loose. He's going for the shots wherever he feels like he can get them to the boundary line. We saw him do the same thing at the big match and gain 50 runs for Royal College, really saving the match there. And it looks like he might be able to do the same thing here. Of course, there's always a risk going for the shots. You might get out sometimes if you go for a shot without knowledge of exactly where the fielders are, or without reading the ball properly.
Especially for Fernando, he's not a normal spinner. He skids the ball and he bowls it quite fast. So I don't think it's a good idea to take risks against Fernando.
Fernando definitely one of those dangerous bowlers. What do you call a strike bowler, maybe expensive but effective sometimes. In this case, it's Vitanage on strike. Fernando. Six men on the offside for St. Thomas's College, and just the 3 men all in the deep on the leg side, looking to cut off the runs on the leg side, cut off the boundaries on the leg side rather, and on the other hand looking for those catches or just stopping that cut on the offside. It's very conservative field setting for St. Thomas's College. You don't see any slips, you don't see short legs, you don't see a very attacking field. But if the batsman gets frustrated and tries to play it like some Madhara Singh and Vikram Singh and play the shot, can get out. Vitanage here going for a big shot, maybe trying to get between deep square leg and deep mid wicket, but not getting the contact that he wanted. So it's going to run down deep square leg. Just a single for Royal College. It's the end of the over. Royal College now 113 for the loss of 5 wickets. Vitanagi on strike here. And it's wash, rinse, repeat for St. Thomas's College right now. Just repeating the same formula that's been working for them the last few overs. Same field set in, both the spin bowlers from both ends as opposed to using Pereira, who was their main option in the big match.
I think Nalapuram is bowling Deron Pires and Neso Fernando from both ends is because they are both reliable bowlers. They know where to bowl, and if Nalapuram says bowls in a certain place, they both are capable of doing that. And we can see, especially Neso Fernando, he's spot on when he bowls.
There's a brilliant shot by Vitanagi, driving it through the covers for the 4. And Pires, same kind of ball really, like you said. Did pick his spot, I feel. Yeah, he didn't do anything particularly wrong, but Vitanagi stepped out of his crease a little bit, played inside out through the covers. It was a well placed, well calculated shot, and it worked out for Vitanagi. First 4 I feel that he's hit, and that's really going to help boost his confidence.
I think the Thomian should look to not to take wickets rather than limiting the Royalist batsmen to at least 200 runs. I think that should be their goal rather than going after the wickets. Because for them, if they try to go at wickets, they have to take much more risk, and that may cause them a lot of runs.
Definitely, right now St. Thomas College in a much stronger position. There, Vitanagi going for another massive hit, but missing the ball absolutely. St. Thomas College in a advantageous position here. More runs on the board than Royal had at the same point as Royal right now. More wickets in hand than Royal had. So I feel like it's really it's missed field there by St. Thomas College. Through point, Vitanagi is going to get another 4. Just knocking that one past backward point. Well, the field setting that St. Thomas College have put up here, that's designed to stop the runs, isn't really going to work out if they don't field as well as they should. So Vitanagi will be very pleased with that. Second boundary is hit in this over, and it must really feel like it's got the pace going now. Senaratne here against Yusuf Fernando. Senaratne, as you saw before, playing his natural game, just going after the balls whenever he felt like it, whenever he felt like he can get a boundary. There again we see him going for the shot and getting the single.
You see Nalapuram taking his time to set the field.
Vitanage getting the ball through the covers for the first time in a long time. The other ones have just been boundaries. This time he actually managed to hit it in the desired direction towards the fielder and just getting that single. So Senaratna on strike, Mr. Fernando. Quick fielding by St. Thomas's College.
Also a quick run by Royal.
Definitely don't expect Senaratna to be able to run that fast, but he manages it in true fashion of a Royal cricketer. In fact, I feel like St. Thomas's College really do underestimate Senaratna quite a bit. They definitely did in the big match. Didn't take him as seriously maybe as they should have. And there Vitanage going for the paddle sweep and getting it absolutely perfectly. Exactly what he wanted. It looks like it's going to be 2 runs for Heditha Vitanage here.
That was brilliant fielding by Gunawardana. He almost hit the boundary, but he was able to pull that back.
Vitanage knew exactly what he wanted before the ball even left Fernando's hand. Just stepped across the wicket, leaned in a little bit and then positioned his bat just to lift the ball over the head of the keeper. And he's going for a sweep shot there. There is a man in the deep mid-wicket position who's going to be able to get to that. Just the 1 run for Vitanage. And here we see the runs really starting to flow a little bit more freely than before.
Seems like Heditha is trying to get the run rate up because you saw with the sweep. And that was a risky shot in a way, and even the previous ball where he just swung the bat. So he's trying to get the strike rate up, but this could cost him his wicket, as we saw in the big match also. He was trying to take risky, he was trying to play risky shots, and it costed him.
Vitanage does occasionally just pull one out of his hat. Going for a big shot occasionally. He's not a player who is conservative by nature. He'll push the ball around and then he'll go down one knee and try to slog sweep it past mid-wicket, over mid-wicket. Which is a natural play style.
Clearly Vitanage is the better batsman out of both teams. He has 1,000 plus runs in his bat for the whole season, whereas St. Thomas's has only 643 where Ramesh Nalapuram. So he's clearly the better batsman from both teams, but he needs to be cautious.
Yes, Vitanage just the one batsman this entire season getting 1,000 runs, and that's going to run down to deep mid-wicket once again. And just the 1 run for Vitanage, but a good shot by him.
He's starting to look more and more confident.
As a half-hour appeal by St. Thomas's College, they thought they got him with the outside edge. Senaratna definitely fishing outside off a little bit there. And he went for the shot there. Beautiful fielding by the captain, Ramesh Nallaperuma, at the mid-off position. Dived and managed to get his hand on the ball before it went down to the long off. There is a man at long off, but he would have cost him a single. Nallaperuma not even letting them have that. Sinatha going for the shot. Nallaperuma just rising off his feet, trying to get the catch, but not being able to get it. And that just flew off Sinatha's bat to the boundary. 4 more runs for Royal College. And the Royal College the runs seem to be flowing a bit more freely. The batsmen seem to be a bit more comfortable. They can actually get their runs now. They can get the singles. Sinatha's managed to find the gaps, managed to find the spots. So it seems to be like they are in a slightly better position than they were before. Not necessarily in the best position, but a better position. An inside edge for Senaratne. It's going to run past backward point. 4 runs for Senaratne once again. Apovinna didn't know what to do with that one. Sena just slashing at it, and really it was a lucky boundary there for Royal. So they're not going to complain. Take the runs when he comes. And they are more conventional that by Senaratne. Just driving it towards mid-off. And we're joined in the commentary box by Kaik Senaratne.
Yes, good afternoon, Shalom. It's second innings. It's more than halfway through. 137 for the loss of 5 wickets. It's been a pretty good run actually. Itanage and Senaratne on strike. So in the middle rather.
Well, 5 wickets down, you'd expect Royal to be a bit more cautious, but they seem to be getting a little more into the rhythm, into the groove of these two.
That's Kalana Pereira, I believe, who will be bowling from the Maitland Place end.
An interesting choice for St. Thomas College. All this time, for the last 10 or even 15 overs, they've been consistently bowling spinners from both ends.
Yeah, we saw Shannon Fernando and Dulit Gunratna bowl for a while.
And Pavit Ratnayaka as well.
Yeah, definitely Pavit Ratnayaka. And this is definitely an interesting change by St. Thomas's, but we are nearing the end of the innings. We're 30 overs into it. So I guess Kalana Pereira coming back into the attack is not exactly unusual. But Thomians really do need a wicket, and I think that is what Ramesh Nallaperuma's decision was based on.
Yeah, it looks like the beginnings of a dangerous partnership by these two here. They were both 0 when they came in. They were at a certain point. They were both on 0 runs each. Now they are on 20 runs and 14 runs respectively. So it's a making of a good partnership here. So I guess Nallaperuma just wants to break that.
Yeah, definitely. These two are both very, very capable batsmen. I mean, Hilti Vitanage is in fact captain of the team, and even Senaratne, we saw him score his half century in the second innings of the Royal second innings at the big match as well. So they're very capable batsmen, potentially destructive, and that's exactly why Kalana Pereira has been brought in.
And Vidanage just guiding the ball towards deep square leg for the single.
Just a single there. And that brings us to the end of an over. Yeah. Sorry, it's not the end of the over yet.
It's a switch of the fielders because of left-right combination here.
And that left-right combination is definitely paying off when it comes to dealing with the bowlers, because the bowlers keep having to change the line and length to two batsmen respectively, and the batsman I think could take this, could exploit their advantage as well.
Pereira, we've seen him bowl a few off balls here and there. Pereira actually still has 6 more overs left to go. He still has 6 more if he wants to reach his maximum limit of 10 overs.
He's most likely to be the death bowler for St. Thomas's.
Probably just bowl him for a couple of overs, see whether he's effective right now. If not, conserve the rest of his 3 or 4 overs for the last 10 in St. Thomas' innings.
Yeah, definitely that seems to be the plan. Senaratna currently on strike, and Kalana Pereira bowling from the Maitland Place end.
And Senaratna going for the shot there, lofted it a little bit and fielded mid-off.
Yeah, just went straight into the hands of the fielder. No run there, that's a dot ball. But he tried to get it over the fielder, but I don't think he got under it well enough.
Senaratna has been playing his natural game. Spins going quite freely. The 4 here, 4 there, and a lot of singles in between.
Yeah, that's definitely how he's used to playing. And we've seen him play like this on past occasions as well, and today is no different. Oh, the slight bouncer there. Did well to just not get his head in on that.
And the first warning by the umpire over the shoulder.
Yeah, and see Kalana Pereira kind of mixing things up a little bit here. A little bit of variation here and there, and that's what's going to keep the batsman under pressure, because I mean that's the kind that tells the batsman, look, I can hit you in the head if I want to, and that's the kind of good message that the bowler wants to send out to the batsman at this point of the game.
Of course, if the batsman responds with hitting them for a boundary, it's not really going to do the bowler much, but Senaratna just playing conservative here. He's guiding the ball.
Yeah, definitely. So Royal College 138-5. It's a pretty decent score actually. At this point, I mean there is hope for both teams. This match, in fact, could go anywhere, and the victor isn't quite yet decided.
Thomian is probably in a stronger position, and he's hammered that between mid-off and the man at cover. Senaratna just going after the ball there, just putting all his weight on the front foot and powerfully slamming the ball towards the long off boundary. So 4 more runs for Tevindu Senaratna.
Yeah, definitely, and you could see it, the two men, the two fielders were just in shock. They didn't even see the ball coming. That neither the man at cover nor the man at mid-off even moved an inch, and just watched the ball just pass between them. So excellent placement there by Thin Senaratna, and a very, very good shot. That brings 4 runs, a much needed boundary for Royal College. I think this will definitely go very far in terms of easing the pressure at this point in the match.
Very heavy hitting batsman Senaratna, and even that was a very heavy shot. I guess the best way you can describe it.
Yeah, it was definitely struck very hard. So good stuff by Senaratna.
Now it's Vitanagi on strike.
Dulit Gunratna is the bowler from the Thomian end. We haven't seen Dulit Gunratna perform too well in this match actually. We saw him getting hammered around quite a bit earlier on.
And here we see Vitanagi sweeping him towards again the deep square leg boundary, again the single to Senaratna.
Yeah, definitely. And Dulit Gunratna has a greater role to play in this bowling attack as well. And I think he also needs to kind of up his game a bit, because he can be a very destructive bowler at times, and I think Thomians will need to make use of his potential in the right way.
I think the raw plan right now is just Vitanagi and Senaratna keep the wickets. Senaratna plays his own natural game. That's what he knows how to do best. That's what he can do best. Vitanagi rotate the strike as much as he can and go for a few shots here and there.
Yes, Vitanagi is basically playing the supporting role in this partnership, and that's important. And the fact that a man of his caliber can actually play a supporting role, and that's rather astounding actually.
And Gunratna will continue to spell wide ball given by the umpire. Not a lot of turn by Gururatna there. It was more or less a very straight kind of delivery.
Yeah, it was more or less very straight. It was pitched quite far wide actually. I think Gururatna started making use of the turn we saw of that the pitch gave, because we saw bowlers like Ganit Sandeep really making use of that turn on the pitch.
And it's a right-hand bowler bowling around the wicket to the right-hander. So obviously try to straighten out that ball after bowling at an angle.
Yeah, definitely that seems to be the trouble. But Dulit Gururatna, I think it's time Dulit Gururatna actually does pick up a wicket, because the Thomians really need to break this partnership. Our college score has moved up to 144 for the loss of 5 wickets. They are roughly 100 runs behind the Thomian total.
With
little over 100 runs rather.
And a heavy hit once again by Senaratna.
Well fielded actually by the fielder by mid-off. As that would have been a boundary as well. So.
A bit of frustration here by Senaratna. You can see him obviously trying to find that gap in between the man at point and the man at mid-off. And it's a very clear gap there. There's the off sweep at the deep, but of course you can get the single or the double. You can see a lot of men in the deep here. You get the long off, you get the off sweeper, you get the long on, and the deep square leg.
Yes.
They're really covering their bases here at Thomian College.
Another good piece of fielding. And very good attempt by Thomian. So definitely his defensive field is in fact paying off, because they are in fact covering up all the bases possible. So this could really make for some very interesting cricket, because Royal College needs to get through that deep field as well now, and that's not going to be very easy. So drinks break, I believe.
It's a drinks break. Royal College probably will need it just to recollect their thoughts, identify how much they're going to need to pace themselves, how many runs per over, maybe get a little bit of advice from the water boys, calculate basically, and regroup, re-strategize, and then come back after drinks break and see exactly how they're going to tackle this issue.
When Thomians need to regroup a bit and see how they can do better on their bowling attack, because we haven't seen a wicket for some time. It's been a while since the last wicket fell, so the Thomians also need to start bringing back the motivation and see what we can do in terms of getting a wicket and getting back well in the lead. So I think this drinks break is valuable for both teams to see how the last 10 overs of the match are going to play out.
Yeah, indeed, and we saw 2 quick wickets falling.
So it's been 33 overs, and Royal College 145 for the loss of 5 wickets currently. And the match will recommence soon after this drinks break.
Pereira will continue his spell from the Maitland place end. Sinaratna on strike.
Kalana Pereira is coming back into the attack basically, and let's see if he can actually make the difference that the Thomians need.
That's a short pitch ball by Pereira, aimed right at Sinaratna's chest. He had to jump up a little bit there, play downwards. Surprising not to see Sinaratna swinging at the ball.
So Kalana Pereira continuing from the Maitland place end.
And Sinaratna trying to guide the ball towards point, not getting the run for it.
A good delivery by Kalana. He's a very strong bowler. You know how he bowls. Line and length, absolutely spectacular. And he's being one of the more consistent bowlers of the Thomian side.
Definitely one of the most consistent bowlers I feel like in the entire match really.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially in the big match we saw that very consistent short pitch bowling, especially towards the latter stages of the match. In this case, he's not been used a lot. And there you have the kind of pull shot that I was talking about. Sinaratna picking his shot, picking his spot beautifully in between fine leg and deep square leg. Just swiveling on his back foot and placing the shot. He knew exactly the kind of ball Kalana Pereira might be bowling, a short pitch ball. And he decided, I'm not going to take any more short pitch bowling from this guy. Just pulled it towards that area and managed to get 4 runs for it.
Yeah, definitely. That was a spectacular shot by Sinaratna. You can really see his technique in the way he played that shot. He's got into the right position and absolutely perfect timing. And that ball had 4 runs written all over it. And it would raced away to the boundary. The two fielders really couldn't do anything about it.
And again, Pereira's going back to his original kind of line and length, just outside off stump. He just all worked well for Sinaratna. He couldn't quite get the ball away.
Yeah, definitely. I think that is something that actually confuses most batsmen. They find it quite hard, find it relatively difficult to play when the ball is pitched just outside the off stump. So I think that's exactly the kind of thing that Kalana Pereira is using against Sinaratna here.
Just that ball, like a good length ball where you don't know if you want to go on the front foot, whether it's full enough to go on the front foot or short enough to go on the back foot. So you can't play a half-hearted shot, which eventually will probably lead to an edge. That's the kind of ball which you see Pereira kind of consistently bowling. Sinaratna going on the front foot, going to the back foot, and then putting his. Eventually he decides on the back foot more often than not, but not enough conviction to really drive the shot through.
Yeah, definitely, and that's the kind of thing that could get you an edge. That's exactly what the Thomians are actually hoping for. So, end of the over, Royal College 149 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Just getting closer and closer to that 150 mark, and then the 200 mark, and then just once bump,
and
but
then
once
hopefully the
away.
250 mark.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully, 250 mark for our college. 34 overs done.
I mean, Royal College still has quite a bit of time left because there are only 34 overs into it. There is still at least 16 overs left, and a lot can happen in 16 overs. So definitely there is some time left. So we can work with that, and that's exactly the kind of thing that will get them to where they want to go.
Our college now having to score at almost 7 runs per over. So that'll be quite a task for them, unless they can kind of conserve it, keep the run rate going, keep the scoreboard ticking until maybe 10 overs down. Vitanage sweeping the ball towards the leg side boundary. Again, just the 1 run.
A good shot by Vitanage there in that situation, because it's how he really got under that one. It's a shame he didn't get too many runs for it, but it was nonetheless a pretty good shot.
The cross-patch shots, so the spin that really didn't affect it. It could have turned 90 degrees and Vidani still would have got a bet on it.
Yeah, definitely. Although I doubt these bowlers can turn 90 degrees.
Well, you have seen more than 90 degrees as well as 90 degrees, like bowlers from Shane Warne. You should see some of those balls. It's amazing. Sometimes almost could turn it back on itself.
Yeah, Shane Warne. Shane Warne is Shane Warne. That's just Shane Warne. He's just a class by himself. It's a different story altogether.
There's no reason as to why Thomians or Rollis can't emulate him or even try to emulate
That
him.
is true, but there is the fact that he is Shane Warne. Good shot again.
Undeniable fact. Well, a missed shot really, but I feel like
that
it's
that might
enough
have made
for
the boundary.
Vidanage.
Yeah. Missed that one, but it worked in his favor. Another boundary, straight to the far corner boundary behind the keeper. So luck definitely working in the favor of the Royalists. Score moves up to 155. The 150 is up now for Royal College.
Vidanage playing the same kind of pull shot towards deep mid wicket and gain a single again. So they are keeping the scoreboard ticking here.
It's very good that the batsmen are rotating the strike and keeping the scoreboard ticking, because that's the kind of thing that keeps the pressure off the batsman and keeps putting pressure on the bowling team. So very good job by these two. They're doing very well to rotate the strike, especially at this point in the match. Dulit Gunratna continuing for St. Thomas's College.
Good shot by Sen Ratna, again playing it through that gap through the covers. If you think about it, any batsman can just play a single off every ball that they get, and the team will eventually end up with 300 runs plus whatever extras that the bowlers do give up. So that'll be an extremely good total, 320 odd. So that's quite. If you think about it, all a batsman has to do is just get a single for every ball. Not the hardest of jobs. And if every single batsman does that, 300 plus runs on the board with extras.
Ideal scenarios, ideal scenarios.
Ideal scenarios, yes.
But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Of course, when you get the quality bowling though as well, if you add that factor in, it's hard for any batsman to get the ball away from the bat. Even forcing the tight ball in means it's extremely. You have very little to work with as a batsman.
Yeah, that is definitely very true. Karna Pereira, I think, will continue from the Maitland end.
Sen Ratna on strike. Same ball that we saw him consistently bowling last over.
Karna Pereira is definitely showing that he's capable of bowling a very, very consistent line and length. He keeps bowling this exact same delivery, which Sen Ratna doesn't seem to be able to get around or get under. So that's really that ability of his is really working in the favor of the Thomians.
And there another short ball by Pereira, this time to the offside, and Sen Ratna going for the shot, swinging at it very hard, but not quite getting bet on ball. If he'd got the top edge, I feel like it would have easily gone over the keeper for the boundary.
Yeah.
Unless it had gone straight up, extremely thick top edge.
Well, yeah, but I think the more likely scenario was that because the ball didn't in fact come quite high, it most likely would have gone straight over the keeper. So Karna Pereira once again.
Another short ball, this time hit right over Pereira's head, down to the man at long on. So just with the single for Sen Ratna.
So batsman rotating the strike. Helete Vitanage currently on strike, facing off against Karna Pereira. It's good that these two batsmen are able to rotate the strike as well, especially because they have this kind of left-right combination where they force the fielders to keep changing sides, they force the bowler to keep having to reconsider his line and length, and that's the kind of thing that really could put pressure on the bowling team. So this left-right partnership is really working in favour of Royal College.
And we can see both batsmen are doing pretty well right now, 32 runs and 22 runs respectively.
That's quite a good delivery actually.
That was more of a Yorker than anything else.
Yeah.
Vitanage couldn't quite get his bat underneath it really. Had to just stop the ball and it ran off to mid-on.
Yeah, with Kalna Pereira doing well in that instance. Vitanage doing quite well to defend his wicket in the face of that delivery.
And there's another appeal there, but not given by the umpire.
So many of those actually in this match. So many appeals not given. Even a third umpire decision turned down. So
I mean, obviously you have more appeals than wickets.
Yeah, definitely.
I feel like St. Thomas College, like you said, have comparatively more appeals than usual.
They have an uncanny number of appeals and an uncanny number of denials of wickets. So that the kind of thing is usually not working in the Thomian's favour.
Also, if you appeal too much for even the smallest thing, umpires less inclined to give you
That
credit.
went down. That may be the boundary. That makes a boundary. That completely. The field at fine leg just couldn't get to that. It's just a little bit too late, and that was just glanced off here to Vitanage's leg side, and that went down to the final. That found a fine leg boundary. Good stuff by him. Very well timed shot. Just worked it effortlessly down to the boundary. That's 4 more runs for Royal College.
Yes, Vitanage just guiding the ball in the right direction, using the speed of the ball to his own advantage.
I think it was the speed of the ball and the fast outfield here that really caused it to get to the boundary. Because you see, there was almost absolutely no physical effort by Vitanage. He just guided that one. He didn't even really hit it. And that's the beauty of the whole thing.
That's going to be the end of Pereira's over. 7 overs, his ball, 28 runs is given, which is a fairly decent economy.
That's a fairly decent bowling spell. So Royal College 162 for the loss of 5 wickets.
And it's Pavit Ratnayaka going to Sriratna.
Pavit Ratnayaka has been, he's been absolutely exquisite throughout the season, but I don't think he has performed to his potential at the big match because as far as statistics show, he is the highest wicket taker for St. Thomas's, and I think he's yet to show his colours at against Royal College. Let's see what he can do today.
A wild swing there by Sriratna. I'm not sure if it got the edge or whether Hapuhina messed up, but either way it's going to run down to the fine boundary. 4 more runs for Royal College. They're really up in the pace here.
Yeah, definitely. I think they're really using the pace of the ball and the pace of the outfield to their advantage. Because even in the last instance, there really wasn't much bat on that ball. So definitely, they're really exploiting the pace and the outfield.
Well,
Pavit Ratnayaka really needs to be more careful with his line and length, especially when bowling against batsmen like Senaratna.
So far Ratnayaka has been the one to pick up 2 wickets from the Royal lineup. But other than that, he hasn't been particularly outstanding for St. Thomas College. Decent economy, 2 wickets, but nothing like what his statistics show. And again, it's almost an inside edge, and Senaratna's going for the run. Vitanage obviously off his crease much faster, and so 1 more run for Senaratna here.
Pavit Ratnayaka yet to show his actual colours and yet to show how he can actually be very, very destructive to this Royal College lineup. And that's exactly what we need from Pavit Ratnayaka.
Ratnayaka will continue spell and Vitanage face in. Vitanage going for a big shot there. There's a man at the mid-wicket position. He's going to get it. Smart fielding, just 1 run for Vitanage.
Yeah, that was an absolutely excellent shot by Vitanage.
If it got a little bit more power on it, it might have been a boundary, even a 6. He hit it into the gap but because it bounced and slowed down a little bit, it allowed the fielder to get to it.
And that was the only reason the fielder was able to get to it. But otherwise, that would have definitely hit a boundary line.
I mean, if you look at it, it's not really a deep mid wicket as such. It's a bit squarer than that. Senaratne playing a defensive shot to the covers.
Another single there. They're rotating the strike here, and that's what's important. Just keep that scoreboard ticking. Just keep the pressure off yourself. Just keep the opposite team knowing that your run rate is increasing and that you are in fact scoring runs. That's what's important at this stage of the match. And that's exactly what Royal College is doing.
Vitanage going for a big shot there once again. Just trying to sweep it. He gets the top edge, thick top edge, but he goes past the man at backward square leg or short fine leg, one of the two. Rather in between those two positions, really. And just gets the double in that case.
Yeah, 2 runs off that shot. I have no idea. That's nothing. There's no such question. So end of Pavit Ratnayaka's over. End of Pavit Ratnayaka's over. Royal College 171 for the loss of 5 wickets. And we definitely see the partnership building up because Royal College have done extremely well in this 6-wicket partnership. So fantastic stuff by the 2 batsmen, Senaratne and Hilti Vitanage. So very, very good. So they're really building up their run rate here and they're being very competitive. You can see that they haven't given up yet. And this might actually be a turnaround for Royal College, unless the Thomians manage to break this partnership somehow.
There's also the fact that although they're keeping the runs fluid, perhaps not as fast as Royal would like. Still around 80 runs to reach the 250 mark. And they have still to score for more than 6 runs and over. So still quite a task ahead of them, but one that they can get, I feel. As 4 runs for Senaratne. They're sweeping it once again, and the man at the deep square leg can't get to it fast enough. So Senaratne now in his 40s.
Yeah, but I agree with you. As you were saying earlier, this match is becoming a bit of a drag. But yeah, let's not go there really. I think Senaratne and Hale Vitanage can really turn this match around. 175 already, and it's good turn out to be a very entertaining match towards the latter part, towards the last 10 overs.
Last 10-5 overs, the field was really going to put the gas on. They're really going to push the pedal, and then either 2 things are going to happen. 2 things might happen. One, they're going to win the match because they score so fast, or 2, they're going to lose the match because they lose a lot of wickets.
Yeah, another dot ball here.
Either way, it's going to be interesting, so I don't mind.
True.
They're going for a massive shot straight over the batsman net, and it's going to be 6. An absolutely phenomenal shot by Tevindu Senaratne.
That was absolutely phenomenal. That was an absolutely horrible delivery by the Thomian bowler.
It's a full toss.
A full toss by a spinner. You can't bowl that kind of thing and expect not to get absolutely devastated. You can't bowl that kind of ball and expect to not get hammered like that. So Senaratne doing very well to just exploit that. And that was a very poor delivery by the Thomian bowler. So this will really boost the confidence for Royal College because there's nothing like hitting a 6, especially at a Royal Thomian.
And again hitting it straight past the bowler. So it's Senaratne now on 49.
Yes, Senaratne is definitely doing very, very well in this innings, and you can see his talent by the way he's able to just hit that ball dead straight, because that's something a lot of batsmen actually find very difficult to do. We saw people like Romesh Nalla Peruma doing it earlier on today, and Senaratne is another example of individuals who are actually capable of hitting the ball dead straight, because that's not actually not a very easy shot to play.
It's much harder than it looks, let's put it that way.
Yes, definitely.
Vithanage going out of his crease here and managed to knock the ball towards the man in the off-view position. So just the one run for Royal College. Senaratne on strike once again.
It's good that Vithanage is giving Senaratne the strike, because he knows that Senaratne is the man who can actually make a difference in this innings, and he's just going to play a supporting role. And he's content with playing the supporting role in this match, because Senaratne is the one who's in better form, and he's the one who's definitely could be a key player in this Royal College innings.
We saw Lucky Dhanani kind of falling for 44, and in this case Senaratne hopefully won't get out just before his 50.
Yeah, much like we saw happening to Ravindra Kodituaku earlier on today. Senaratne needs to be patient at this point. He can't be hasty. He needs to just get over that 50 mark, and that's all that matters at this point of the match. So end of the over.
So maybe another drinks break for our college.
Small drinks break there. End of the over. Royal College 183 for the loss of 5 wickets. After 38 overs, Royal College 183 for the loss of just 5 wickets. So good stuff. They're on their way. They're on track. That's the most important thing. 12 overs to go, 5 wickets in hand. 12 overs to go, 5 wickets in hand. And that's exactly what will get Royal College what they want, the victory. Yeah, and even when the Royal College are definitely on track here, because even at the point when Hill Vithanage and Thomian Senaratne get out, you have batsmen like Ramanayaka, Ganit Sandeep, all of them can actually bat, so definitely there is more to come in the Royal batting lineup as well.
Well, Vithanage took a nasty blow there. I feel like the ball hit him in the hip, went for a big shot, and I think he kind of just hit him on the hip bone. Not the nicest place for a leather ball to land on.
Yeah, definitely not the most comfortable position to be in either, so this could dampen the run a little bit. And
Lean on his bat here.
It looks relatively uncomfortable.
And he goes for a very, very strange shot. Hapuinen is sure that he got him, as is the bowler, but turned down once again by the umpire.
So another appeal turned down by the umpire. This is an uncanny number of appeals by the Thomians. So, yeah, another one turned down.
And that was an extremely strange shot by Haley Vithanage, kind of a stand-in reverse sweep.
It's more like a reverse pull, if you ask me. That shot doesn't exist. But yeah, again struck down the covers. But that was the man in the deep there.
So Senaratne back on strike while he's on 49.
Just a single. Pavit Ratnayaka is bowling. Let's see if Pavit Ratnayaka can actually work his magic at this point, because this is the point where his team actually needs him, and we know he's capable of working his magic. He just has to, just do it and just perform at this point of the match.
He needs to follow Shia LaBeouf's advice and just do it.
Yeah, definitely. So Thomian Senaratne on 49 at this point, and one more run to get to that key landmark of a half century. So let's see if he can get there, or whether Pavit Ratnayaka will get to him first.
Ratnayaka and Senaratne is going for the single here, quick single down long off, and 50 runs for Thomian Senaratne, and you can see massive pitch invasion from the direction of the boys' tent.
As you can see, there's a Thomian running as well.
There with the Thomian flag right as well. Talking to the Thomians though. But Senaratna in the middle of a tornado of royalists.
As you can see, there is a Thomian flag in the midst as well.
Oh wow.
So yeah, Tevin Senaratna currently 50 runs, well deserved, well played half century, and absolutely spectacular. More people running in, as you can see, and
and the security men out in the middle to stop all the men in the middle.
To chase away people from the middle of the pitch. So everyone's happy. It's the celebrations. Tevin Senaratna has been a critical backbone for this Royal College innings. He's on 50 currently. Very well played, very well deserved 50.
Of course, what he saw in the big match was the ball after he got his 50. He went for a shot down the leg side and got the edge and got out. Hopefully that's not going to happen again. This innings going to be able to keep his head and not go after every ball.
Yeah, definitely that's important because now you've reached a landmark, but now it's important to just stay on because you're settled into that crease. And let's hope Tevin Senaratna will be able to pull it off.
And
the crowd is happy, he's happy. You can look at the smile on his face, but the confidence in his eyes as well. So definitely, you know that he's in the game, but also extremely glad that he was able to reach this key landmark.
And if you think about it, it's really interesting to see that Senaratna is the only batsman I think who's been able to hit a 6, except for Kodituaku earlier this innings. Senaratna is the one with the most amount of 6s so far this year at SSC. So definitely a hard-hitting, heavy-hitting batsman.
Yeah, definitely that is a pretty good reputation to keep.
Ratnayaka will continue his spell. Vidhanagi just getting the single, and it's going to be Senaratna on strike once again.
So let's see if Senaratna is able to keep his head and not be too hasty now that he has already gotten his 50. Another dot ball with Pavit Ratnayaka is really doing well to put the pressure on the Royal College batsman. So it's been a good innings by him. Superb stuff by Pavit Ratnayaka. Shannon Fernando, the bowler for St. Thomas's.
And Vidhanagi, the man for all.
Good delivery, but didn't yield the wicket he wanted.
And Vidhanagi going for kind of a sweep shot. Well stopped at square leg.
Yeah, very good piece of fielding by the Thomian fielder at square leg. So it's really restricting Vidhanagi's ability to score here. And I'm just wondering about this field though. It's not the greatest of fields at this point in the match.
Well, it is a more or less conservative field, not a very attacking one. But I guess it's trying to conserve runs right now. A good fielding effort by Fernando, but didn't quite get to it.
Yeah, I would say gymnastics class. No? Very good stuff. Spun head over heels. A full 360 in the air. So good stuff by him.
But now Senaratna on strike.
Let's see what Shannon Fernando can do against Senaratna. See if we can somehow break this partnership, and whether he'll be the man to do it.
So Fernando still hasn't picked up a wicket, but he's been extremely economical. 6 overs and just 17 runs from it.
Yeah, very, very economical bowler, but I think he needs to start picking up this wicket as well. And he could be the player, the key player, to break this partnership as well. So let's see what happens. Shannon Fernando.
Senaratna hitting the ball through the covers there towards the man off sweeper. Just a single for Senaratna.
This field is kind of paying off for the Thomians.
It is restricting the runs, really.
It's not a very attacking field in terms of getting wickets, but I think at this point it's important that the Thomians restrict runs as well. Royal College is 188 already. They're closing in on that 258, 250 total. So good stuff by Royal College.
And it's Vitanagi on strike. Going for a big shot there, missing it absolutely. Collected by Habu Hidna.
Yeah, he missed a ball. He missed that one completely. He was completely foxed by that one. So good piece of bowling by Sharon Fernando. Held to Vitanagi, couldn't quite get under that one at all.
I think Vitanagi is looking to just play that one over square leg really, because there's no fine leg or deep square leg. And that one is hit towards point.
Again, no runs.
It's interesting to see that those three men surrounding the bat in that specific area, point, backward point, and short third man, all just designed to prevent the cut shot, which we don't see them playing anymore. At one point, it was extremely beneficial for St. Thomas College because that was the shot that everyone was playing really. But now, with a more attacking mindset, they're playing more on the front foot, trying to drive the ball, trying to scoop the ball, sweep the ball, those kind of shots, as opposed to just cutting the ball and trying to get that one run. So I'm not sure if that's the best field setting to have around the batsman.
Yeah, true. I don't think that's the best field setting anymore, but wondering if Ramesh Nalaperama could actually consider a change. They may put a couple more men in the deep and cover the bases a little bit more. So small field change. Actually, end of the over. I believe it's Pavit Ratnayaka will continue.
And he's changing his side here. He's going more over the wicket to the right-handed batsman. So obviously looking for that extra turn. Senratna playing a conservative shot there.
Yeah, no runs. Just a dot ball fielded by the bowler himself.
And we've entered into the last 10 overs of the game. So 60 more balls. And if Royal were to get one run off each ball, they'd end up with 148. So just
248. Yeah, that's
248
just 10 runs
rather. Sorry.
Under what their expected total is, which means their run rate
is 7.
It's about 7 runs per over, which is not an easy run rate to get.
Definitely not, but we've seen teams do it. We've seen teams getting it in 5 overs even. So really, it's up to these two batsmen, I feel, who are really settled at the crease. And there we go, Senratna going for a more aggressive shot, just the one run. But if you get one boundary per over, it should be enough. The rest of the balls combined should be enough to get around 7. And I feel like that's what they'll be looking for. At least one boundary per over at this point in the game.
Yes, definitely. Now, since we've entered the latter stages of the game, the two batsmen really need to start picking up the pace and making sure that they're able to hit those gaps, pick those gaps, and maybe go for the slightly riskier shots as well, because time is running out. And there are too many runs to score, too little time to score it.
And Vitanagi taking Kaik's word to heart, except there's a man at the long off boundary who takes it beautifully. And here Vitanagi leaves the pitch after going for an absolutely magnificent shot, which failed. Going out of his crease a little bit and trying to play it over the head of long off. But didn't quite get the power.
And long off just picks that one up out of the air. And very, very good catch. Not a very difficult catch actually, but very good piece of bowling. Pavit Ratnayaka, the man to the rescue, has taken off that wicket. That partnership is finally broken, and here Vitanagi is dismissed.
For 33 runs.
33 runs. Good innings by him. Really played the supporting role to Tevin Senaratna. It's very important at this stage in the match, but the partnership has finally been broken. A massive breakthrough for St. Thomas's. Absolutely spectacular, and this will definitely ease a lot of the pressure off the Thomians, because it's actually put pressure on Royal College, because now they have a new batsman coming in the last 10 overs of the game, a batsman who hasn't settled in, a batsman who has far less experience in playing, in terms of playing, so this could actually be more difficult for Royal College.
Definitely putting them in a much tougher position than previously, but they'll be looking for the hard hitters now, like Ramanayaka, or even Gautam Ranasinghe, players who are known to be able to hit the ball despite being low order batsmen. So Royal College will be depending on the low order as well as Tevin Senaratna to continue the pace, keep up the pace.
Tevin Senaratna really needs to make sure that he stays on strike and he stays in the game until the end of the match, because if he goes as well, the fate of Royal College could be uncertain.
And now the man Himesh Ramanaika coming out on the pitch. The aggressive batsman who is needed right now.
Himesh Ramanayaka could do well to support Thomian Senaratne in the middle because, as you said, he is a very, very aggressive batsman and he is capable of hitting the ball hard, which is the kind of person you need at the centre at this point in the match.
But of course, always a disadvantage to have a new batsman out in the crease at the crunch time. Because of the fact that he hasn't got his eye in, he's not comfortable at the crease, it might take him some time to get used to the conditions.
Yeah, then it might be too late.
Exactly, it might be too late for him to accelerate then. So I guess Senaratne is going to have to take charge for a little while, at least until Ramanayaka can start getting back on ball.
So Pavit Ratnayaka, the bowler who's done very well, breakthrough for St. Thomas's, he will be continuing.
So that's the third wicket for Ratnayaka in this match. 4 wickets to go. He might potentially get a 5-wicket haul if things go St. Thomas College way.
Yes, definitely.
Ramanayaka on the non-strikers end. Senaratne is playing a defensive shot there.
And if Pavit Ratnayaka can get Senaratne out as well, that will be absolutely splendid. And that will be Pavit Ratnayaka living up to his potential. You can see that he is capable of doing it. So we just need to watch him perform and watch him deliver.
Of course, Ratnayaka is on his last over, so it may be that this is his last chance to get that 5-wicket haul, or maybe not, because that's the end of it. And that's the end of Pavit Ratnayaka as of now. He's finished his limit, I feel.
So end of the over, Royal College 189 for the loss of 6 wickets. We have Thomian Senaratne and Himesh Ramanayaka at the centre.
That's a great over by Ratnayaka.
So we have come down to the last 9 overs of the match, and it's time for Royal College to really start accelerating that run rate.
Start to go ham and cheese on every ball.
Shannon Fernando will continue from the Torrington end. He's been a very, very economical bowler. Sorry, made a place. And he's been a very economical bowler, and that's the kind of bowler we need at this point.
And Ramanayaka on strike, going for a defensive shot right off the bat. Ramanayaka continued at the strike zone, and he went for an aggressive shot there but couldn't get it. Didn't hit the ball early enough. It was way too late of a shot to have any real effect. Almost hit it right into the ground, really.
Shannon Fernando really needs to get a wicket now. It's kind of thing he's been looking to do but never been able to pull off.
Again, a tentative push by Ramanayaka towards mid-off.
Good piece of fielding. The fielder was head over heels in a very literal sense.
And Ramanayaka goes for the shot there, steps out of his crease and hits it really hard, straight along on, but he's going to get off the mark there with his first run, and it's going to bring Royal to 190.
Yeah, it was a very hard shot actually. Struck it very powerful. You can see the power in those arms. That's definitely something Royal College need at this point in the match.
He's a large young man, Himesh Ramanayaka, probably the tallest player on the pitch right now. Ratna on strike, knocking the ball towards long off for one more single.
So Royal College are able to take the singles, rotate the strike, keep the scoreboard ticking. That's important for Royal College because that puts pressure on the bowlers. So Shannon Fernando really needs to start upping his game a bit and maybe be a bit more of an aggressive spinner, much like the likes of Pavit Ratnayaka or even Dulit Gunratna.
Ramanayaka stepping on his crease once more, but not getting the loft, the kind of elevation that he wants from the ball.
Yeah, hit hard, but he's not placing that shot in the right areas, because there is a long on in place, and hitting it to the long on's hands doesn't really help in terms of getting a boundary.
It's either that he wants to hit the ball upwards, past even the men in the deep, or he wants to find the gap, and he's really not doing either of those two.
But he's not getting either, yeah, exactly. So, end of the over, Royal College 192 for the loss of 6 wickets.
The run rate has actually reduced to a massive extent as opposed to increase.
Yeah, it's not exactly a good thing for Royal College because they have roughly 60 runs to get and about 8 overs to do it. The required run rate also has in fact gone up. Senaratna currently in the middle, looking rather good and looking rather settled, especially Senaratna. But Himesh Ramanayaka, for a batsman who just came in, he's been pretty aggressive for the first few deliveries. He's not taking too long to settle in, like we saw batsmen like Ishan Pereira, for instance, taking quite a long time.
And again, an aggressive shot by Ramanayaka, and it's going to be just a signal given out to Senaratna.
Dulit Gunratna is the bowler for St. Thomas's. So good stuff by Thomians, and let's see how they can consistently keep the run rate as low as it is now.
And once again we see that same formation as before, 3 men surrounding the batsman's bat near the point position.
Yeah. Another dot ball. Maybe it's actually useful because we've seen Senaratna and even Himesh Ramanayaka actually playing that cut shot, so maybe it might come in handy at some point and soon enough.
Otherwise, everyone in the deep, we get the off sweeper, the long off, the long on, and they have the long off coming into use. As in the lofts one shot, what would be the mid off, but there is no mid off. So straight to long on, long off, rather. Sorry.
Actually, the leg side looks relatively exposed. You have a long on and a deep mid wicket.
And a kind of backward deep square leg.
Backward deep square leg, yeah. But other than that, it's pretty open. So, and those gaps between the fielders are in fact quite large. So, if you manage to hit it hard enough through that gap, that will be a boundary as well. So, a lot of fielders crowding the offside. There's a
off
sweeper and a long off as well. So,
Ramanayaka placing his shot well and going for the boundary, and he's going to get it.
That's the first boundary for Himesh Ramanayaka. Good stuff by him, and that will ease the pressure and help him get off the mark properly.
And here we see Ramanayaka choose in his spot instead of just going at the ball hard, and that's where it really paid off for him. He identified where the gap in the field was, and he just guided the ball right into it.
Yes, that's exactly what got him that boundary.
Ramanayaka will continue to be on strike against Gururatna, and they've changed the backward deep square leg to a proper fine leg. Not be half-hearted about these things. And Ramanayaka trying to play the cut shot, so yeah, it did come in useful, I guess.
Yeah, so that's exactly why Ramesh Nalaperma decided on that specific field setting. So
that's the end of the over, and Royal College just 2 runs short of the 200-run mark for the loss of 6 wickets after 43 overs.
7 overs to go, roughly 60 runs, exactly 60 runs to get. So that's definitely
almost 10 runs and over.
Almost 10 runs and over. Yeah, it's not a very easy run rate to match up to. But let's see what happens in this match. Let's see if Royal College can pull that off.
And it's Kalina Pereira brought back into the attack by the Thomian skipper Nalla Peruma. This time from the Maitland place end. An interesting choice, especially when the going gets tough a fast bowler might not be the best option for certain batsmen, and Sen Ratna, I feel, Ramanayaka more specifically will probably thrive off the fast bowlers more than the spin bowlers, because they can really go hard at the fast bowlers and use their pace against them.
True, but we haven't seen anyone really exploiting Kalna Pereira like that, because
Very true.
of his very specific, very particular line and length. So I think it kind of pays off for the Thomians as well.
And Senaratna on strike here against Kalna Pereira. A short ball by Pereira, pulled by Senaratna. It's going to go all the way to the boundary line for 6 runs. And that's the kind of danger that I was talking about. The risk you put yourself at when you bowl a bouncer. Senaratna camping out on the back foot and hammering that ball all the way to the leg side boundary line.
Second sixer by him, very, very good stuff. You really see him getting to form there, and like not just slogging that one, but actually getting into form and playing a very, very classy shot. So very, very good quality batting by Thomian Senaratna. That's exactly the kind of man Royal College needs at this point of the match.
And exactly the kind of shots that they will want him to play as well, and just accelerate the process. So the same field set in for Pereira. So I'm assuming that he's not going to bowl another bouncer.
Yeah, I really don't think he's going to bowl another bouncer. But Pereira is more likely to bowl his famous full-length delivery outside the off stump, because that's the kind of thing that Senaratna is not able to very easily hit or put away.
Definitely that more consistent line and length might be more along the lines of what Pereira will want to bowl at. And you can see the man in the off-spin position as well as 3 men within 30-yard circle. Let's see what happens here. And they're saying that they're just fishing outside the off stump, nearly in the outside edge.
Yeah, that's the kind of that's the delivery we're talking about. The one just outside the off stump, which generally tends to fox the batsman. I mean, if you know that, like that area outside the off stump is sometimes known as the area of uncertainty, because that's
definitely
an area where batsmen usually find it relatively hard to play a shot, because
he's not
straight
sure
enough, but it's not wide enough either. That's exactly the kind of line and length Kalna Pereira needs to maintain against Senaratna.
And there we see Senaratna just defending the ball into the covers. The men were far back enough to allow the single to happen. So Ramanayaka on strike here against Kalna Pereira. What Roy really needs now is that hashtag one big over.
Hashtag one big over. Okay. Yeah, I mean that is what Royal guys need, and that kind of thing will definitely ease the pressure of Royal College.
Ramanayaka just trying to guide the ball towards third man, but finding point instead. No runs there. Just that one insane over where you get 20 to 25 runs, hit a 4 off every ball kind of thing.
Yeah, that kind of thing only happens to Yuvraj Singh.
Yeah, yes.
Nobody else has been able to really do that. But yeah, I get what you're saying. So the 200 mark has been met, 205 Royal College.
Of course, Chris Gale did hit 37 runs off in 1 over once.
True.
Ramanayaka take the single there.
Very ambitious single actually. I mean, obviously not as ambitious as the ones we saw with
Nalla
Peraman and Shane Pereira, but ambitious enough, I guess. Especially at this stage in the match, because it's the kind of stage where you need to accelerate your scoring, and that's something Thomian Senaratna is trying to do very consistently.
Definitely, Senaratna, I feel, is the man to go for here, the man to give a strike to. He'll just play his game, he'll hit the 4s and the 6s where he wants to, where he feels like he can. And there it goes once again, straight back over Pereira's head, down to long on, but it's going to be the single. And disrespect to the bowler is obviously not a high priority in Senaratna's head. Almost took off Pereira's head there in response to the bouncers that Pereira's been threatening him with. So good response, but I'm not sure it's going to really help him with in terms of the run rate. But
yeah, definitely a good shot, but just fell short of the boundary.
So now here we can see the captain Nalaperma trying to decide who's going to bowl next.
Yeah, we can be at the end of an over. Royal College 207 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Take one.
Attention!
Senaratna on strike here. Senaratna just looking at the gaps in the field yet and identify where exactly he can hit the ball.
Yeah, Dulit Gunratna is the bowler, so Ramesh Nalaperuma has decided that he won't change the bowler from the Troynton end.
And it is Gunratna's last over. He's bowled 9 so far. Senaratna trying to pull the ball. He managed to find long on.
Gunratna hasn't been very economical.
Comparatively economical.
Relatively true, but yeah, Gunratna has done well enough for a bowler of his caliber. I think he could do more actually.
You're right, he has been the most expensive so far. He's given away 43 runs. Second most expensive has been the man Pavis Ratnayake, gave 37 runs.
Yeah, as opposed to people like Sharon Fernando who have been extremely economical.
Only given 22 runs, it's very true. But we can see Gunratna going to the last over and Ramnayake going over the top, but there's a man off sweeper. So just going to be the single here. So Royal just working on these singles because they can't really get the ball to the boundary line all the way. This is 1-6 from Senaratna last over. We need to see more boundaries if they hope to win the match, but we haven't really seen that.
Yeah, we definitely need to see a lot more boundaries from Royal College because that's what's going to keep the scoreboard ticking faster than it is when it comes to singles. That eases a lot more pressure. Because I think singles just aren't enough anymore. It's at that point of the match. White ball.
And that's not going to help St. Thomas College at all. This is the last moment where you want to be giving extras away.
Wide delivery, second wide delivery, I believe, from Dulit Gunratna. An unnecessary extra, actually. Dot ball.
That's more like what the kind of ball he wanted to bowl. Senaratna not getting under the ball in that instance.
There's no runs off the last delivery.
And he's going for a big shot there. The man at long off. Not going to get there in time. And Senaratna hits another 6. The third 6 by him of the match. Just open up the face of the back and hammer in that ball way over long off. That's going to bring around 216 runs at the total and Senaratna into his 70s.
Yeah, definitely very, very good shot by Thomian Senaratna. We saw him actually getting under the ball in that instance and just pummeling it away to the boundary line.
Senaratna succeeding where Vithanage failed. Same kind of shot, both trying to hit over long off. Only difference is Senaratna actually succeeded. So he's going to get the single.
Just a single there.
So now all 217 runs. Just 41 runs short of the St. Thomas College total. Last 5 overs for St. Thomas's College. 30 runs, 30 balls, 41 runs to win, or 41 runs to break even rather. So 42 runs to win, 30 runs, 30 balls to go. Interesting dilemma for Royal College because they have only 4 wickets in hand. They're obviously going to go for the win here. Senaratna on strike at the beginning of the 46th over. But as soon as Senaratna loses wicket, if he loses wicket, I would say that that's about it for Royal College. They really can't do much more.
Yeah, definitely. Even if Ganit Sandeep or Gautam Ranasinghe come in at this point of the match, it's a bit too late by the time they set in. And even Himesh Ramanayake, he's not as settled as he could be. So this could be tough for Royal College if Thomian Senaratna gets out. So Thomian's goal here is to get him out somehow and get rid of and essentially bring other less experienced batsmen into the centre. Delon Pires, the new bowler, who will replace Kalana Pereira from the Maitland Place end. We haven't really seen Delon Pires deliver that well as a bowler.
He's only bowled 4 overs so far, so I guess you can say give him a chance.
True. Definitely.
And not
this could be a catch. Good attempt.
Not taken by the man at point. That went high. Senaratne lucky escape there. If the man there dived, he might be able to get his hands around it.
Yeah, I mean, you can consider it was a difficult catch because he was running with the sun in his eyes.
As well as the fact that he was running backwards almost.
He ran backwards and with the sun in his eyes. That was a difficult catch, but good attempt. By the batsman. So Himesh Ramanayak on strike. Swept hard, but no runs there either.
And it's crunch time for Royal College. They're really going to have to go after every ball here if they want to win. 40 runs to break even. Out of his crease by Ramanayaka, and it goes past Apu Hinna.
That might be stopped. Yes, it's good piece of
collision by the fielders. Leave a boundary for Royal College. 4 more runs for Royal College. Apu Hinna didn't collect it. He didn't expect it. The 2 fielders in the outfield crashed into each other. Neither actually slide in for fear of collision. But ultimately, that's what happened. That's going to bring Royal up to 212.
A fumble by the
222 rather as
fumble by the fielders in deep, and that was an unnecessary boundary. And that's the kind of blunders that Thomians can't afford at this stage in the match, because it's a very close match. The match is very tight, and at this point every run counts. So the disappointing piece of fielding by the Thomian 2 fielders in the deep.
Ramanayaka stepping out again and hitting it towards long off. One bounce into his hands and just a single. So it's going to be Senaratne, the danger man, on strike right now.
Ramanayaka doing well, rotate the strike and give Senaratne a strike, because he knows Senaratne is the man who can actually make a difference here. Because he's the man who's most settled in, he's the man who's able to hit that ball into the gaps. So,
indeed, over the heads.
Over the heads, yes, definitely. Senaratne facing off against Delon Pires.
Senaratne going for a massive shot once again. Looks like it's going to be over his head, but it's taken beautifully by the captain Ramesh Nallaperuma, and the man Senaratne gets out 75 runs in, and the Royal College's main batsman so far, the man who's made the most difference to the innings, has been taken out by Delon Pires, and an absolute wonder catch by the captain Ramesh Nallaperuma. Dive in full tilt, taking the ball in both hands, and that's it for Tevindu Senaratne.
Absolutely fantastic catch by Ramesh Nallaperuma. That's an absolute stunner. He ran with the sun in his eyes. He dived in the dived forward from full tilt and just picked that one up. That was brilliant fielding by Ramesh Nallaperuma, and that is exactly the kind of breakthrough Thomians needed. Delon Pires delivering after a much needed wicket for St. Thomas's. So Tevindu Senaratne gone for 35. Gone for 75 rather. Fantastic innings by him. 75 runs off it in the end. Very, very good innings. Really been the backbone of this Royal College comeback. So very good stuff by Senaratne, but he has to go, and Himesh Ramanayaka needs to take charge in the middle now. Very, very good piece of bowling, an absolutely stunning catch by Ramesh Nallaperuma. So very, very good stuff happening at the centre. Tevindu Senaratne out for 75. New man in, Ganit Sandeepa will join Himesh Ramanayaka at the center.
And we saw a brilliant partnership by these two, 83-run partnership in the first innings of the big match, which arguably saved Royal College. Ramanayaka 18 in 41 and Sandeep being the highest score of the innings in 42. So these two can unquestionably bat, but how fast they can bat is really the question right
how
now.
How fast they can actually settle in as a partnership and as a pair, because as you can see, there are only 6 overs to go in. Rather 4 overs to go at this innings. We're at 46th over already. So depending on how fast they can bat will also come into question.
And it's Esso Fernando bowling once again from point and end.
So
and the new man Sandeep
on strike. Let's see what Shannon Fernando can do.
Sandeep defending and just trying to get the quick single, giving it over to Ramanayaka, who I guess is identified as the most settled in the more aggressive batsman of the pair.
Yes, definitely. But let's see what Esso Fernando can do. This point, he's crucial at this point, because getting rid of these batsmen and getting rid of Himesh Ramanayaka could most likely seal the fate for Royal College.
Ramanayaka going for the paddle sweep. And a confusion in the middle, and it looks like they're going to get the single because of a slight confusion in the middle of the pitch by the Thomians. Could have easily been a wicket against Himesh Ramanayaka.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate confusion by the Thomian fielders. I don't think they expected the single to happen at all.
I don't think Ramanayaka did either.
Yeah, they were completely foxed by that one, so that worked in Royal College's favour. But very, very risky shot. But they got lucky in the end.
Sandeep crossing the wicket, and it's going to be a stump in by Hapohina, and it's going to go to third umpire. But I feel like Ramanayaka did dive pretty effectively, so I'm not entirely sure about St. Thomas College chances here.
So it's gone up for review. That was a good dive by Himesh Ramanayaka. But that could in fact be a wicket, or it could turn in Royal College's favour. So we're still awaiting a third umpire's decision, because now we have good technology and we have the ability to have third umpire decisions at the match. Royal College is still 225 and they only have 4 overs to go, so the required run rate is very, very high, because they still have roughly 30 runs to score if they actually get to what they want to get to. So good stuff. So still awaiting the decision from the third umpire. So decision works in favour of Royal College. Himesh Ramanayaka stays.
And Fernando will continue the spell. Ramanayaka going for a quick double here, it looks like. And it's going to be a misfield once again by the bowler Fernando at the non-striker's end. Ramanayaka seems to have been hit either in the grill or in the shoulder. So Sandeep on strikes, so just the one run there. Ramanayaka wanted the second, he didn't get it.
So another fumble. This is becoming very dangerous. These batsmen they need to stop. They need to be more confident about when they call runs, and Thomian need to be able to feel better.
And there we go. For the first time they called for no run there.
Yeah, Shannon Fernando is really putting the pressure on these batsmen, and this is the latter end of the match. It's still 2:27. So good stuff by St. Thomas, was really restricting this front edge. Shannon Fernando being as economical as ever.
And there you go, Sandeep going for the backward sweep and gain it, and it's going to go for all the way to the boundary. Looks like great fielding by St. Thomas College to prevent the boundary, and Sandeep opting for 2 instead of the 4 there. So Royal College now 229 on the board, 3 overs to go, 30 runs to get to win the match, and that means 10 runs over for Royal College here.
Yeah, but excellent piece of fielding by the Thomians. Very well done to actually get a hold of that one. Superb stuff by Thomians.
$30 runs to win for Royal College in 18 balls.
So him.
Kalna Pereira continuing to spell from the Maiden place end.
So
strike, guiding the ball to third man, just giving the strike over to Sandeep.
So there Kalna Pereira is definitely the Thomian death bowler.
And he has 2 overs left.
So this one and the final over, I'm assuming. That's
Or the 49th over.
or the 49th one is definitely so. It's why I said Ramesh Kalna Pereira reserved him for the last bit of the match. Very good stuff. He's a very, very capable bowler, and he's the one who needs to deliver at this point. Restrict the Royal College rate and somehow pull off this victory that the Thomians have been waiting for.
29 to win for Royal College. Sandeep on strike. Sandeep missing the ball, played and missed it, and he threw the covers.
A very good delivery. I mean, you saw Sandeep being clearly foxed by that one. And then straight to Sitarapu in his hands. Extremely good ball by Kalna Pereira.
Definitely just making Sandeep a fish outside the off stump. He was not quite sure how to play that ball. At the end of the day, he went onto the back foot and tried to flick it through the covers, but too late, too indecisive. Still 29 to win.
That's exactly what Kalna Pereira is good for. It's making the batsman feel indecisive about his shots and then getting to stay once again.
Sandeep going for a massive shot once again, but missing it absolutely.
Once again, same kind of delivery, and Sandeep completely misreading that one. So very well done by Kalna Pereira. It's really exploiting the fact that the batsmen are currently under pressure. 3 run-out chances just for these 2 batsmen being given up by St. Thomas's, and that's not exactly, not very great, but Thomian is still managing to hold up.
Pereira, some excellent death bowling by Kalna Pereira here. Sandeep is going to strike, crossing the wicket once again and going for the big shot and miss it. A massive appeal, but turned down by the batsman, by the umpire rather.
Massive appeal by the outside edge, but yeah, turned up. But umpire really didn't get there. It's an uncanny number of appeals, man, and it's almost frustrating for the bowlers.
And here we see Sandeep playing, or rather slashing and missing at the ball several times again and again. He's just swinging at the ball but not getting the contact that he desires or needs.
And definitely it's what Sandeep, and definitely the fact that these appeals do happen will put a lot of pressure on Sandeep, because he knows he came that close to getting out but was not, but just missed it. And big wicket, and that's a wicket. No?
As the end of the over.
As the end of the over rather.
As the end of the over for St. Thomas College, and a great over by Kalna Pereira. Still 29 runs to win for Royal College today and 2 overs remain. So 29 off 12.
That's
for Royal, and Kalna Pereira still has 1 more over to bowl.
So it's interesting to see who the next bowler will be. Shannon Fernando will continue.
And it's Sharon Fernando bowling from the point and end, and Ramanayaka on strike at the other side. Rocco has been looking to Ramanayaka to play the big shots right now. 29 runs to win after 12 balls. Mr. Fernando. Ramanayaka going for a big shot there. It's going to go straight to the man at the long on. And just the 1 run, so 28 now.
That's still not enough. Royalists, if they really hope to win this one, they really need to accelerate. We need to see 2-3 boundaries per over if they really want to get ahead of this match. But singles really won't do at this point. It's too late for that.
They need more than 2 runs per ball, which means even doubles won't help you.
Yes.
Sandeep going for the man on the offside off sweeper. They're going for the double here. They're going to get it.
2 runs off that one, but it still may not be enough. There are too many runs to get.
So
2 little balls remaining.
26 runs, 10 balls, 2.6 runs per ball. 4s are what's needed right now. 4s and 6s. A problem here. Ramanayaka just having a word with the umpire.
Let Sandeep strike.
Sandeep going for a massive shot once again and missing the ball absolutely. So dot ball for Fernando.
Fernando has really been a very good bowler, very economical bowler in this match. That's been fantastic for St. Thomas's.
Sandeep is still on strike here. He's just gotten 3 runs so far.
So Sandeep really needs to get his act together, because he needs to play significant role in this latter part of the match. But if Sandeep or Ramanayaka gets out, that could be the end for all College, because the new batsman really won't have any time to settle in at all. Shannon Fernando will continue from the Croydon end.
And all the men in the deep now for St. Thomas College. Just the man at short fine leg and mid-off as well.
Definitely very, very defensive field.
Sandeep going for a great shot there, picking the field, and it's going to go down to the boundary for 4 runs. Right, Sandeep. First boundary for him.
Fantastic. That's the kind of technique and shot placement that really shows classy batting. Because he just picked the gap perfectly, and that ball just rocketed to the boundary. The fielders could do absolutely nothing about it. So really, really good stuff by Galit Sandeep there. That brings the score up to 237 for the loss of 7 wickets.
So 22 runs of 8 balls, if I'm not mistaken. Interesting dilemma for Royal College. Still less than 3 runs per ball, but that's not exactly an advantage for them.
Yeah.
Sandeep hitting the umpire in the back, and they're going to get just a single off that.
You can see Sandeep trying to go for the big shots here, but I think he needs to get under it a lot better because of his timing and his shot placement.
21 or 7, so that's exactly 3 runs per ball now.
Yes.
So a 6 of every other ball would be nice.
All that is a lot easier said than done.
Yeah, definitely. And he's been stopped. fumbled by Hapuinda, but Rama Naikal couldn't get back to his pace in time and is being stumped. Beautiful bowling by Shannon Fernando.
Excellent wicket keeping by Sitara Hapuinda. So that's Ramanayaka gone. This could be seal the fate for Royal College, because the next batsman up was more like Gautam Ranasinghe, and he's very unlikely to be able to settle in fast enough to be able to do much damage. Even Ganit Sandeep isn't very settled yet. So very good stuff by Sharan Pandey. Gets his first wicket, the key wicket that he wanted and that he deserved. So Sharan Pandey doing extremely well in that instance. 238 for 8 Royal College. 1 over to go.
And it's 28 runs to win. Or 21 runs to win in just the last over. So really all Pereira has to do here is not give away 4 sixes.
Basically. And how hard can that be?
Well, you'd be surprised. Point to the example of the last over in the IPL.
Of Yuvraj Singh?
Not Yuvraj Singh, it was Carlos Brathwaite against, who was it? The English bowler Ben Stokes.
Yes.
4 sixes in the first 4 balls. And that's probably what Roy will be looking for. But again, Sandeep is no Carlos Brathwaite.
Exactly.
But anything is possible. We'll see how far they can get at least.
Yes, maybe they can reduce the loss, but I think Thomians look very rather exuberant on the field, because they know that it's most likely their match now. But I mean, there's the glorious uncertainty of cricket, so no one really knows what happens. Last over of the match, Alana Pereira was the last over. Final over the game, and will be the last over for the match.
And look at the stance taken by Sandeep here, crossing the wicket, going for a big shot, but is ultimately going to run down to square leg past Hapuinda and is breaking the wicket. And not out given by the umpire. The stump went absolutely flying. His near mid wicket. That's how far it went with Hapuinda throwing himself bodily at the stumps.
Hapuinda essentially just dived at the stumps there. A good attempt there by Hapuinda, but I don't think it was really enough to get the run up, because the batsman made it back in time. Hapuinda, very good commitment there. That's what you call commitment. It's diving physically at the stumps. So good stuff by Hapuinda, but it just is not enough.
And 20 runs more to win of 5 balls.
New man in is Gautam Ranasinghe. So Gautam Ranasinghe and Ganit Sandeep at the middle, and Karuna Pereira bowling his final over from the mid-term place end. As you can see, the umpire is fixing the stumps after Sitara Hapuinda's dive over it.
Rather like the Lord's streak, except a bit more effective.
Yeah, definitely.
Pereira will continue his over, the last over of the game. And it's 20 more runs to win for our college. Ranasinghe going for a massive shot, getting the thick inside edge. They're going to go for 2 here. And they're going to get to easy 2 for Gautam Ranasinghe.
But 2 will not be enough to save Royal College. I mean, they're doing well, but it's just that their efforts are not paying off in terms of result, because it's a bit too late for Royal College.
Well, 18 runs to win, and 4 balls to do it.
Not impossible, but not easy either. That's more than 4 runs a ball. 3 sixes is what they need, assuming that is possible.
And Gautam Ranasinghe going for an absolute hammer of a shot, and taken by the man at long on. What a brilliant catch by the man at long on. And Gautam Ranasinghe going for a massive shot, getting the massive shot, picking the gap well, but not well enough for the man at long on. Absolutely beautiful dive, taken with one hand, I feel. And that's going to be the end of Gautam Ranasinghe, who did his job well, but not well enough.
That was absolutely spectacular. And such an excellent piece of fielding by the Thomians. That was absolutely stunning. A stunning catch. Did very well to hang on to that one. As you can see, the crowd gathering on the boundary line already, waiting to run across the field because Thomians know that they've already won this match, and they're just there, they're just ready to celebrate.
So 18 runs in 3 balls, I mean 3 sixes exactly for every single ball so far. Sandeep will be on strike as they crossed during the lofted shot. So if they score less than 6 runs per ball, it'll be over for Royal College.
As you can see, the Thomian supporters gathered all the way around the boundary line, just waiting to run across to the pitch once the Thomians actually win this one. Because everyone expects a Thomian victory here, and it looks rather like it's Royal College 241 for the loss of 9 wickets. The last man comes into bat.
And it's Shamak Edri Singh, the last man, but Sandeep is the one who will be on strike.
If Shamak Edri Singh can actually hang on here, but facing off against Kalna Pereira when you just come in is not exactly easy, so I feel that it's likely that 2 batsmen may crumble under pressure, but let's see what these 2 men can pull off.
And a good stance by Sandeep here, already crossing the face of the bat, and not a 6. The man at long on chasing it down, but it's going to be just 4 runs. So that's 14 runs now to win off 2 balls. Impossible unless of course the no ball or the extras.
Two balls to go, 14 runs to get, that is impossible. But yeah, so the Thomian supporters are absolutely ecstatic, and they know they've won this match.
Pereira coming in for the next one. Sandeep pulling that one. It's going towards square leg just for the 1 run. So now 13 to win off the last ball. Absolutely impossible. And just the last ball by Kalna Pereira to seal the fate of Royal College here.
Last ball.
Pereira taking a short run up. He doesn't really care.
Doesn't really matter, he can chuck it anywhere he wants.
And it's Chamke with Edri Singh facing the last ball.
Kalna Pereira, last ball of the match. And this Mustangs Trophy one-day match. Hit it hard, but that doesn't matter. Thomians have in fact won this.
And Pereira raises his hand in strike as St. Thomas College playing the Mustangs Trophy
for the 5th consecutive year. Absolutely fantastic job by the Thomians. And that brings us to the end of the match. Royal College 247 for the loss of 9 wickets at the end of 50 overs, but nothing compared to Thomian 258. So St. Thomas College wins by basically 11 runs, and it's excellent match. Good comeback by Royal College, but it was just not enough here. And the Thomians take the Mustangs Trophy once again. Good performances all round, and extremely well played match. So I'm Kavinda Sinratnan,
I'm Shalas Mandiran.
and on behalf of us, pleasant evening, take care.
Check. Check one. How did I know that? I know that. On the Mauna presentation, current last day. He'll be holding both. He'll be holding both. One for the live and the other one for the. මේ මාස්කින් ටේප් එකක් තියෙනවා නම් ටක් ගාලා මේ පැත්තට එවන්නකෝ මයික් දෙක වෙන වෙනම අල්ලන්න අමාරුයි මාස්කින් ටේප් එකක් තියෙනවා නම් ටක් ගාලා එවන්නකෝ මාස්කින් ටේප් එක ටක් ගාලා එවන්න Yeah, okay. Oh, we'll keep it off. හරිතර දෙනකොට මාලව. On එක ඉතින් on එක මේ හැබැයි බොක්ස් එකත් එක්ක මාස්කින් ටේප් එක අමාරුයි මන් දන්නේ live එක මේක MCL මේක මේකේ box එක අපි ගලවමුනේ මේ මම box එක ගලවනවා
ask the teams to come ask the teams to come wait.
මාස්කින් ටේප් එක පුළුවන් නම් එවන්න check one check one check one
Thank you very much for your presence once again. We've got a presentation party already on stage, but before we get there, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a good round of applause for the two teams? Our presentation party includes Mr. Iransaka Pereira, Mr. Ashan Fernando, the co-chairman from St. Thomas's and Royal. We've also got the warden of St. Thomas's College, Reverend Mark Bilimoria, principal of Royal College, Mr. B.A. Aberatna. We've also got Ms. Amali Nanakara, Group Chief Marketing Officer of Dialogue Asiata, who's been the proud sponsor for the third consecutive year. Our chief guest for the occasion is the captain of Royal College in 1991, Mr. Rohan Iriagolla. We also got the co-secretaries, Mr. Kumudu Varnakula Surya and Mr. Mahesh Nanakara, together with the co-treasurers, Mr. Prasanna Fernando and Mr. Dilruk De Silva. And I'm of the opinion that Mr. Dilruk De Silva is not here. We also got two adjudicators for the day. Yasid Abekon was captain of Royal College for 2009. Dinesh Valpita was the Thomian captain for 2010. We have a special segment, and to be involved in that, we take this opportunity to cordially invite the captain of Royal College, Helita Vidanage, together with the captain of St. Thomas's College, Romesh Nallapperuma, on stage.
Amali as well, Amali as well. Amali as well. Amali.
Amali.
Let me do this job.
Ladies and gentlemen, the match was played for a very worthy cause. As you know, the pledge for the 3 years has been a feature of the Royal Thomian. The 138th Battle of the Blues, played over 3 days, resulted in 1,36,000 rupees collected by way of 10,000 rupees for each wicket and 1,000 rupees for each run. There were 27 wickets that fell and 766 runs aggregate scored over 3 days, and that would have been even bigger had the weather permitted. So the big story is that the monies collected would be disbursed and shared by 4 schools, 4 worthy schools selected by the authorities, and this is what we are now first going in to focus on. We take this opportunity to cordially invite Ms. Amali Nanakara, the Group Chief Marketing Officer of Dialogue Asiata, together with the 2 captains, Helita and Romesh, in the presence of the distinguished invitees of the presentation party, to make their presentations first. Cordial inviting Srinagar National School of Naula. These are schools that are involved in the game from the not so privileged areas. Let's hope that the occasion itself, experienced by them, and this wonderful gesture on the part of the 2 schools and the worthy sponsors, be a catalyst for them to do better. We are looking for talent right throughout the country. Let this be a big assistance in that. So thank you very much, Srinagar National School, Naula, for being present here. Next, we welcome Santaveli Mahavidyalayam of Batikalo. Once again, the Joint Organizing Committee, together with the authorities from the 2 schools and Dialogue Asiata, in a wonderful gesture over the last 3 years. Santaveli Mahavidyalayam Batikalo, thank you for being here with us. Sir John Kotalabala Mahavidyalaya Kurunagala. Over the 3 years, close to 3 million rupees have been disbursed, including today. The great story is that the game is having a spread, and this is one of the biggest schools cricket areas of activity, the Royal Thomian. Thank you very much, Sir John Kotalavala Mahavidyalaya, Kurunagala. The fourth and last presentation to Gamini National School of Bentota. Let this be an inspiration to other schools, certainly for those schools that have been the recipients. We thank you for your presence here and being involved, and an opportunity for us to be of assistance to all of you. Thank you very much, Ms. Amale Nanakara. We thank the two captains who can join the two teams. Thank you, Helita and Romesh, for being involved. Getting on to the match proper. Cordial inviting Mr. Prasanna Fernando, the co-treasurer, to make the first set of presentations. As you know, the adjudicators were Yasid Abekon and Dinesh Valpita. I know some of these adjudications they had to deliberate. Best bowler, well, he would receive the challenge trophy in addition to a voucher presented by the Cold Stent with excellent figures of 4 for 41 in a maximum of 10 overs. Best bowler, Helita Vidanagi, Royal. Congratulations to you, Helita. Thank you very much, Prasanna. Cordial inviting Co-Secretary Mr. Kumudu Varnakul Surya and Mr. Mahesh Nanakara for the next presentation. The voucher to be presented by Mr. Nanakara, it's been donated by the Cold Stent. Mr. Kumudu Varnakul Surya will make the presentation of the trophy for the best bowler from St. Thomas's College, Pavit Ratnayaka, with excellent figures of 3 wickets. 3 for 27 in 10 overs. Congratulations to you, Pavit. Thank you very much, Kumudu and Mahesh. Cordially inviting Reverend Mark Bilimoria, Warden of St. Thomas's College, to make the next presentation. The recipient here would also receive a bat from the Mustangs tent and a cricket bag donated by Mr. Gamunu Vijayavardhana on behalf of BAS. The best batsman of Royal College. Well, lion-hearted effort, his second consecutive half-century and an absolutely magnificent innings when he was in control. Tevindu Senaratna, Royal.
Well done, Dolu.
Well done to you, young Tevindu. We thank Warden Sir, Reverend Mark Bilimoria. Cordial inviting Mr. B. Abhiratna, Principal of Royal College. Once again, a bat presented by the Mustangs tent and a sports bag presented by Mr. Gamunu Vijayavardhana on behalf of BAS Sports. The best batsman from St. Thomas's College, a privileged member of the 90s club, Ravindu Kodituako, the top scorer. Once again, congratulations to you, Ravindu. Thank you very much, Principal Sir, Mr. B. Aberatna. Now comes to the best performance by a fresher from either school at the 42nd Mustangs Trophy one-day game. Cordially inviting Mr. Eransaka Ferreira, co-chairman, to make the presentation to this superb performer. There will also be a donation on the part of stable stent to the winner. Well, I don't think the adjudicators had to go too far away. Being a fresher is one, being one of the youngest in the match was another. But being the lion-hearted performer was absolutely without doubt Tevindu Senaratna, fresher of the match. A great future lies if this is any indication of his wonderful talent and his temperament. He knows where to accelerate. Well done, Tevindu Senaratna. Thank you very much, Eransaka. The Player of the Match award is to be presented next. We take this opportunity once again to cordially invite Ms. Amali Nanakara, the Group Chief Marketing Officer of Dialogue Asiata, being involved in the Royal Thomian for the third year running. I know there have been some outstanding performances, some good all-round performances, some good bowling and good batting. But you couldn't absolutely ignore him. Top scorer of the match and the man who kept that innings going and made this match such a memorable one. Ravindu Kodituako, St. Thomas's. Oh, lovely smile, Ravindu. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Amali Nanakara, for being involved. Coming up next is the big presentation. Take this opportunity to cordially invite our chief guest for the evening, Mr. Rohan Iriagolla, Captain of Royal College 1991. I'm sure Ms. Amali Nanakara will also join him in the background together with Reverend Mark Bilimoria and Mr. B. Aberatna for this last presentation. The Mustangs trophy was on offer for the 42nd one-day game. Ladies and gentlemen, scored over 250 runs, and despite Royal being restricted in a fantastic run chase, this was a game of glorious uncertainties and fluctuating fortunes. The winners, led by Romesh Nalaperwa, St. Thomas's, Mount Lavinia. Thank you very much, Royal, for making such a good effort on the field in the game that was only decided in the last 3 or 2 overs. Well done, St. Thomas's, for fighting it right down to the end. We thank our presentation party for being involved on behalf of the Joint Organizing Committee of the 42nd Mustangs Trophy and also the 138th Battle of the Blues. We thank the two teams, the respective school authorities, our worthy sponsors, the stakeholders, and you, the wonderful spectators, for a superb involvement. 1 year from now, we'll be back again with the 139th Battle of the Blues and the 43rd Mustangs Trophy Limited Over game. Until such time, thank you very much and take care.
Checking 1. Testing 1, 2. Checking 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. You just witnessed was the blue, black and blue camp taking away the Mustangs trophy for the 4th consecutive year from Royal College. It was a brilliant innings by the Thomians. It was a brilliant performance. The Thomians scored 259 runs, backed up by Ravindu Kodituaku with 95 runs, and the captain himself scoring a brilliant half century. As for the Royal team, we didn't see much, but we saw Tevidut Senaratne scoring 71 runs and getting the best fresher award. For the bowling team, we saw Kalna Pereira getting 2 wickets, and Pavit Ratnayaka getting 3 wickets and winning the best bowler award. Ravindu Kodituaku was given the best man of the match award, and Ramesh Kalla Perumal lifted the cup for the Mustangs trophy. I'm Jonathan Cruz. That's it from Royal Live.